Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, on a Saturday. Good evening, Kevin. Hello, friend. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a rare one, right? We got Timmy, me, on a Saturday. So, this is like a shiny Pokemon. So, just enjoy this and hit the like button and hit the subscribe button for the Saturday vibes. Hope you guys are having a good day. Hope you're having a good night. It is Saturday. It is nighttime somewhere, though. I think Australia. Albert, thank you for 34 months. A lot going on today. We are here today for a watch party. Okay. Here's what we got going on. EWC, Esports World Cup, and it's the finals today, ladies and gentlemen. $1 million on the line. Warzone finals. We're doing a watch party. It starts in about 25-ish minutes. Okay? So we're going to wake up a little bit. We're going to have some coffee. All right? And then we're getting into the day. Okay? Oh, so Tim, more spectating. That's it, bro. Yeah. You know, guys, listen, man. A wise man once said, if you're good at spectating, just spectate. And I'm good at spectating. Let me get a W in chat. Ash, thank you, bro. Everyone coming in. Benji, there's no way that's your picture. Everyone coming in with the recurring members, guys, I appreciate you, man. 34 months, it looks like a lot of y'all are. Is that the longest? That's the longest. Right? Anyone here been a member since I've been on YouTube? Is it 34 months, ladies and gentlemen? That's crazy. When you see those 34 months, chat, all right? I want you to really appreciate them, all right? Those are day ones. This is going to be a long spectating video. Whips, we should probably, actually, Whips, I just thought of something. Hang on. Look at this, Whips. You see that, Whips? Sorry, guys. I thought of something. HP, thank you, bro. Dylan, appreciate you, man. Shah, what's up, bro? 34 months. Kyle, 34. Jordan, 33. King, 34. Thank you, guys. Thank you, man. I've never been this early. It's early on a Saturday. To be honest with you guys, I'm usually on the golf course right now. You know what I'm saying? Tim, I got a parlay. Let's slam it. Chat, can I tell you guys about this story that me and Tyler did yesterday? We looked each other in the eyes. We're like, let's slam a 3-leg parlay today. Okay. We slammed $1,000 each. Who did we pick, Tyler? We picked Guardians. We picked Cardinals. And we picked, who was the last one, bro? Was it Orioles? No. Yes. Who was the last one, Tyler? Guardians, Cardinals, Orioles, right? So me and Tyler slam it. Cardinals somehow pull the win out. Didn't see that coming. Guardians choke. I think the Orioles might have lost too. Needless to say, we lost. The funniest part, no, the Reds. It was Reds, not Orioles. You're right. Reds. Guardians, Cardinals, Reds. We're like, it's a lock, dude. 1,000 to win like $6,000. Cardinals win. Guardians choke. Reds. What happened to the Reds? These guys beat one of the best teams in baseball like 3 games in a row, and then they just choke, bro. So here's what Tyler does. This is the funniest part of this whole story. He goes, I'm doubling down on the night games. And he picks, who'd you pick for the night, Tyler? You picked, he did another 750. And it was like, Twins was the one I really remember because I told him, I was like, dude, Houston is scary. He said Twins. He said Orioles, I think. And there was one more. Needless to say, he almost full faded his second bet as well. So Tyler lost like $2,000 yesterday on slams, and I lost $1,000. So, and now Tyler's in my chat saying that he has something for us to slam. The funny part is I can't tell if he's joking. Tyler, do you actually have something? Tyler goes, I'm broke. You better. Chat, Tyler's about to get on stream, bro. On Saturday. Yeah, it was a bad day yesterday for us. Hope you guys had a good 4th of July, by the way. We had a blast. It was a lot of fun. Hung out with friends and stuff. We drank. And then Tyler yesterday came over and he just kept sending me these drinking TikToks. Have you seen it? It's like a meme of this guy's face where it's like 1 million beers, please. So Tyler was just sending me them all day. And then he finally came over. We only had like 2 or 3 drinks. The fact that we had 2 or 3 was actually insane, by the way. All right, someone in my chat just said rain time. This guy's been a viewer for a long time. He says Reds money line and green over on his Ks. Is it that simple? Is that the lock? I'm not touching the Reds right now, although they shouldn't lose 2 in a row like that. They are the better team. Who they lose to? The Tigers, right? Like who? Who? I like the Cardinals a lot, by the way. That was a good game yesterday. They're like one of my favorite teams right now to watch. They're super good. Someone in chat said they're already drinking. Wow. All right, we got 20 minutes, guys. Everyone lock in. We have 20 minutes. Okay. D, thank you for 34 months. Casey, 25 months. Leo, Amp, thank you, guys. Appreciate you, man. We have... Oh, I was going to say I'm in the wrong scene. Just for the record, I do not have $251 6 minutes into my stream. Just to be clear, guys. I just got distracted. I don't know if you guys have been watching the Esports World Cup, by the way, but Shifty, Soka, these guys are different, bro. Like, Biffle, Shifty, and Soka, I think, won 3 out of the 4 maps yesterday. So it's pretty safe to assume they might be taking it today. Benji, thank you for your 10 gifted, man. Really appreciate that, especially with that picture, bro. Thank you, man. Why aren't you playing? You know, I could have. I could have competed. Oh, they won 4 out of 4. I thought it was 3 out of 4. I thought they lost 1. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, guys, just to be clear, like, could I have competed in the Esports World Cup? Yeah. I mean, which game, right? Overwatch 2? Is that the game? Overwatch 2? Counter-Strike 2? Warzone? I could, bro. I literally could. It's like a little early. It's a little early for that audio. You know what I mean? It's like 9 in the morning right now. So can you stop? Thank you. It's a little early, bro. What about Rainbow Six? All right, man. Chat, you guys don't understand, bro. I was literally top 500 in Overwatch, bro. I was top 500 in Overwatch. I was 1 game off pro in Counter-Strike, you know? Like, do you guys need me to get my resume? You know what I'm saying? Those have got to be boxers. Relax, man. Everyone just relax, guys. Yo, I've been up since 5:30.
The only thing you could go pro in is an eating contest.
Nah, even that. Did you watch the hot dog eating contest? That's crazy. Like, bro, they were inhaling hot dogs, bro. I literally was like, oh my God. There was that one dude I see on TikTok all the time. I think his name is it Webb? Maybe I see him on TikTok a lot with a ton of like eating competition stuff, and he was doing really good, and then he kind of slowed down at the end. But yeah, I think the crazy part is that Joey Chestnut did his own thing, and he had 57 hot dogs in 5 minutes. The guy that won had 58 and 10. That's insane, bro. It's crazy. So even that, I don't think I could eat. Like, I couldn't win that either, to be honest with you. I could beat him. Thank you, guys. Thank you, man. Lonnie, thank you for your 5 gifted, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, dude. Joey's just built different. Yeah. Yeah. I bet you can eat a glizzy pretty fast. Steve Drums is in the chat, bro. Steve, I've been seeing your TikToks on my For You page, bro. The AI songs, those are mad funny, bro. Mad funny. Actual. Keep up the good work, Steve. Steve Drums is here, man. His name's Seth. How many times can I bench 225? I can't right now. There is something wrong with this on me. I don't know what it is. I don't know what this problem is. I don't exactly even know what this, like, I think it's an AC joint, but there is something off, like when I'm flat benching with this right here, and I feel it, and it's not good. Like, it doesn't feel good. It's basically like if I do this right here, if I'm going up, it feels stiff. Like, that shouldn't feel stiff. And like, if I keep going, it hurts. So something's wrong. But needless to say, I'm not flat benching right now, and I'm definitely not trying to throw 225. That's called being weak. Oh, don't listen to my chat. They're not doctors. There might be one doctor in here right now. There could be. Anyone here a doctor, guys? Woody J MT. Thank you guys for the recurring members, man. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. But yeah, I think it's like my rotator. No, but my wife is. There it is, bro. That's like, I feel it. I just feel it everywhere. It's not good. Can I ask you guys a question? Should I just put my entire bank account? Who's playing England today? We should just slam whoever's playing England, right? They always choke. Isn't that true? Any England fans out there? You guys always choke in this Euro, right? They're playing Switzerland. Do you just put $50,000 on Switzerland? Listen, if I know one thing about soccer, I've been watching the Euro, and someone told me at the very beginning, they said, England always chokes. And it just, for some reason, stuck with me. I don't know why. They were like, someone was just like, Tim, if you want to make a bet, and bet on England not winning, basically. So, that is facts. Tim, I thought you were rich. Well, someone goes, we ball, put 100K on Switzerland. Dude, can you imagine? I could never. Could you guys imagine that? You put $100,000 on one bet. What would that even pay? That pay like what? Almost $400,000, right? I guess, yeah, Trainwrecks does that like every single day. That is true. You know what's crazy? I don't know. Like, I think Train has more money than me, but I think he gambles so much that he may not. Like, his net worth, like, he has more money than I do. But the amount that he gambles, like, we might cross soon if he keeps gambling like that. Like, actually, there's no way, bro. This guy Train puts $100,000 on like a 7-leg parlay. Like, it's like, if I were to do like $5 on it, or if you like, maybe y'all do like, I don't know, whatever your guys' unit is. Like, my unit's usually like $25, right? That's kind of where I'm at. Okay. So it's like, that's like me putting like $5 on it for him, you know? Yo, bet you've never seen Star Wars. How'd you know? You watched Train lose $2 million the other night? Yeah, he definitely has more money than me. X, thank you. Soul, thank you, bro. Snap, Nicholas, Liam, King, thank you for the recurring members, guys. Appreciate you, man. Okay. All right, we got 13 minutes, bro. We got 13 minutes. What we're doing here, like I said, is we are doing a watch party. It is $1 million Warzone final today. Okay? We got a $1 million Warzone final. Okay? Truth be told, not too sure how long it's going to go, but basically the Esports World Cup been going on like this entire time, so we're going to do the final is today. So I'm excited to watch this, man. If you guys have been watching it all, you've seen that like Biffle, Soka, and Shifty have been just frying, just dominating. So it looks pretty much like they're probably going to win, it's looking pretty good for them. But I'm excited to watch it, man. Rebirth Island. It's a Rebirth Island tournament, by the way. Reset the top D. This is going to come. So I think it's reset, but like no one's donoed. So on the first like 25, it should reset. Yeah, Whip said correct. Okay. Yeah, I didn't get 251 off Rip. So like whenever someone does a 25, that person will be the top dono. So can we call it Fatter Day? Excuse me. Biscuits and gravy and Timmy on a Saturday. God, that is a power move for breakfast, bro. Biscuits and gravy. That's a game changer. Like your whole day is shifted after that. You know what I mean? That's actually insane. Barry, 14 months. Great. Thank you for 33, man. X, thank you. Soul, thank you for the new one. You're going golfing? Enjoy, man. I don't know if I had golf today. I went to the gym this morning. I'm stiff. I'm just stiff like everywhere. I don't know what's wrong with me. I got to stretch. I have to implement stretching. If I don't, I'm just going to lock up, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's good times, man. Croissants over biscuits. They both have their own biscuits. I will say, since I've been down south, biscuits are kind of fire down here. I will say that. So, Tim, I just realized you're working out a Saturday. Yeah, bro. Hashtag time in, guys. You know what I'm saying? Who hits home runs today, guys? I think every single day I do Judge, Gunner, Ohtani. Every single day. Just like $10 every single day. You know who's probably hitting today? I'm going to call this, see if it happens. All right. Judge, Jordan, Ohtani, Gunner. Watch. It'll probably hit today. Because they haven't hit. They're all due, right? Judge hasn't hit in a couple games. Ohtani, I don't think Ohtani has either. And it was his birthday yesterday. Jordan's the one that's been hitting. Gunner's due as well. So you know who's probably going to hit? Gunner, Judge, Ohtani. Because Jordan's been hitting. Although he didn't hit yesterday. Thank you for the new one, bro. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Play some games, bro. Stop talking. Did you read the fucking title? Did you read it? It's $1 million Warzone Esports Finals, bro. It's a watch party. Do you see the thumbnail? Did you just come in here? 25, $30 from Emperor, top donor. Everyone, the name of this dono is Emperor Penguin. All hail Kevin. Hi, Timmy. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, bro. I'm a Cowboys fan, but we suck, and I'm in for a long year. Yeah. I mean, hey, thank you for your 30, man, for one. See, it fixed itself down there. Appreciate your 30. Top dono goes to Emperor Penguin Kevin. Yeah, I mean, dude, listen, bro. You know, Dallas, I'm always going to be a Cowboys fan. I'm going to go to a bunch of games this year, and I hope for the best. I think this year is going to be an interesting year. I'll say that. So, it'll be an interesting one today, bro. That's what I think. Speaking of the Cowboys, you guys ready for this? Me and Tyler also yesterday cooked this future bet. Do you guys want it? My last future bet hit that I did. You guys ready for this? All right, here. Division winners. Ready? Jets, Ravens. So East is Jets, North, Ravens, South, Texans, West, Chiefs, obviously. NFC East, Dallas Cowboys. We both agreed on it. That wasn't even a fan thing. We both agreed. NFC North, Detroit Lions. Once again, we both agreed. Wasn't our bias. Atlanta Falcons, NFC South, NFC West, 49ers. $100 to like 37 grand. You know? Why the Jets? You guys, I like the Jets this year, man. I can't lie. If Aaron Rodgers is there. If Aaron Rodgers doesn't play, that bet is dead in the water. So, but I think he is. The Falcons? Who do you think's taking over the Falcons? No way, right? Lions over Packers is wild. That one is kind of a coin flip. I agree. I could see the Packers winning that too, but we chose Lions. How long till the World Cup? We have 7 minutes, guys. 7 minutes. 25 from Cody. Happy Saturday. I've been getting into golf. Been a lot of fun. How do you predict the Lions will do this season? That's kind of crazy timing. Thank you for your 25. Well, I think they're going to win the North. I think they're going to have another good year. I do. And all those teams that I said, I think they're all going to have a pretty solid year. I do. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. 25 from Nunn. Hey, Tim, longtime viewer from London. I think you call this a parlay in the U.S. There's big odds I bet on England if you're interested in a small stake, big return. Wibbs, can you click that? I'll take a gander, you know. Not saying I'm going to bet it. Take a gander, though. Jets are going 4-13. All right, what do you guys think of this parlay? Ready, chat? Harry Kane to score anytime. Full-time score, England 2-1. Fabian to be booked. I don't even know what that means. Over 4 corners for England. Both teams to receive a card. Yes, you can bet that. What fucking book is this? I mean, Harry Kane to score and you trying to call the full-time score 2-1 is kind of crazy. The odds on this must be insane. I don't know what this is. Kind of a different. I'm assuming this is a different sort of. This isn't FanDuel, the best sports book out there. Hashtag ad, hashtag FanDuel partner, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take a gander. None. I don't think but I thought England chokes, right? Did we not just talk about that? I thought we did. All right, guys, we got 5 minutes. Thank you for your 25, None. Steel, thank you. Thank you, bro. Jay out, Jacob exile. Thank you for the recurring members. All right, guys, I'm getting more coffee. I technically have my Chick-fil-A meats I'm about to eat. And then we got our watch party. I'll be right back. Williams, can you look at that really quick? Okay, perfect timing. I'm getting chills. All right, everyone listen. All right, the following is a hashtag ad to the Esports World Cup. Here's what we got going on. This is the largest esports gaming festival. It is Esports World Cup 2024. 21 games, 8 weeks, huge prize pool, all on land. $60 million is this entirety of this prize pool. You got League of Legends, COD, Warzone, we're doing today, MW3, CS2, Overwatch 2, Apex Legends, Fortnite, Rainbow Six, a ton more. Today, we're watch partying the finals for Warzone. This is $1 million, ladies and gentlemen. All right, if you want more info, esportsworldcup.com. Chris, thank you for the new member. I'm getting into it. Ready? Oh, this is perfect. Right on time.
From down under, welcome to the stage.
Mind me while I eat. Mind me. I got
Zeppa, Levi,
these are egg white grills. They're mad good, bro.
The Aussies take on their new org in style, representing Ukraine, and have nearly been the most consistent team to make in-game in this competition. This team in
all right, chat. Realistically, who's winning, bro?
Working for, they have certainly worked for this.
We gotta say Biffle in them, right?
To shake the title of underdog and earn the title of a top team.
Soka, Shifty. I'm pretty sure they went 4-0 yesterday.
They might be missing a C, but they definitely know their alphabets. It's A, B, Wiz!
Prodigy, Wiz and Oki stepping up after finishing second in groups. It's only 6th as average placing, but they're putting up massive kill numbers. Prodigy rocking 43, Oki with 52, second only to Shifty in groups. No longer the Prodigies, these boys are destined to be superstars.
Hey, chat, is Destroy in the finals? Did Destroy's team qual?
All eyes on this trio today. Make some noise for Team Falcons!
Biffle, Shifty, and his Soka. They are the team to beat here at the Esports World Cup. Coming on.
I don't see how these guys lose, bro.
Straight games yesterday, marching towards the Dynasty title. They are looking to make today theirs, and I think they have a very solid shot
That's
at
awesome,
doing so.
man. It'd be cool if Destroy's team won. I don't think anyone's beating them, though, boys. Boys and girls. Hey, Chris, thank you, bro. Lord, Silver, Brody, Room, thank you, man.
Our teams have fought tooth and nail to get to this point, but only 14 remain in this competition. And Barney, we've had an incredible week of competition here in Warzone. I mean, that includes a 4-time back-to-back win streak by these players right here. Falcons never seen
I just
before
spilled. Oh,
in
God.
Warzone. And that can only happen here at the Esports World Cup. But we've introduced our teams, our players are set, our game is ready.
We're getting right into
Let's get
it.
this show on the road.
All right,
Get
well-
number one onto our casters.
All right, folks, grand finals. It's time. We are here in the booth. I'm Coach, this is Enigma, this is Dan, and we are back to intro the grand finals. We've seen some incredible content. We've seen the incredible teams, but our final 14 are here. And gentlemen, we've talked predictions, we've talked strategies, we've talked about all kinds of stuff. I got to open up the floor for you first, Dan. You got slammed in the gulag down by Enigma. Talk to me about some North American teams, or at least some players that are representing some new regions.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I look at this of players representing new regions, there's really a kind of one, you know, we kind of talked about them in the open. It's Team Izund. I think I really like. They're one of the few teams that's really landing at that prison showers area.
I'm
I know
done.
Dre
I was
really
hungry.
hyped them up and talked about them. And I think they can actually cause a lot of chaos. It's not an area of the map that we see a lot of people going to. I'll be excited to see them kind of come online here in this drop number one.
Yeah, it's a great shout. This team has really surprised a lot of folks. I mean, we had a really fun kind of solo seeding round where some of these teams that made finals were the bottom team in solo seeding, and everything came together as a team. Chemistry, incredibly important. You talked about it with that Inxian squad, right? They've had chemistry for years now, so talk to me a little bit more about that.
My predictions
What time do I got on that?
for a reason. Inxi and Patsuka Stuo, they've been together since Verdansk. They took a gamble on each other back then and have simply believed in each other thus far. Yes, okay, it hasn't necessarily been the best group performance, but they always seem to deliver and step up on the big stage, and I think that chemistry gets them through all of the trials and tribulations that come with Warzone top-down gameplay, especially here on Resurgence. They feel a little bit uncomfortable on the map here in
Tim,
Rebirth,
I thought you were
but
in the final.
I think that they come together.
I wanted to
as a
give
group
everyone
today.
else a chance, guys.
Can we swing over to AB Wiz? I mean, this team is blowing me away. Obviously, second
Where do I
coming
put
out
my
of group
camera?
stages. The Falcons, of course, on top by over 100 points, but AB Wiz
Chat, where
right
do I
there
put my
in
cam,
second,
bro?
right? Now, what's fun about this team, Dan, is also their coach. This team
Like here,
is
maybe?
incredibly strong at kills, placement multipliers. They've
Yeah,
been
to go to the
averaging
bathroom.
like
Go
a
now.
1.33.
Quick.
They've been
Starting
like
soon.
not doing great on the placement side. Talk to me about what that coach could bring to the table here.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't know, their coach is Sage, 1/3 of that World Series of
thank you, man.
Warzone trio that won last year. So a proven veteran in the Call of Duty Warzone space. I had a chance to kind of watch him in action backstage. He's helping them kind of get their brain together. They were kind of arguing a little bit, I'll be honest, about a failed play that was made. He was able to kind of facilitate that conversation, come on in and get them
Chat,
going
how nervous
together.
would you be
There's
right now,
nothing
bro?
better than
You're
a
playing
coach
Call
who
of Duty
understands
Warzone for
the
$1
game,
million.
and Sage is really that guy.
Yeah, he is that guy. I mean, frankly, if
I'd be-
if the top 3 players right now in the
I don't
game
think I could
are
do
Team
it, bro. I don't know. I'd be
Falcons,
too
he might
nervous.
the 4. Yeah.
Sean, thank you, bro.
Being used as a
Travis,
coach here
thank you,
is
man.
such a huge value add, and obviously seeing AB Wiz rather at second place at the top, aside from the Falcons, it makes sense that Sage has been a key part in that. But we got to talk about some more hometown heroes here. This Zix team, if you don't watch a lot of competitive Warzone outside of maybe some North America regions or only that EU region,
that
you may
34
have not heard
months,
of
brother.
this team until recently. They have
Yes.
come out of nowhere, put in the work, and been grinding Enigma.
Well, one of the things about this lineup is when we spoke to them coming into EMEA regional finals, they said that they had barely done competitive as of last year. So it's terrifying to watch them just get better and better every single time we see them. They've qualified from ME last year. They've now qualified from MEA this year. We were a little bit worried about them looking at the first day of groups, but the improvement from 9th average placing to a 5th average placing on day 2 in groups just shows the level at which they can improve as they move on through. And I'm expecting that adaptability, that understanding of the game to come in clutch today.
Well, I want to talk about top individual slayers because we know getting
Chat,
kills is incredibly important.
I'm gonna go up here for my cam for now.
Kill multipliers, that's how this works, okay? 2x multiplier. If you win a map, second place, 1.7x. Third through fifth is a 1.4x, folks.
Chat, you guys
so
see-
you
you see the
really got to
Cronus
get
right
high
there?
placements
Wow.
to count all of your kills, but you need kills for that multiplier to
Yes.
count. So I want you all to talk to me a little bit about that because obviously we want to go to the Falcons team first. Shifty at the top by a sizable margin here, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, that's really kind of the key to this entire team's success, right? You married it up where you're finally a team that's either getting really good placement, but you don't have kills, or you have a ton of kills, but you're not getting placement. You ever wonder why this team is at the top? Because they're doing both. They are the best, literally at both. I believe they had an average of a 1.7 on the placement over the group stages, which is just absolutely insane. Pair that up when they're dropping games with 25 kills on top of it. Yeah, it's no surprise when we look at that leaderboard that there's such a gap.
It's a ridiculous stat line.
Chat, this is a random thought. Are any of them on Xbox? Are they all on PlayStation controllers? Did you guys see?
1.77.
I'm working on a Saturday.
Than the second place multiplier
Hey, you know,
for good reason. They won
$1 million
5 out of their
Warzone
8
tournament
group
watch
stages,
party, a
went
little
perfect
hashtag ad
yesterday.
on me. I'm here on a
These are
Saturday.
the favorites
You
in
know?
Enigma. When you have the onus responsibility of being the favorite, sometimes it's hard to execute. This team made it look easy.
They did, and I think, again, it just becomes terrifying to look at when you consider, okay, we thought, oh, maybe we've got a different conversation here because they struggled in solos and a little bit slow coming into group stages, and then they take that break midway between games in day 1, and then they all of a sudden come back and have just figured out the recipe for success, and
Is
it
there
just
anyone
sums
on
up
mouse
who
and
they
key?
are. If there is
Now
a
that is
slight
that's a
weakness
good joke.
to their game
Lips.
at
That's a
all,
good
they
one.
snuff it out. They find the root cause, they assess that situation, then they execute the perfect remedy, and it's just terrifying for everyone else on the map because as soon as you think you have them against the wall, as soon as you think you have them cornered, they come out and put 4 maps together.
Yeah, and frankly, we talked a little bit about them being a point sponge. I mean, teams like Omit, literally the threshold team, 14th place on our leaderboard. They came in at much lower than the threshold we assumed because this team soaked up all the points, but they made it here. I saw on Twitter they may have changed up their strategy a little bit, maybe looking to get Teenix maybe a bit more in the mix. Dan, I want you to talk to me about this squad and what they could bring to the table.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams kind of learned over the course of yesterday that maybe this sort of play style of having 2
Tim,
slayers
why are you
and
not
1
in this?
anchor
Guys.
is a little bit out.
I've already explained this, okay? Let me make something clear, all right? With the Esports World Cup, okay? Overwatch 2, could I have competed in that? Yes. Counter-Strike 2, could I have competed in that? Yes. Warzone, could I have competed? Yes. Of course I could have, guys, but I chose not to. Okay.
While the two other players kind of roam around the map, I think they're going to play together. They're getting aggressive.
I don't know why any of you are saying
I know
no.
Love's bringing something new to the meta. Love's bringing something fresh. Maybe we can see that here today on the map.
I don't know why any of you are saying no. It was one game off Pro Counter-Strike, bro. Literally one game. One game away.
Games. Yes, an anchor. Yes,
and Overwatch, I was top 500 multiple seasons in a row, bro.
With that Vitality squad.
In Call of Duty Warzone, do I spectate a lot? Am I a content creator? Yeah. If I put the hashtag time in, could I grind? Yeah.
We got to talk about the X factors playing
Same,
today.
competing against CS2 is not just opening cases. If someone ban Bobby, get him out.
Well, one of the terrifying things about this SGP Syndicate is they actually agree around the theory, of not playing together at all. They just allow Intex and Believe to sit as some sort of double anchor and send Dongi off to superstar the map. He just absolutely world stars this thing, drops 51 of the 100 kills that his side actually have. And for me, if they can just find a way of having Intex and Believe be those perfect anchors and see the end placings, I think that this side are a real dark horse to take everything today.
Man, this team has really come together. There were so many.
Do you realize I have Counter-Strike 2 earnings?
Squad. I think even
you know what? I got Fortnite earnings too, bro. And I got Warzone earnings. Okay?
Really cold.
Yes.
And it has all come together nearly entirely on the back, at least in the slaying department, of course, of Dongi. Truly an X factor. Another big X factor. Another
500 in is your weight.
Also has paid off.
Okay. I'm done looking at chat for the rest of the day.
Talk to me about Knight.
Cole, thank you. I'm just going to read my alerts. Cole, thank you, bro.
On the map, but also stay alive for his team while Aiden and Z-Smith do their thing.
What are they?
Yeah,
I wonder
love
what
that
they're
you
waiting
bring that
for
up.
here.
That's exactly what we think we're all thinking when you bring in Knight. But
You know what I've realized? Everyone plays very close to their monitor. I don't do that.
With Knight in Resurgence tournaments over the past of Call of Duty Warzone. So if you already have that team, Ken, bringing in somebody like Knight in an event as prestigious as this, that is exactly the right move you want to do. And I think he fits into their system well. You got Aiden and Z-Smith who are just pinging around the map.
I can't get over how dope that stage is, by the way. It looks so good.
Hey, I'm going to stay alive because if there's anybody in this lobby who knows this map like the back of their hand, it is Knight on your screen.
Yeah.
This guy does nothing. When I say this, I mean it. Nothing but play Resurgence. Okay? He just never touched a big map. He's never clicked a button in his life. He's only ever loaded in here. He knows every single pixel, and I got to imagine that is what puts them here in
looks so sick, by the way.
I think that is a very fair assessment. Frankly, brilliantly done.
My page crashed.
About this
Chat, are you there?
squad. Obviously, 5th coming in from group stages, a really strong seed. They could have done a lot better, too.
Yeah, Lars, thank you, bro.
Same with Syndicate. Same with Guild. Talk to me quickly about Guild here. 7th seed coming in and had a couple bangers, and everything else was eh.
Yeah, that sums them up pretty much perfectly there. I mean, the thing is with this squad as well, it comes together. We mentioned the controversy.
Hey, Speed, I appreciate it, man.
But it's like, okay, we managed to get yourself
through. The 4th was a great time, bro. It was a lot of fun.
Vision, AJ. We thought the roles were going to be more around allowing AJ to go off and spring around the map. He was one of the big slayers last year in the World Series, stunned everyone on the world stage, and then comes here, okay, can you repeat that? Actually, it turns out that it's going to be Vision who's your big slayer. Picks up 41 kills out of the 88 for the team, and just showing every bit that he is the player.
I think I'm going to put my camera like here. Should I just put it here like when I normally play or spectate?
Looking strong,
I feel like I can. This should work.
Folks, quick math for you. Average score through 8 games, through group stages, 130 points. But if you take out the Falcons, 111. Woo! A lot of ground to make up. We are about to get into our very first map of Rebirth Island. The grand finals is here, gentlemen. I'm going to let you all take it away. Have a great time.
Make your own team and bring it next year. I don't know about that, Pork, but thank you for your 25, brother.
Conversation at the top of this show, but like Goat said, STC Arena, let me hear you.
Let's go, baby.
Match number 1 of grand finals of the Esports World Cup, Call of Duty Warzone.
Dude, Z-Smith's in here too? I see all their names.
Every single day has gone quick, and Levi will fall,
destroyed.
and Zix will be traded, and Limax finds another as Mood falls, and we are off to a banger here in map 1.
Yeah, this is where I should keep my camera for sure.
There's also going to be Team Destroy right around the corner.
I love
Dude, this spectator
Nice,
POV, I need this. I need this for me.
I had a chance to interview Zeppa. He knew that this contest was going to happen between Na'Vi and Team Zix, but maybe you were not expecting Team Destroy.
Oh my God, he hit that snipe!
Look at this, Enigma.
Dude,
They've already
Nate just
gained
hit
control
that!
top of that control center and are sitting here. You got Limax
This
down
is
below,
Destroy,
trying to
guys.
stay alive, trying to play their life.
One time I
We
killed
gotta
him in
know
Caldera,
here,
by the
this
way.
is a kind
Random
of shift
fact.
for Team
Yeah,
Destroy.
man,
They're
Z.
normally landing top prison. Hey, they come finals, they're bringing something a little different.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the things, right? If you've gone away and assessed who has actually made it on through, and you think, actually, we can smoke that squad, or you're just aware that control center's hotly contested, and you intend to third-party the situation, you can prosper, and that's exactly the theory that Team Destroy are coming in with. And JTech here on our screens, just under a little.
I just realized I wasn't
Under a
1440.
little bit of pressure. It's just the two of them still up for now as Tennox has fallen, still has 5 seconds on his resurgence time. Spaniards trying to apply pressure. You can see them trying to set up the kill box here, and JTech's lying in wait.
Pushes on out. Daga, you're trying to make something happen. A quick little dolphin dive gets out of harm's way, but look who's coming in from behind.
That was a good trade.
It's Method 6. JTech, though, is able to make the trade, fly on through, and
Weapon
it looks
swap
like for now,
instead of
it's
reloading,
pretty solid
huge.
until you have another team who's starting to fly on in. Look who it is. It's Fnatic.
It is, and they are ruthless. Hunt JTech down, and Skullface will clean him on up. Tennox has just got a float.
Dude,
He's got
Allman
5
and
seconds
Noobs
to
are
put
in here
Elo's back
too?
in, and another
Everyone's
15
in this
until his
tournament.
third returns. So Allman, Skullface, and Noobs will take control here momentarily of headquarters, but they will be contested because Twisted Minds are beginning to arrive.
I don't know what's going on in this
it's
area,
Aiden,
but we
chat.
are getting a lot of our top teams starting to fly on over. Aiden getting in some nice tags on the Almond.
right,
He's come
Aiden.
up here to the top. You have to be careful because you got 2 members
That's
of
Noobs.
Fnatic nearby. He's going to slide on in, though. He sees Noobs. Noobs tries to make his way out of the window, but
Aiden.
you're not getting out in
Come on,
time.
baby.
Aiden with the confirmation on the
Let him cook a
elimination.
little.
Twisted Minds. We know they love to kind of land over here at this factory location. They love to play Harbor, but today looks like they're looking to expand their region of dominance as they've made their way up
This is
to
the only
headquarters
thing
to
my
find some
cam's going to block when they do this camera
Someone who
POV.
hasn't found any eliminations just yet is going to be Soka, but we're not very surprised because this is how this Falcon squad play. Put Soka over by the stronghold, let him provide all the information, and just send Shifty and Biffle on their way. And they want control center, and they're going to be up against a couple of players here from Team 6.
Watch Diaz cook here,
Shifty
bro.
actually loses his life as Hamoud picks one up, but Biffle's on the hunt after this. He wants to trade out his teammate. He wants revenge. He lands a couple of bullets, but it's just not going to be enough. The chase is on.
Hamoud trying to do their best to stay out, but it is just so hard to get away from Biffle. Was regarded as the best Warzone player of all time. I think it's hard to disagree with that with the performance of late, especially with his 2 teammates. As well, we're getting
Josh,
close
thank
to
you,
the
bro.
end of zone number 1, Enigma, and we already have 1 team out of the map, Team Izu.
Yeah, and looking at the rest of that list as well, there's a couple of walking wounded around here. This pace has been absolutely electric, and so have the crowd going nuts for their Falcons lineup and some of their home turf players. Na'Vi on our screens right now, and this is a side that keep getting themselves to that end game. They keep putting themselves in the correct position, but it's whether or not you could close that out. But a couple of players who haven't struggled closing a few things out, Oki, Wiz, Prodigy, they have been going nuts throughout groups.
We've seen, obviously, SGP kind of run this bio area before, but it looks like we're out of groups now, Enigma. We are into
Intex
finals.
is in
It
here
a
too,
whole
bro.
brand new group of teams that are playing
Wow,
different.
there's a
and maybe
ton
they thought they had the
of
opportunity
people
to
I know
kind
in
of
this
hold down
tournament.
this
Holy
area,
shit.
but Abwiz not gonna let it happen. They are playing as a unit. They are playing together, maneuvering
Hey, the
around the
star
map. You
camo!
can see they're split up a little bit, right?
W.
You have Oki and their teammate along here at this industry side. Last player over there at that ammo shack by the buy station. Either of them go on down, you're absolutely going to be able to get them back in the mix very quickly.
And it feels like we are quietening down for just a moment.
Almond.
Finally, a second to breathe. I say that. Skullface wants to get aggressive and find Climax and absolutely snaps. Finds him and cleans him on up. Just going to take a quick look at our kill leaders here. Fnatic leading the way on 8, but who's just behind them? It is, of course, the Falcons on 7.
They were worried. I was kind of talking to them yesterday. They said, you know, even if we land kind of that stronghold area, are there going to be even any teams near us to find those eliminations? Looks like they found them here today to start it. Almond from Fnatic has made their way up to the lighthouse.
D.
Team Destroy, though, over here in the living quarters, trying to make their way around. Potential for a little bit of engagement around some of the teams near them, because look, Twisted Minds, they're right below them. If you are able to look down at this building, you may be able to take them on out. But for now, the Twisted Minds kind of going on through, maybe deciding the next path.
And they love to play up through this factory harbor side to the Twisted Minds, but as they push on up, they're actually going to have company from Drake. And the thing is as well, Team Destroyer not far away.
Oh,
So
dude, that overall leaderboard at the top is sick.
Third-party situation, but bullets to the side of Aiden means he has to slip on away, and Drake
This is
actually
super
escapes
well
just
done, man.
narrowly enough. So as Team Destroyer comes to third party this is going to get messy real quick, as Factory often does.
Yeah, so many levels in this building. It's kind of hard to figure out where you want to play. A nice suppression mine from Knight will hopefully give them maybe some info if somebody pushes down those stairs. But this is sort of a nice little area. Goj likes to use this word, and I'm going to steal it for now. It's a quagmire on the map. It's just this area of quicksand that it's so easy to get stuck in at Factory just due to all of the different nooks and crannies teams can kind of hide out in. So you have to kind of make this decision. Do we want to sit here? Do we want to try and take team fights? Or are we going to use
This building is so hard to fight in
around the map?
because there's so many ins and outs.
And Team Destroy taking the top of Factory. And have a moment to breathe, but we know that Twisted Minds are right around the corner.
It's an interesting build on that Car 98.
To play up through this. The thing is, the circle currently is so wide, it's impossible to set
Biffle's trying to 1v3? Yeah, right.
And Biffle will find Stuo. And Biffle's now
my
trying to
God.
pass Suka. There's the first confirmed. There's the second. And his teammates are going to try and hunt down the third.
I mean, we saw C4s get touched a
Oh
little
my
bit ago.
God.
And you're seeing
They
Thermites
just
come
team
into
wiped them,
play.
bro. They're out.
Biffle showing us exactly
Wow.
how you're supposed to use those.
Wow.
Catches two of them, cleans on up, and that is a full wipe for Vitality.
Y'all got to keep in
Taking
mind,
on out, and I'm
everyone
also seeing
watching,
Omit has
these are
exited the lobby
very good
as
Call of
well.
Duty players.
In our group
Okay.
stages yesterday, we were
Everyone here
sometimes
is
seeing all of the
extremely
teams stay up
good.
until Resurgence closed.
This isn't running around a public lobby, you know what I mean?
That is not the case. It's look at them flying on in. Destroy looking to be aggressive.
And that's going to be another
Destroy's team's
team
kinda
off
moving
the
pretty
board.
good, man.
We
I
are
can't lie.
Bleeding down, 4 teams already out. You're completely correct. It's been a much slower process throughout the other days, but I think that a couple of teams are feeling comfortable about themselves and are beginning to just get a little bit ruthless around them.
This guy much at MP goes, nah, I'm better than them all. True, bro. True.
Is going to be your team Abwiz. They're just going to tuck themselves on over towards Doc, lay low, and consider endgame rotations because the zone is pulling off towards this northeastern side.
Yeah, they're sitting on 5 eliminations currently. The Falcons still over here at Control Center.
So everyone's trying to get Almond
12
out of the
right
top
now,
there.
tied with SGP Syndicate for the top kills in the lobby as Shifty just hits some insane shots from
That's
across
such a
the map
smart thermite.
onto Hamoud. Looking down below here, can they manage to find any more? I'm looking at Twisted Minds and Destroy right now. I feel like every time we come back on over here, they're still at Factory, which is only the very edge still in zone. So I don't know what your kind of game plan here is as this gas is going to start encroaching.
Well, the thing is, one of them
These
is going
guys
to
gotta
engage the
get
other
in.
quickly and get rid of them because
Biffle and them,
whoever doesn't
Falcons.
spot the opposing team is going to be in big trouble. You're likely going to get shots in the back. And the thing is, we also have Team Heretics not far away, and Team Fnatic are considering rotating off from headquarters towards Factory. So all of a sudden, this could turn into a 3-4 battle, and Na'Vi actually want a piece of it as well. We have 5 teams potentially squeezing all around that.
You can
They
see
precision
on over
that
the
loading.
Falcons, they're continuing to kind of make their way around the map on this left side. They
Aiden,
could
Almond, and
potentially
Noobs
get
and all them
gate
are
checked by
fighting
Aiden
right now.
Wiz
Do you
if
see 'em in
they're
the kill
not
feed?
Careful though. So you kind of want to take a little bit of opportunity. Shifty will be able to hit this loadout, get his gun, start feeling a little bit confident. Has an idea that Oki's around here. Maybe flies down below. Can you find the shots? You can. Oki getting taken out. Biffle there for
They're in a
the
bad
assist.
spot.
Prodigy
This is kind of a bad spot.
maybe can try and come on help out, but Oki will get full confirmed as the Falcons look
The
to push on
smokes were
forward.
huge,
you
bro.
might be able to split them. You see Prodigy in the smoke.
Wow.
The shots from Biffle connect. The armor crack is there, but it's
So
just
good.
not enough. They'll be able to get away just in time. Prodigy, on the other hand, has to make their way down to the tunnel. AB Wiz have to make their way over to Industry. They are split right now, Enigma. The Falcons are looking to hunt.
One of the things we were asking about Team Abwiz is that you largely were avoiding the
I
big
think
sides
Destroy's
early on in the
team
game. How
got
would you cope
wiped.
if Falcons decided
They
to
were
change
all
their
right
route
there.
and change their route they have? Instead of playing out through Factory, they decided to push Doc and Industries, and they're on the hunt. And Hisoka will find Abwiz and actually going to interrogate as well to pour more salt into the wound. However, a huge circle pull up next, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be rotating
Oh my
off towards
God.
Harbor, and we are not very far away from seeing a lot more of these sides bleed on
Little
down.
body
Resurgence
shooting?
is, of
Huh?
course, closed at this point. So every death here is like a dagger to the
Bro,
heart.
Noobs,
Yeah, I mean,
Team,
this is where
I
we are
love
going
their
to
position
start
up here.
seeing just the game kind of come to
Noob
a crawl.
skull-facing them.
Everybody wanting to get, of course, those very, very solid placement points. You can see the crowd, they're excited. They want to see some of these teams finish up towards the end, especially
destroying
if you
them are
are
up.
Team
They're up.
6, your Team
They must have got
Falcons,
wiped
you're
and reset.
feeling good about this team. We can see Crims in the kill feed going big, but on your screen, it's Twisted Minds, who is starting to eliminate Na'Vi. Interrogation will come on in, give them the information they need on where potentially the rest of that squad is.
Well, there's not much left of them, to be honest. They've been absolutely run on over. We're going to get a look on over Chem.
Fnatic,
We have our
that's-
Team Falcons beginning to assess the next rotation towards Harbor, where we have 2 or 3
Is that
different
noobs in
sides
them?
all set up. But let's actually
It
flip
is.
back towards Prism, because Fnatic have a lot of
They're kinda
confidence.
eating.
That's going to be Gil. Skullface will find the knock. It's actually Crims as well coming on in. This
Oh,
is
this
Team
is about
6.
to be
It's
a
a
cheeky.
3-team party, and Skullface wants all of it. Skullface actually going to be backed on off, so can Allman provide a little bit of coverage? He's trying to finish off Crims as well. That is finally confirmed, but how do you
They
play
gotta
this
play
out from here?
gas.
Because you
Yep.
just lost your teammate. There is no resurgence. You need to play yourself a
is
safe
a great
position.
spot to be in
And
right
I really
now.
agree with this top Prism play.
I definitely agree with that. Fnatic making the right call after losing Skullface on the outside. They take the top of Prison. You have 2 members of Team Zix below them. You can see Hamoud and Zix a little bit split,
I think
trying to
Noobs
figure out
just
where do
hopped.
they want to play on this side, but you got Fnatic above them, looking to also try and make some moves. But SGP Syndicate, Enigma, they're also laying in wait. If any of these Prison teams move too quickly, you can
Soka, and
absolutely
Shifty
get
are
caught
in such a
the
good spot in there,
crossfire.
bro.
And look
They
who
can just
has
zone
an
hold this
angle
entire
on
thing.
Fnatic. It is Hisoka looking
Oh my
down
gosh.
at past teammates, Noobs and Almond.
The thing is here as well, as you just said, so many teams have got to rotate now. We've just spotted that there are so many squads outside of the zone. Soka doesn't get the confirm, by the way, but then Biffle will finally get that finish onto
Dude, this
Noobs.
build
you
everyone's
are down
using
to
is
one player
insane.
if you are that Fnatic side, looking a little bit rough. Soka just continues to ring out those core 98k shots.
Yeah, right.
C4 goes out. He doesn't have the range on Hamoud, and everywhere else, those rotating teams are getting put to bits. And bye-bye, Team
Dude,
6. Soka's
what
got his pick.
amazing
We are
shots,
so
bro.
close to getting into our top 5.
dude,
but look
War-
at the
Wars in
kill
them about
feed
to
right
rotate
now.
into 80.
Team Destroy getting wiped off the map by the Twisted Minds. But I don't know if it matters.
Oh my
Enigma.
God.
Hisoka, Car 98 in hand. He is literally just shooting fish in a barrel right now, as he has entire
Does he have
vision of the
specialist
rest
right
of
now?
the zone. And look where the zone is pulling. It is all in the
Bro,
favor
you got
of Team
Aiden,
Falcons.
Z.
It is indeed. It
Oh my
moves
God, this is
on
gonna be
up towards
crazy.
Water Tower. So how does everyone else assess? There aren't many trios left.
You guys
in
see how
this. Heretics
Soka
have
pushed in
their
there? That was
three,
such a good
Falcons
rotation
and
to get
Twisted
that
Minds,
angle.
and just one player left from Team Abwiz. And Biffle is on 10 kills, already 22 for the Falcons as they continue to just run wild here at the Esports World Cup.
1.4x multiplier is in effect right now, folks. So this Falcons with the 22
This is
eliminations
Aiden against
feeling
Biffle.
good, but
That's
Twisted
so
Minds,
good.
they're not too far behind with the 19, but Soka is going to be the one.
That
He
C4
finds
was-
2. Biffle starts flying on out. It is a flurry of eliminations, but I
They
believe
all just got
Falcons
knocked by
are
one cluster?
potentially down. Can you go and turn them up?
They're all getting knocked by the
He's taking
same
on
cluster?
out. Right, you're the only one left alive.
Oh
And
my
Soka has been able to
God.
manage to stay up, makes their wrap back into chemistry. 2 members from Twisted Minds still are here. Knight does find Cam, brings them on
Soka
down.
has to win
Top 3
1v2
situation.
against, who is it, Z-Smith and Knight? No, wait, 2 are
Is
still
Soka
out?
still alive?
I don't see Soka
Backs
getting out
on
of
off,
this, bro.
Trying to use the Spaniards as bait for the Twisted Minds lineup.
How did they get up here?
And Methods and Dark are just going to get real close on top of this water tower and try and look on out over. Soka has to move because otherwise the gas will bring him down. Again, just trying to play his life. Has the 7, wants the next placing at least, and is begging the other 2 teams to engage each other.
Yeah, Hisoka just wants to hang her, but look at this. The Heretics,
he's
they're
cooked.
shooting down at Hisoka. That is going to give Twisted Minds all of the information they need. They know where Hisoka is. They know where Heretics are. They don't really have to do anything, but the zone is going to start shrinking. Hisoka trying to maybe loot some of these
he
extra
gonna
caches
use-
around here. Maybe you can
Is he-
find
he's looking for a stim.
loose gas mask. Has started trying to make his wrap out through generator. You're seeing some loose shots coming
bought
on
him?
in, but he hits the buy station
What?
to get the revive off, keeping the team alive. It's going to be Shifty. Heretics look to the sky. Maybe you can bring them on down, but that's 2 players going on
way.
down in. This is all on to Shifty right now. He has to 2v1 against Z-Spit and Knight. They know exactly where he is. They take it on down. Twisted Minds.
Dude,
are game
that's
one
Aiden spitting them, bro. Hey. Hey, come on, boys. They got like little
They
jerseys.
waited.
Look at them.
They assessed.
Wow.
They gained the information. They let everything else unfold.
That
Now
was a
in front of
crazy
them
ending.
And then activated at the right moment to clean up the Spaniards, to see things on through. But actually, The play from Hisoka to wrap into the gap.
Dude, that
get you
precision,
second place
I
for
don't
the
know if y'all
Falcons,
caught
and the
it. There was a
extra 0.3 on the
precision that came
multiplier
out.
of what was a game with over.
There was a precision that came out of that. I'm sure all of us noticed, right? But Soka in the middle of that probably missed it because it was chaos, right? Did you guys catch it? There was a precision that came out of that chest that I'm sure he was just making a play for the buy. He was like, F it, I just got to buy him. That could have actually changed it if he used a precision there. That would have been crazy. Good for Aiden and them, bro. That was a good win. That was a great game one, huh?
Net them a solid 50-point banger.
Wait, how many games we got
today.
total? Is it
I think
4?
when we talked about some of these squads, we questioned, could any of them hold a candle to Team Falcons? And while that was a great game from them, Twisted Minds have come to play.
They have indeed, and it comes back to their strategy of just liking to play
Oh,
out
there's
from that
8.
factory side. We saw so many teams trying to
Strap
drop
in,
through
ladies and
region,
gentlemen.
trying
That was
to use
game
it
1.
as a safety passage to get them on up through the map, and they were just cutting them. to
36
pieces.
from
And honestly, I think as well there's a play in there where
my
they get
actual
very
name.
unlucky. Where
ST, I don't know what that means, but you are the top dono. Can I get a round of applause, please, for STP in the chat? The
All
top
right, we're
dono
going
of
to
the
head
day.
to the stage with
Thank you,
Barney
bro.
as he interviews Twisted Minds.
Dude, that was one of the craziest.
Arena, we're on the main stage, and we've got our.
That mortar also at the end was one of the craziest mortars I've ever seen.
Congratulations, guys. Smith, I'll come to you first. Are we kind of starting to see the beginning of a bit of a hometown rivalry? We got Twisted Minds, we got Falcons. Like, what are you thinking?
I mean, it seems that way a little bit. I love it. I love the competition. I love the crowd going back. It's makes everything 10 times better out here.
It definitely does. It brings that energy, doesn't it, Aiden? Speaking of energy, you're the man that's full of beans all the time. How are you feeling right now? How did that game go? Talk us through those final moments.
I think the best way to, we're just playing confident, and I'm trying to just pretend I'm at home. We were all frying at the start of the game, and then these two
They were
just clutched
frying,
up,
bro.
man. Their chemistry was looking unmatched, so we're just going to keep doing our thing and having fun.
Yeah, you are. I'm going to make things even. I'm going to come with me. I'm going to come down to night. How's it going, man? Mr. Resurgence, how you feeling? Like, you know what? Speaking of how you guys are feeling,
Jay,
what
thank
were
you,
the
bro.
nerves like coming into today? Were there any? What was the preparation like? Talk us through that.
We were so excited to have a clean slate. Priority yesterday was qualifying. Today we knew, like, all right, everyone's at the same position, so let's just come out and play the game we know how to play.
You definitely did that. Congratulations on the first win of the day. Hopefully there'll be more of those to come. We can't wait to see it. And for now, we're going to go back to the studio to continue our first day of the finals.
Also,
There it
35.
is, the STC Arena.
I got a $35 top D from Hard that I missed. He goes, feels good to be top dono with 35. Usually it's 300. And then he instantly got out donoed, man. That's my bad, Hard. You were top D for a minute. I apologize.
Can't sleep on Twisted Minds. They got the fan base
We
behind
got part-time
them as
Timmy
well,
on
and the
Saturday
crowd
before
rivaling those
GT6.
of
Just
the
kidding. I'll pause
Falcons,
well,
and
man.
that
I'm good,
endgame
James. Thank you for
was
25, bro.
incredible from the side of Twisted Minds. They were struggling to find that high
That
ground
was
for the
a
whole time.
insane
they had
game one, bro.
SGP
Insane.
above them. Guild were fighting against them, heading into that final circle. They had Heretics above them the whole time. Falcons and a barrage. What the heck was happening there?
That Falcons play, man, they're going for gold, right? They're going for everything. That barrage comes down one of the streaks. It was either a mortar, I think it was
Yeah.
a mortar.
It was a
if I'm
mortar.
not mistaken, and it took down 2 of them.
Right. And I mean, 2 or 3, but somebody, you saw them taking the self-res, but Hisoka getting away. But credits to that, we had pointed out for Team Falcons, they switched up a little strategy, right? They were rotating towards the control side, which we even saw even Team Heretics in that landing. But in these final zone moments, this was absolutely insane for Hisoka to get this res off right here. And I mean, with Z-Smith too, having to fight Heretics from atop, they were set up off the break, but like they said, they fragged out early.
This was
they were
just
set
so
up,
free.
But the whole
Shifty had
entire
to do
time,
that. He had no
Twisted
choice.
Minds, they were sticking together.
But the fact that Hisoka gets his teammate back
Dude.
up in that moment.
I mean, how often do we see this? I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I know the casters were talking about it, right? He's trying to pick up some money. He's trying to bring his teammate back in.
Playing around
There
buy
is
station.
no universe
Right.
in which you actually expect him to sprint that deep into the gas to get to that buy station and bring his teammate back
one
in.
universe.
One universe.
Apparently so. Doctor Strange found the universe. That's the one we're in. Hisoka found him. He brought his teammate back in. And I'll tell you what, Falcons almost clutched that from the jaws of defeat, but they didn't make it happen.
And imagine if they did. But regardless, clutching or not.
Does that guy on the left kind of look like Z later? Am I tripping?
Second place because of that revive. They also get 22 plus eliminations around there anyways. Not official, of course, but I believe that's the
Bless
number
me.
that I heard. I think at one point Biffle was on like 10,
Right.
if I'm not
Thank you, bro.
mistaken.
I remember
So-
hearing 10.
Yeah, I heard 10 as well.
He single-handedly, because we were talking about that, we're like, whoa, Biffle's just roaming out here. Hisoka was
He looks
obviously
like
sniping
tall
in the
Z
distance,
later.
but he
Z's
cleared
like
out
5'6".
control. I think he destroyed
Yeah.
Navi.
Yep.
He ended up destroying Heretics. Like, everybody was cleared out.
Yeah, Go, Nick.
It's the whole thing from the two of, or from Falcons when we talked about it yesterday. Their whole pathing was from Stronghold in towards living quarters, maybe even trickling over towards the living quarters or headquarters a little bit in that whole fight. But this time they see the plethora of teams just fighting in there, and they move over towards where it's not as busy, and they just dominate the teams that are lingering.
And I do wonder whether that change in strategy somewhat is because they wanted to take Team Prodigy out of the play. Abwiz out of the play, right? Because we saw that massive fight from them between Falcons and Abwiz. They win that fight, despite the fact that Team Abwiz had the high ground.
Cloak's
in that
on
situation.
today, too, on a Saturday?
Look
at us,
Team
dude.
Abwiz were really
Saturday grind,
in the group stage, so taking them out is super important.
Yeah, we did see that
These
engagement
finals are about to be
between
crazy,
the first
bro.
and the
It's
second
about to be
place
an insane
teams
day.
from group play. Hisoka was marking and finding out where everyone was, but that engagement was key for them to win. But how clutch was it? We were like, whoa, Wiz, where did he come from? He stayed alive because both Prodigy and Wiz had to disengage after Hisoka had marked them.
But I don't know if you caught that, by the way, in the replay. Shooting bodies, right?
I did see that.
Just a couple, and you know what? That's Call of Duty. So they're giving the trash talk in, but they're backing it up, Seamus.
It's just the whole thing that yesterday, you know, Falcons were 100 points up over Wiz, and the fact that he's telling them, hey, it doesn't matter, we're still the #1 team over the #2 team. It's just the fact that Falcons just continue to dominate. And in this moment, Hisoka was an absolute
with the car,
25 from Harold.
Everything,
Harold is STP. It feels good. Oh, you're the same person. Oh, I got you. So you are the top dono.
Right here, the Hisoka,
thank you,
just
STP.
chipping away at Fnatic, making it so hard for them to stay alive.
And then you also had the double down, too, right after that with the barrage. And then all of a sudden, we're like, where is Hisoka going?
Dude,
well, now
the more airstrike at the end, I wish they got a highlight on that. Like, that was that was the game, literally.
But again, Twisted
I'm pretty sure Shifty, Soka, and Biffle all got knocked by it.
Started this game, and he was flying and frying. I knew Twisted Minds was in for a treat. When Aiden heats up Dream, they are
more.
unstoppable.
Thank you,
Take
Chance.
a look at our
Dom,
standings.
what's up, man? Appreciate the recurring members, bro.
Minds. I thought Falcons would still be in first, but it seems like Twisted Minds have it. I'm ready to get game 2 started. Casters, are you? Absolutely.
Anyone smell an upset, ladies and gentlemen?
An electric game #1 here, Enigma. When I look at that leaderboard, something kind of popped off the page to me. We have 2 teams at the top, 50 points for Twisted Minds, and I think I was looking at like 41-ish for the Falcons. Next team has like 20-something, my guy.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a case of can anyone keep up with the Falcons, because the problem is if they don't win, they still set a ridiculous
who do we
pace,
want
and
to
it
see
turns out
win,
Twisted
bro?
Minds can do exactly that here in
Listen,
map 1.
I know
Still
a lot
long way to go
of
yet, but
the
there is
guys
that
in this
gap you're
tournament,
talking
you
about.
know,
If
so-
you're looking at that as the rest of these players, the rest of these teams on this very stage, you are
I mean,
a
I
little
played.
bit worried that you've got to pick up
You
the
know, I
pace.
will say this.
Yeah, I mean,
I will tell you guys this, man. In a Verdansk tournament, I sniped Aiden. So therefore, if Aiden wins this, I'm better than Aiden, and so therefore, I win the $1 million Esports World Cup Finals. So I'm gonna go with Aiden, I think. But listen, you know, I play with Destroy a lot. I mean, obviously, you know, we know Noobs, Almond, all them.
I know Aiden and Z-Smith especially.
There's a lot of people that I know in this tournament, so I can't really pick one.
In solos with Z-Smith, who everybody else has 4 or 5
I
kills
did.
on that. We go
I sniped Aiden in a Verdansk tournament. I did. I literally knocked him. Get smoked.
And to be honest, again, was very unlucky not to find
Game
himself
2!
still up in
Game
the
2!
end game there. However, none of that matters.
first one was crazy, bro.
Into map 2. The teams fly on in again, and of course it is busy straight away off the start as Daga finds Destroy. Teams that contested living quarters last time will go yet again. We will assess how these things move around as the day moves about. However, right now,
did D solo land on
you're
that?
definitely coming back for revenge here in map 2.
Living quarters being hot is just so interesting to me. You got Heretics here, you got Team Zix nearby as well. Destroy is here. So a couple of 3 teams just kind of looking around, but very quickly you could have one of these other teams like Falcons or Twisted Minds just collapse on you. The third party is a very real threat right now.
It is, indeed. You start to put yourself in a difficult spot, and honestly, I'm trying to think back. Is living quarters often hotly contested? I don't often feel so unless you begin to become worried about a team from Stronghold. And right now, the on-squad out there is going to be Falcons.
Wow, good read.
Absolutely. Reed Zix has more confidence.
He almost just team-wiped him by himself. Oh my
down the
gosh.
Spaniard, and that will be the saving graces there for Team Zix, because that looks like a very worrying situation. If he falls there, they're completely out of this.
Yeah, really solid timing there from Hamoud to kind of fly on in. It was almost becomes a 1v3 from Cams by themselves. And if you would be Team 6 going out in fashion like that,
we got a 50 on top D from Viper. Hey, Tim, from memory, was the last time there was an all-mouse and key tournament? Maybe we should have one.
A rough game number 1 for them. They need to kind of make something happen, but look who is nearby to them as well. It's fellow EU folks. It is, of course, Team Abbott.
Hey, can I get a W on time for Armored Viper? New top donor of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Continuing to be a thorn in that Vitality side, but what they often like to do is then play out through towards Dock, and we'll find Team Destroy en route. However, Stuo doesn't want to just let things slide and fires off some bullets. Moving on towards Guild, we know that they like to contest this prison. We know that they often end up in a fight with Team Izund. It's often back and forth, but right now it looks like the guys from Britain are coming out on top.
Yeah, we saw that Team Izund was our first team eliminated in map number 1.
Chat, who is in this tournament still that's mouse and key? Anyone?
Around prison like this, holding a couple different of the levels.
I would say most everyone's controller, probably.
They are finding those eliminations. Back on the other side of the map, though, we have SGP Syndicate, who maybe might be taking this fight. Doggy flies around the corner. Patsuka will be able to find him. Stuo with the assist as well from up top. Will get taken on out as they fly on through. Believe is taken on down. We're starting to see some of these breacher drones maybe creating some space. Hopefully some self-revives go off. You can get the teammates back on up.
I don't think Husk is in it. Is Breadman in it still? I don't think Breadman is either. We're starting to see
Na'Vi go against Team Destroy.
Those are the two that I can think of.
Coming out of Vitality, the kind of plays that we expect. Stuo provides the coverage for Patsuka and Enxin to get aggressive, and it does enough to keep them in this one. Let's look on over then towards our map 1 winners.
For Call of Duty, man,
here playing out
it's so hard to compete.
They are going to have company from the Spaniards, who have looked bad at the start of this, but Z-Smith is going to make things difficult for them as he pulls the dagger down into the ground.
I need this spectator POV for my spectator videos. Thoughts, chat?
Oh, but Falcons on the other side of the map, starting to see Zizix and Hamoud taken on out, bringing them on down. The Falcons getting aggressive over on that side of the map. You have Omit, maybe a little of a lackluster game number 1, trying to be able to kick-start the car here in game number 2. Strongholds looking a little bit of alive here, as we do see Team Destroy, we're getting put in a little bit of a blender early on. Looks like Stronghold has been their POI to try and regain on, but I don't know if that's the best decision, Enigma, when Falcons are waiting nearby.
I mean, if I'm VOD reviewing my tournament and I'm thinking of Stronghold as a landing place to recover against the Falcons, I've got a couple of questions about your decision-making. But anyway, moving on over towards our Puerto Ricans, the surprise squad for me, who managed to get on through this Omit lineup, but they will not have been surprised in their own performances.
So well done, bro. Hats off to him.
Try and contest around this factory region, which will be quite busy, by the way. You've got Twisted Minds here, you've got the new Icons here, and a couple of players from the Heretics still lingering around.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. This factory can kind of become this area that you can find a lot of teams trying to sit on, and it feels like Twisted Minds is really finding a lot of success moving back and forth from that POI. SGP Syndicate, though, we do see Donkey get taken on out, barely staying alive, and just at the last moment, Believe we'll be able to stick the res, but you have to do it quickly because Oki is nearby, looking to get a little bit of an aggressive take here, but it looks like a smoke will give them the space they need to wrap back on out. But on the outside, AB Wiz, they were trying to get active in that fight, but it seems like somebody is starting to bring it to them. Well, it's none other than Fnatic. You got Skullface down below. UAV will get popped by Oki. Drops the PA on the roof, maybe to catch another player, but none of the members of Fnatic are up there. You just have Skullface down in the showers.
That might have been a bunker buster that comes on down, by the way, and it's going to be causing some grief for Fnatic because not only do you get the initial impact, but you get this gas as well that lingers around and causes all of the aerial denial. The thing is as well, with no friendly fire, apologies, coming into that, you can then push into it yourself. I'm surprised by the lack of aggression there out of Team Abwiz. I expected them to fly at that, but they're just going to let Fnatic escape for now, and Fnatic will only run into more trouble as he tries to put plates in and has company, and he's going to turn. And he's going to try and burn, and he finds one, but he gets landed on as well. And there are multiple players here as Noobs tries to spring on over the top. Kingage is trying to provide the support, but he takes bullets in the back as well. Got to be careful because Wars is in a gunfight and Vision's out of here.
Dude, he got
Skullface making the great escape, and Noobs coming down from the heavens to
literally
assist,
saved that.
keeping their tournament life alive. That is the type of plays I love seeing from Fnatic. They are so quick to just, when maybe things don't go their way,
Skull's movement and his finesse is insane, bro.
It's so good. I think that's a perfect example of that. Skullface did such a good job of staying alive from these literally 2 or 3 different fights from different teams.
Dude, look at that.
He's able to play their life. Not only play their life, find an elimination as well, and then create space for their squad.
I can't get over how well done that stage is, man. It's insane.
Indeed, but well, Levi just decides to punch on through Prison and find King AJ napping in a corner, apparently. Na'Vi looking to take control of the central landmark in the map. It looks like Dawn's actually going to pull slightly off towards the west side, so maybe we're talking somewhere like a headquarters for the end of this, but Biffle will not lose that gunfight because, of course, he doesn't lose his ones. Cleans up, finds his fourth.
He was about to, bro.
He almost did. Off in the back there. Heretics in a spiral, and a squad that are definitely not the Twisted Minds. All 3 players on board, and they have company in the new icons.
Yeah, currently sitting on 7. The Twisted Minds are off to a hot start here. You can see potentially could find these new icons. Aiden making the play up above, trying to get a little bit aggressive. Semtex go through the window. That could be a beautifully placed grenade. It is, brings them on down. Knight's there to help with the cleanup as they look to fly on forward, find the rest of the squad. Lukinos a little bit on the up. They got to be able to hear that, though. A little bit of a stair glitch coming in from Aiden as he tries to take the fight. Z-Smith's going to be the one to fly on forward. And it's inside. Knight finds Lukinos.
Aiden does so well there to play his life, by the way, because if he gets dragged on down early, perhaps overchalling and then giving up one of his lives, then you end up in a situation where you're trying to recover. We know how busy this area can be, but instead he stays up, allows his teammates to push, they clear out the new icons, they continue to move. And Fnatic now on our screen, and we've spoken so much about how improved they look from the World Series.
Aiden's team's at 57 right now
and
overall,
just continuing to step on up here at the Esports World Cup. They have control center control. They also have a player over in headquarters, and Noobs is going to be trailing his way over there.
Currently tied, leading eliminations in the leaderboard with Twisted Minds and Falcons in this game. Baby. So this is a hot start if you are Fnatic. I know that they really wanted to come into this tournament, prove everyone wrong from their past performances. Map 2 could be where it starts to come on up. But meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Living Quarters, Biffle doing what Biffle does, and that is just absolutely slam you, buddy.
Absolutely world-starring, and Shifty wants all the smoke as well as he finds Tenix. By the way, talking about the kind of pace that these boys are putting on up, they have not slowed down. They still have Soka, by the way, sat in Stronghold, still playing that anchor. But Shifty and Biffle continuing to just roam around the map and tear everything to pieces. They want Factory next. There's going to be a couple Twisted Minds players in the vicinity.
Insane.
And then some Omit players as well. But Fnatic are cleaning out the prison. And they find 2 players. A Guardian will slow them down momentarily.
Him, trying to get him out.
On the hunt, and that will be Guild out of here. They are cleaned out, and that will be Fnatic taking control of our central landmark.
Well, Guild, you might have been able to hold Prison at the start of the game, but it's Fnatic's playground now as they take down Guild at the top.
Dude, he doesn't know.
Still have Team Zizix not too far away, so they can potentially find some even more eliminations.
Biffle was about to find Aiden right there.
Towards that factory where we see Twisted Minds starting to hang on out. Biffle, just yet again, living in his living quarters, making the POI have a namesake as he is just camping on out, finding the eliminations left and right. One thing I want to note here, Enigma, Shifty with 2,600 damage, and we're only through basically half of the game.
Well, one of the things as well, they're not just taking control of the living quarters, they're also living in the minds of these Omit players because they just keep farming them. Every time they try and come out of the sky and look for some sort of reprieve, some sort of safety, the Falcons say, not today, and clean them on up. And we will move into the Singapore Syndicate quiet thus far. Really saw a lot of plays out of Dongi through group stages. Yep. Your man on your screen right now, he was their star performer. He was their X Factor. Usually let off on a leash while the other 2 play anchor. But as respawn ends, as resurgence is disabled, you got to be careful, and I actually agree with this decision to group up together and push things as a trio.
It's a good rotation.
Makes me a little bit worried, though, because I'm looking at how many kills they have, and it's look, they're sitting on 8, which maybe might feel good until you look at the rest of the leaderboard, and we have 4 teams that are across the double-digit threshold. So you have 3 alive, your whole team is here, but you really have to try and put yourself in a power position, and I don't know if the power position is flying at the Falcons over here at the living quarters. Okay. Thankfully, a little bit of a trade comes on through. Dongi is able to fly on in and finds Shifty, so that is one member of the Falcons taken on down. But they need to keep this aggression going because, look, they don't be able to find the rest of the team, and already, very quickly, already back on the mix, Shifty is. Yeah,
the Falcons have been having such a good game that the resurgence time is so low, and even if you were struggling at all, you've got that buy station nearby in living quarters, so you just use the cash to bring your boy back on in. By the way, Fnatic here going to be contested by Vitality. Also likely have more company soon to arrive from Prison. This is the central area of this current zone. It's not a bad position to be in. And Almond and Go, we know how good they've been throughout this tournament at taking a hold.
They're in a great spot to win right now. Fnatic is.
Noobs trying to provide coverage, trying to provide some information.
Where's Skulls? Skulls with Noobs.
Hang on out here, Fnatic. Currently sitting on 14 eliminations, only 1 behind the Falcons.
I don't know if they know Almond's above them.
On the players fighting around headquarters, because as we look towards the circle, all of these teams are going to have to push on out, down. basically into this edge of living quarters. You got one single buy station in the zone, so we could start seeing some hero plays of people trying to get their teammates back on in, similar to like what we saw in map number 1. But Fnatic, they're doing a great job of just gatekeeping this side of zone. These players coming outside of headquarters as Noobs is just laying down the damage with this Holger 26. Almond, you might be able to kind of fly on up and maybe find the final member of Vitality.
Yeah, that setup there, just Noobs looking to provide that coverage, saves Almond essentially
he's got
from
that
being
buy
pushed
station
off
up there. That's such a good spot
which
to be
will
in.
provide you
I gotta go, though.
potentially a bit of
Zone's
safety into the next zone. I don't know if there's safety when Falcons exist within there. Skullface will actually find Zix, and look at those buys going off in the background, and as we get a look on out over things, it's going to be Team Zix pushing up against the Team Falcons. And we know that Almond was split off, so he's decided to regroup with his two teammates to try and play this on out together. They got to try and make a rotation at some point, and Mood just about survives by the skin of his teeth, and he's going to have to play on through this building. Fnatic all around him, a member of Vitality not very far away. The plates will go in, he has a second to breathe, and then he's got to fly.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot to try and
what
play.
Is it, the PDS, the gas thing?
Fnatic doing a great job of kind of playing this edge of gas. They don't really need to get hyper aggressive. The smokes come on out. That will give them the wrap to push on in.
Dude,
Dongi nearby alongside.
This is about to be an insane rotation. Watch the clusters. Watch the clusters.
Down. Maybe you found one. A little bit of a standoff between these two teams across the building. The remaining teams, as you can look at the mini-map here, everybody trying to vie for some sort of building, including Fnatic, who are just hanging out in headquarters right now. And that might be the play of them, because as the zone starts pulling back towards the north, they might be able just to look on down and find a lot of elimination.
Yeah, the zone pull benefits Fnatic massively. We do have the Falcons trying to rotate, but just what you have here is Fnatic hoping to stay alive. Maybe some PDSs come on out, burn through those gases, use the stim, stay alive, give yourself the best positioning, and look at our Falcons trying to claim it as they move on up with the smoke coverage.
Falcons looking to rotate early. Omit not too far behind, though, but you do have SGP Syndicate kind of playing from behind. So if you're not careful, you could start getting shot in your back as everybody is trying to vie for this headquarters. Falcons flying up through. Sosa flies on in, finds all three members of Fnatic, says a little bit of a hello. Shifty with the pre-fire is not going to be able to find them as they are below. Hisoka fully eliminated. We know that this team likes to make gas plays, though. Will they be able to go back on in, find another buy to get their teammate in the mix? But Fnatic doing a great job with their positioning. Looks like Dongi has been able to make their way to the roof. Just kind of sitting there looking down below. He sees Omit, but no shots taken.
Biffle will take bullets, though. He has 9, hoping for 10, but he's going to have to play his life. And actually, Biffle and Shifty here are somehow finding a way onto towards the rooftop. Omit have found themselves on the low ground. Shifty's taken the top here. Dongi's cleaned on out, and we find Elolam picking up Skullface elsewhere. And this is down to our top 4 teams. And although Fnatic did have all their players, they suddenly are struggling. Noobs falls. Almond manages to trade it on out. Almond trying to provide a little bit of coverage. Doesn't realize that J6 just around the corner, and that will finally be a Omit wiped from the board here. But Biffle and Shifty are somehow in the best position in this
God, bro.
What is that thermite? What is that throw? Top 3, here we go, baby.
Listen, I know Biffle might not look like the most muscular person, but he's got an arm on him. Fnatic, they opt to go to the low ground, maybe can catch the Falcons, trying to push on out as the zone is coming to the final moments. Look at your mini-map, though. Our third player, it's a member from SGP Syndicate who's just in the gas on the low, maybe just trying to hope that the rest of the lobby does go on down. Noob's going to opt to try and stay in the gas for as long as possible. Falcons on the roof, trying to shoot from below. This is a little bit tough if you are Fnatic. Skullface tries to make the play up through the ladder. He gets taken out. That's a full. Comes down to a 2v2. Almond is down. Noobs is pushing up the ladder. Can he manage to get up here? He cannot. It's going to be Biffle who's able to bring them on down. But Biffle and Shifty, they're both down. We still have one more player up, and it's going to be a member from Fnatic. It's going to come down to a heel off. Can Biffle stay alive? Who's it going to be? What is going on? What's going on?
Dude, I think
Falcons do it!
Oh my God!
What? It comes down to who lives out in the gas the longer, and of course, the Falcons, undeniable, second place in the first game, but clean it up here in the most unconventional manner I think I have ever seen a Warzone game be finished. And not just that, Dandro, 23 kills, a 46-point banger for the side that are looking to claim a Dynasty title.
They had 25 in game 1 with a second place. They say that's not good enough. They answer back in map number 2 with 23 eliminations and the dub, a 46-point game. I got to imagine that Fnatic was not too far away behind them, though, as they, I believe, had 22 eliminations with that 1.7. So the thing to note from me here, Enigma, is that, great, we have a couple other teams that seems like they're able to contest with the Falcons, but you end map number 1 and second with double-digit eliminations, over 20. You take map number 2 with over 20. We need the same teams doing the same thing as Falcons. We cannot have all of these separate teams starting to match their pace, because this is how we start to see leads form.
No, absolutely. This is where you see the Falcons historically, traditionally, build those gaps. It's in their consistency. You know, you get Twisted Minds winning in map 1. Where were they in map 2? I mean, they're just not going to be able to pick up anywhere near the same amount of points. That lead's been completely eviscerated. Fnatic go big in map 2.
For the win.
They were just kind of like in there when it comes to map 1.
But I don't know who the last person was not involved with that. There was someone healing on the edge there. I thought he was just looting all the stims on his teammates' bodies.
Come on back, and it's not all about the slays for that team. It's about the brains as well, showing that when you get into these unconventional scenarios, like you said, maybe one of the most awkward sort of end games we've ever seen in competitive Warzone, they're still able to clutch it on up. So friends, we are through our first 2 games here of grand finals of the Esports World Cup, Call of Duty Warzone. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be hopping in to drop number 3.
Bro, Aiden, I really think it's going to come down to Aiden versus Biffle, basically. I don't know, though. Fnatic, like, noobs in them, they just had a really good run, too. Wow. Wow. Hey, keep in mind, chat, this is for $1 million, dude. $1 million? Come on! All right, I'll be right back. I'm getting more coffee. Quick break.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back, but goddamn, what an end to it. I'm joined here by Hisoka from Falcons. We were counting our breaths, and so were you and the entire team sitting through it. What happened there?
You know, we were just in the moment. We hit flow state. The comms were there, and these boys iced up, man, and I'm proud of my teammates.
I mean, at some point you ran into the entire opposite team just in front of you on the second floor. What happened in that moment of complication?
I tried to clear a second. I thought they were on the roof. I scammed, but our team takes accountability. That one's on me, but these boys saved my scam, and they clutched up, so
how are the calls like to know, okay, now we need to take high ground, now we have the opportunity for it?
Yeah, so while I'm dead, I just try to help them out, still try to be part of the game even though I'm dead. And as their IGL, I think me seeing both their pubs, it's easier to help them out.
And now here, obviously, you got the crowd, the Falcons fans right in front of you. Is that something that pumps you up in the game?
Fuck yeah, we're the home team here. We feel the energy, we feed off the passion, baby. Back at home, come on now, we're here, baby.
All right, not too bad. Number 2 in the first game, number 1 in the second. You got 6 more to go. What are we looking at here?
Pure domination. We're going to outscore everybody by plus 100, baby. Mark my words.
How late
you
was
heard
I?
it right here. Hisoka and Falcons
Was I late?
victorious. What an end to match number 2. We'll give it back to our studio.
Wow, what an ending to that game. Game number 2 did not disappoint. Game number 1 was already incredible, but the big narrative is from game 1 to 2, the Falcons are looking strong from second to first. Talk to me about that end game and some of the great plays.
Look, game 1 might have escaped them. Hisoka almost made it happen. Game number 2 did not. We talk about that massive heel off that happened right towards the end of the game. You're thinking, who's going to win this one? Is it going to be Armin? Is it going to be Biffle? Which of those players is going to come out on top? And I think Biffle had I want to say 5% of his HP
based on,
it was
really quick, based on what we've seen so far, who do you think's winning? Okay, we saw Aiden win game 1, right? Twisted Minds. We saw the Falcons, that's Biffle, win game 2. I gotta say, the way Noobs, Skull, and all them were playing that was really good that last game for Fnatic. Obviously Falcons, they look like they're in the best position to win, but I don't know, man. If Aiden and them can keep kind of cooking, they might be able to.
Drop number 1, we didn't really see them. We were kind of
Sim, they're just lucky you're not playing. Yo, bro, that's
seemed
real.
like they're that 4th team that
Get a
plays,
W
right?
chat for that
One
shot.
of those teams that was kind of playing Disruptor that we saw
Falcons
hanging
first,
outside of
Aiden
that
second,
window
Fnatic
was
3.
Elo
Yeah, I mean,
Lock and
those are the
JTech
top
alive in those
3. I think
final
one of those 3 are
moments.
going to win.
Kind of like Disruption, right? We think of Fnatic, Guild, right? Guild was really one to dominate top prison, but forcing Fnatic off, switching their strategies. We saw them in those endgame.
What about
moments.
Destroy with the
we
epic
did,
comeback?
and I think Omid creating that disruption onto Fnatic is a real reason why Falcons really come away with that win, because Fnatic were dominating from building to building, just forcing Falcons into a bad spot. Falcons had to make that quick decision to go up, but it leaves Fnatic in a spot where they don't really know where to go. They're stuck on the second floor. They can't go to the first floor. They can't go towards the roof, and Omid do a good job
How
at
crazy is
keeping
it to
them
think
in that
that
building and that kind of.
By the way, with the Esports World Cup, right? It's 60 million across all the games, man. Isn't that crazy to think about? We're sitting here, we're watching competitive gaming. 2024. Who would have thought that this would have turned into what we have this day and age? You know what I'm saying? Now you got $60 million. It's across all the games, man, right? 8-week tournament. It's pretty crazy to think about, truly.
Ladder, and I think he forgot to shoot his gun because I'm like, just shoot your gunman. You got to play her down. Maybe he connects on the second. I still don't think he cleans up the last Falcons member, but still, those are plays that are just magical to see whenever they're happening live. And overall, Falcons looking great. Twisted Minds, I was like, oh, they're a little bit more quiet than they were in game number 1. They do secure a top 7 around there, but not as dominant as game 1. Did they have to change up their playstyle? Are they being challenged, I believe, by the Falcons, if I'm not mistaken?
Right, yeah. We saw this massive change of playstyle that Ellen was talking about already, right? I mean, the fact of the matter is Falcons back in game number 1, I think we were kind of theorizing. They were pushing towards that left side, towards control. For Abwiz this time around, they pushed for Twisted Mind. Didn't have to go all the way, though.
Didn't
25 from Dom. Tips for the win. Tim getting PTSD our game against each other in TP Ashika Island. Craziest end game. I do remember that, Dom.
We are going to keep it rolling.
I appreciate 25,
indeed,
bro.
my friend. Oh, my gosh. Let's take a little bit of a look at the standings, Enigma, for where we are currently sitting, because I got to imagine after that game, it's looking a little bit closer. And by closer, I mean one team has a 22-point lead.
Oh, my God.
Oh, what are you seeing here, my man?
I mean, of course, I'm seeing the Falcons run away with things.
Falcons
but let's get
win.
away from that conversation
Thank you,
for
bro.
just a moment, because we knew that wasn't going to be a surprise there. Twisted
Tim might
Mind
give you
sitting
all
in
the prize
second,
money.
Fnatic
Thanks,
in
bro.
third. They're the two other teams that are trying to contest the Falcons in the end stages of games. And just to remind you guys that, yes, first place breaks home $200,000, but second will do 150K, third takes home 100K as well. So it's a lot of bread if you are still contesting the big dogs and the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, 50K per player, even if you're coming in second. I mean, I know we're all about the first place, but that is nothing to look at. I do want to kind of focus a little bit, though, because, you know, we said the Falcons are on top, and I want to take just a hot moment as we drop in to game number three.
Come on
but maybe
now.
why that is, because Milos brought up a great point in that interview that, you know, says, Hisoka, how are you guys able to make those comments? That is a classic Hisoka trait that really, all the way back in Caldera, that he's brought
Dom, thank you again for the 25, brother.
When he's dead,
dude,
that
there's
guy does
already
not show
3
up.
people
He's
knocked.
continuously
That's me.
calming.
Hey,
He
guys.
is helping his team to maneuver on through, and in a weird end game like that, you got to imagine it was helpful.
Oh, yeah, 100%. The fact that he says that he scams, by the way, and that the Falcons still come out on top is just ridiculous at this point. But oh my lord, look at this. It's Team Destroy trying full send Team Zix. Zix gets damage on absolutely everybody, and then his 2 teammates help with the trade out. And who's going to actually fall here? Because Raul goes massive and pulls down 2 of the Team Zix players. A huge trade that keeps the Team Destroy in it
was
and leaves
gone
Team
there,
Zix
bro. I can't
absolutely
lie.
scrambling.
That's a team wipe. Destroy got him.
Off of the first drop out of the plane, we're getting mixed-y. We're seeing contest.
That's actually
game
cracked.
number 3.
Destroy's not.
Team
Dude,
6,
they're
I believe,
on right
is
now.
fully eliminated.
They are indeed. I mean, I'll be honest, I thought Team Zix had Team Destroy there. I thought that they pushed a little bit too aggressively. Nate Dogg in particular gets caught, gets damaged. Zix picks up quite a bit of damage himself, but then the fact that that's all traded out by Raul just puts Team Zix in the blender, and they are out of here, ladies and gentlemen, in map 3. We move on over Chemical Engineering, our next spot, as we've got the new Icons looking to contest the Singapore Syndicate.
Dude, the strategy that Biffle and them have is so interesting. Hisoka just sits here and snipes.
They spot Miami
Biffle
over
and
at
Shifty
this
just go
area.
fight.
Some very
and he just
solid
keeps them
shots.
up with the
Over
respawn
in the
timer.
prison, though, it's Guild. We saw them kind of hold down this area until Fnatic usurped the throne, looking to continue that, but I don't know, you got Izun not too far away. Rodrigo finds 2 and the confirmation, being able to fly on in, but it looks like maybe for now, Guild is still alive. Actually, no, I'm mistaken. Guild has been eliminated.
I'm not sure what goes in there, but it is a complete breakdown. The 2 players from Guild that we get to see on our screens get dropped. AJ's in the back. He's trying to just stay alive, even though he's on the deck, and the timer eventually ticks on through. Guild Esports out of here. 2 teams already. We spoke about this in the earlier maps. The pace at which we are moving in these finals is absolutely unprecedented, seeing these sides be ruthless across the board.
Man, we saw some contests in those first 2 games, but I feel like it took game number 3. People are winning these contests now.
Yeah.
We're seeing them completely wipe teams, not
Destroy
just put
just got
2 of them
wiped.
into the dirt. As we see yet again, Squad 8, that's Team Destroy. They started off hot. They were feeling good. They are also eliminated out of the map. Blink of an eye here to start map number 3, and we are already losing teams left and right. The Falcons have moved on up from Stronghold to that living quarters. We know they like to stay here. Fnatic on the other side at Factory, and a little bit of a tussle.
They are indeed. It's against the Twisted Mind, second against third, fighting for control here over this Factory landmark, and just trying to anti-air gun Smith out of the sky. He will get himself down, and Aiden's actually going to provide coverage over the back, because I was worried for a second there. Noobs managed to land some shots. Aiden actually finds Skullface and Noobs as well. So Omen trying to just play his anchor, but also trying to clean on up. And this is exactly why, ladies and gentlemen, your anchor role is so important. We've already seen 3 squads wiped off the map. And it's just because of Omen sitting off there towards the tower, over by headquarters, that Fnatic stay in this one.
And you even see it in those player cams. Skullface gets ripped. Aiden just is able to line it on up with that Holger and just rips the bullets on through. He's a little bit in disbelief that happens. And Almond, is left alone up here. You have to wait for the 2 players to get back on in. Thankfully, Resurgence very much still active as we're in zone 1.
And
but
their
still,
loadies
a
right
little
there.
bit of regain for 2/3 of Fnatic.
Oh, and Ullman, though, hits a beauty. Skullface will trade that out. Essentially a 3-2-1 if you've ever seen one. Can you get the elbow? Yes, you can. Limax out of here. Feels like Na'Vi have been in a bit of a blender every single time we see them. And Ullman proving his worth up on the top. And Twisted Mind's continuing to move. Aiden finds his
Aiden's kind of cooking, bro.
Actually takes a bit of damage, so he's just going to have to take a moment here. But Go Knight looking to get aggressive in Factory.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the kills across the board, Twisted Mind currently sitting on 6, Fnatic on 7, so maybe even it's been aggro, you're going down. You're still finding those early eliminations, and I know that's what they love to have. Still over here at Industry, though, it is AB Wiz. They are known for holding down this area, and so far, it's looking maybe like they're able to stay alive, but you got a team underneath you in the Icons. that are trying to maybe
The
create
SV?
some space.
Interesting.
A little bit of a moment right now if you are
It's the first SV I saw. Everything else was the
The
holder.
thing is, the Icons have decided to hold Bio because Stuo's up there by himself. Vitality continue to be in just a complete blender, and Icons actually don't want to leave this to chance. Icons want to get very aggressive. They find Stuo, they remove him from the board, and as Vitality members try and come back on in, landing around Industry, they are in a shambles right now, trying to find their way into this finals. But new Icons, another squad that continues to
someone running
impress.
double
By the way,
pistols
kill feed. I'm
on
seeing
Icons?
Falcons
Am I
picking
seeing
up
that
kills
right?
on Fnatic.
Wow, that is what we like to see. Maybe a little bit of a revenge there from that last game coming online. We lose another squad into the mix of that, though. Vitality taken on out. So, man, I can't believe it. We're already here into the top 10, Enigma, and it is looking
pistols does he have?
spicy to kick us on out. We are looking for number 8. That's the next place we would like to get to. That is our 1.2 multiplier. That's where finally some of your eliminations start to kind of mean a little bit more.
Yeah, it's where it becomes everything a bit more valuable. Intex looking to push on through Chem here. You will have the new Icons underneath him, and those loadouts might well be baited out if he so wishes. And Skullface, by the way, in the kill feed, picking up Hisoka. Believe here fighting with Trevs. Believe loses that. Donkey and Intex trying to look on out over this. And although you do have a moment of reprieve, a moment to reset, you're trying to bring your teammate back on in. You're worried about potentially getting pushed by the new Icons. And honestly, I think you fly, you find yourself a new position to base yourself from.
Yeah,
It was
I
the
think
Stinger
it's that
Akimbo, was
ability
it?
to read that we need to quickly get away from.
I'm
here.
surprised
We need
someone's
to
using those in the
rotate
tournament.
out. That is leading to some of these team success. So I like when we have a team like the new Icons. They're coming here together. They make that type of read. Now let's take a look at an event that we had happen on earlier in the map because it was really, really intense. As we see Hard Trevs finding Intex, we see Believe get taken up by another. Yeah, here's this replay that we're going to talk about. Yeah, that was Guild down in the showers trying to fly on through to find
how did they lose
Vitality.
that, though?
A really crucial moment in the game.
They somehow lost that.
Seeing exactly
Forced
why
it.
Vitality are struggling. Guild doing a better job of holding on to the prison, something that they've struggled with in earlier rounds. We saw them go out very early last map, in fact. So it's a better start from them. And, well, they need to pop off, quite frankly, because we're seeing 3 teams in particular run away with this one. You don't want to be chasing the pack too
Aiden
long.
and them are in a
You
really
don't
good spot right now.
A situation where you're under
Although
a lot of
sitting
pressure
on
to
this
pick up
roof
the
is
pace.
tough.
Knight takes a sniper bullet from
I've learned
somewhere.
that
Gotta shoot
just
his
playing
phone.
here
He's
at
still
Booyah.
sat in his tower away in headquarters.
This has to be one of your best spectating videos. Thanks, guys.
To breathe, and that's nice for once, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we've been nonstop action. I spoke way too soon. Biffle lurking down in the bottom of Factory, but you got 2 members of Twisted Minds who fly on through, take the 2v1, make it a nice, clean elimination. A-okay, though. We still have Resurgence up for just a moment here. Biffle will be able to get back on in. Falcons, you know, we haven't seen a lot of them this map, but as I say that, they have 6 eliminations, so it's not too bad. You know, it's not like they're having a stinker map. They definitely are trying to set themselves up for that end game.
That's exactly what they do. We'll come back to that in just a moment because JTech here has company in the name of Team Eisund, and he's just trying to stay alive. Has done a fantastic job, actually, and will potentially have some support here. JTech looking to look on over this. Eisund, they'll both crack each other, and JTech, the fact that he stays alive and makes that play is huge because it will give them control of Harbor, and they also have a massive region here to loot on out, set themselves for the coming end game because the next team
Thank you for the new member, dude. Brian, Venti, and Cass. Thank you for the recurring members as well.
One kind of little low-key thing to note about that fight, you're able to win that. You saw that other
I think
player
Booyah
from
could hold
Omit
his own in
flying
this.
back
Oh,
on
yeah,
in.
for sure.
We kind of talk about the regains sometimes when that has to happen.
surprised
Taking
that-
down a player and then being able to immediately grab their loot to
Honestly,
get
I'm surprised
that
Swag
third teammate
Booyah and them
right
didn't
back
try to
into the game.
I
to
don't
let
know
you
if they
keep moving around the map is so crucial. Especially
this
when
might
you
have been
teams
invite. I'm
like
not 100%
Twisted
sure.
Minds who are looking to start getting aggressive. Aiden opens the door.
Lounge, check for 34
looking
miles,
through that.
bro.
Knight playing on the outside. Good armor break. Will be able to bring down Tenix and has the opportunity to drop down behind the staircase, provide him some cover. Aiden is there. We'll drop the smokes that way they can go on down. Maybe decide, do we want to push this or are we just going to kind of continue to hold this red roof building?
I mean, we spoke a little bit before the show, Dandro, about Omit talking about how they feel confident about the game plan. I love the decision-making after that. They lose their player, they back on off towards the Harbor side, making themselves safe, giving themselves an opportunity to reset before Twisted Minds come again.
Wow, that bunker buster was
every time we
massive.
see them are in trouble.
That
With Levi
bunker
and
buster
Limax,
just
they're
got 2 people
superstars
knocked.
through this tournament thus
Did they catch
far.
that?
They're getting squeezed by the
That was
Falcons,
insane.
And
Was
just
that
as
Biffle?
Levi and Limax get themselves
Oh
back
my
up,
God, that
Biffle
was
and
insane.
Soka clean
They're gonna
things
try to
out.
push
And
in and
then,
wipe
yes,
them.
It feels like it's been like a not big pop-off performance thus far in this map from the Falcons. They're on 9 kills, Dandro. They're just behind our leaders.
Yeah, they are one elimination behind Fnatic and Twisted Mind, who are currently at 10 and 11 respectively. I thought we were about to see some really solid team fight there between Na'Vi and the Falcons, and the Falcons just come on through and, well, absolutely slam Na'Vi.
Slam them straight out of map 3. We will see you in 4, gentlemen, as we continue our reign of terror. Stronghold isn't available to them anymore, so they've decided they want control center. And you can hear
it was
the
top 20
fans
for
in the
World Series
SGC arena
Warzone.
getting behind their boys, and I believe that we are going to get to watch a little replay here of Biffle going absolutely massive in control.
Yeah, Biffle's been a real key player today, and yeah, you can see that Levi was trying to go for the self. He's able to pop it off, but just Biffle is there.
You got a $100 top no-no from Ruben, ladies and gentlemen. Even Ruben's here on a Saturday.
No opportunity for Na'Vi to stay
Ruben, I got you after. Let me see the end of this really quick, bro, and I got you. Can I get a W one time for Ruben? Ladies and gentlemen, he is here on a Saturday, too.
And we're into our top 8, so we are onto our 1.2 multiplier. Resurgence obviously disabled at this point.
Aiden and them are having a really good game.
Every single kill becomes that little bit more important, a little bit more ace brick in your path to success. Oki trying to pick up cams, and Team Abwiz finally seeing a bit of success here, trying to control that dock region, but now they've got to figure out their rotation towards prison. You're hoping no one's on the rooftop, and they might well have a window, but look who's not very far away. Team Falcons will have to get through the Singapore Syndicate first, though, and they actually have Team Fnatic shooting at them from top prison.
This is just wild, some of the positioning we're seeing.
It's a hard rotation.
Of our top teams, you know, sometimes we won't see them have to go at it till the end game, but for right now, it could be a clash of the Titans. Falcons, the smokes are out, trying to be able to give them the opportunity.
This is a really hard rotation
but
for
they're taking
Falcons.
a lot of damage while it's happening. Have to back on it up. Team AB Wiz, they're in prime position to really, really gatekeep right now. We see the mobile buy station get flown on in. Might be able to give them an opportunity to kind of grab some of that gear that they need. You can kind of snake the mobile buy a little bit, but SGP goes huge. We see a lot of the members of the Falcons go down. Only one player from the Falcons left alive, trying to stay there, trying to hang on hope.
Biffle.
But meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we have Twisted Minds going huge, taking out Team Omit.
Yeah, and Biffle here just wants to play for top 5. He wants to get themselves that next multiplier onto the 1.4, but he has Team Abwiz looking back at him, and they know that they can get him off the board here. Biffle makes a play for the gas, and we've seen this squad pull off so many gas plays, but you have got a lot to do at this point. But you do have the cash if you can make the rotation. You also have the PDS in pocket. Biffle looking to go huge and bring his side back into the fight.
This is just such a classic Falcons play. They know this map. They know where the buy stations are. And you can see Biffle is trying to fly around. There you go. Finally finds the buy station on the boat. So he'll be able to have enough cash to... Looks like he invests in a gas mask potentially, and only one player. He did have the 7,400. Could got both teammates back, but it seems like, hey,
there's no way he gets out of zone there, right?
Want to be able to
Falcons win this game, they're going to win the whole tournament. I'm going to call that right now.
Go ahead and pull, and it is going to see a lot of players try and fight for this space.
We've got so many squads trying to rotate.
Biffle died to zone.
And we will finally
Biffle literally died to zone, bro.
Before our end circle.
This is a massive game for Aiden
up by Fnatic,
and them,
looking
if they can win this.
themselves closer to that top spot. Zone's actually pulling up favorably for Fnatic, who have prison rooftop control. Everyone else is going to have to fight in the layer cake, the quagmire as we called it, of prison.
Twisted Minds, they did fantastic.
They got a bunker
game
buster
number 1,
too for
Fnatic
this.
in
Could
game
go crazy.
Number 2, and it
They're
feels like
tanking.
It's going to be up to either one of them to clutch this one on out, but it's not over yet because you got AB Wiz, you got Izun, and SGP Syndicate to get through before you can get to that end game. A little bit of a top team on top team violence as Twisted Mind tries to rotate on out. Skullface will find Smith, and actually also AB Wiz, as we're starting to see a flurry of eliminations come on through as SGP Syndicate will be able to take down Aiden on rotation. Fnatic have been able to move themselves into zone. They are waiting here. They are going to be the gatekeepers of this final circle.
I actually love this play. I think this is absolutely massive from Team AB Wiz. They've managed to find themselves the rooftop. It will give them a lookout over everyone else as the rest of the lobby bleeds. We're into our top 5, and Prodigy picks himself up a kill. Knight gets the confirm on another, and we are just seeing Fnatic try and hold the low ground. The PDS is coming on out there up at top. However, Zone continuing to shrink.
Actually.
We have Team Eisen still fighting in this. Fnatic holding on just about.
Just trying to hop off the zip.
But all 3 of Team Abwiz fall. Prodigy and Abwiz just about staying up, and they have another PDS to play out from.
Oh, but unfortunately, Prodigy did fly back on down below, so he will go down. Only one player remaining from Team AB Wiz as Z-Smith tries to make the play into the gas. And Noobs and Almond, they're kind of reaping the rest of this lobby. Rodrigo will go down to the gas as we're starting to see AB Wiz start to try and get the self-off on the roof. I don't know if it matters. I don't think it does.
That was well played by Almond and them. That's
we
Fnatic.
see Falcons go down early, and yeah, it's Fnatic.
That was a huge one, bro. That was actually massive. Actually massive.
Yeah, I mean, we get a glance at them there. They might be a muted response from these three, but they're just trying to stay locked in. They know job's not finished. They know there's a lot to do just yet. If they try and continue to hunt down the tails of the Falcons. But it's a great play for Top Prison that gives them that win. They just set themselves up there, let everyone else scramble on out of prison as the zone rotates and cut them down on the path. They time the rotation to the low ground.
Dude, there's so many gas plays that happen, especially with Resurgence, man. That late into it, bro.
It's a Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, you did a great job. You found the eliminations. They go a little bit early, and that's going to really open up the rest of the map for some of these
them
other
dying
top
early.
teams to really
That
come
zone
out clutch.
smoked them,
Go
bro.
mention it at
They
the
had to
top
run
of the show.
uphill, and everyone was holding them.
Falcons can be a basically point sponge where they're getting so many eliminations on the map. There just aren't the points for the rest of these squads to get. So with them going down early, Fnatic, they're like, hey, we're going to play positioning. We are going to start flying through the rest of this lobby. It's great that they rotate on early. They hold out the rest of those players. And you can see, Almond, he's having a little bit of some hype there. I love it. He's not usually a very emotional person, but he's telling them, I can see, he's saying, let's get locked in. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. They're feeling good. They are feeling fine.
All right, here was my top dono from Ruben really quick, guys. He goes, hey, Tim, hope you had a great 4th. You too, Ruben. We did, man. It was a blast. Did you forget that it is Saturday? You know, I didn't. We have a hashtag ad, $1 million Warzone tournament watch party. So naturally, I'm here. Can I get a W in chat one time? Ruben, ladies and gentlemen, $100 top dono of the day. Appreciate you, brother. I hope you enjoyed that food the other day, man.
Yeah, I kind of had a chance to talk with Almond a little bit. We were doing some content, and, you know, he was just saying, hey, it gave us the opportunity to just really have some structure. So it's obviously looking good. Let's go to the stage for an interview.
Thank you, guys. Silver, T,
I'm not going to lie.
Osh.
I think that
Thank you for the recurrent
we've
members.
been due a Fnatic win so far in the past few days of competition, and
their
now we
first
got
win?
it.
That's actually
Skullface, I'm
shocking.
going to come to you first. We're almost at the midpoint of the finals day. How are you feeling? Talk me through that, the final kind of moments of that map.
First 3 games so far, I thought we played pretty well. First game, not that
thank you, man.
placement, but hopefully just keep the momentum going and just keep on playing strong.
We've been checking out the stats. Armand, I'm going to come to you. We've been checking out the stats throughout the past few days. You guys have been possibly the most consistent team, putting up numbers every single round. What do you think's been preventing you from capitalizing, though, and getting that first place each time?
It's just, you know, it comes down to me as the IGL. I just got to call those end games better, and I think today I'm doing that.
I like that. Taking responsibility, but at the same time, you guys are playing absolutely incredibly, and I'm sure your teammates will agree. Noobs, I'm going to come to you. I'm going to crouch walk. Come on, what am I doing? I think I need to speak to you a little bit about what happened in map 2. Climbing the ladder. It kind of felt a little bit like the wrong decision. I don't know, but talk me through what was going on, because that was a tough pill to swallow, I can imagine.
Yeah, no, I made the mistake. I thought there were some people below, and I called them to just follow me up down low, and it just ended up costing us the game, but that one was on me.
But you know what? Map 3 is all yours. Congratulations to Fnatic. For now, we're going to go back to the studio so that we can...
Hey, I know you just won the last game, but let's talk to me about the choke you did the game before.
My own horner, maybe Infinity,
Raul,
but we
thank
did
you,
say
Raul.
Fnatic was going to win this entire thing, and, well, they have played a solid 3 games and finally getting a W.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, second place last game or getting close to the end, and then obviously today, game, they finally get that dub that they wanted, and towards the end, that positioning was perfect from them, right? They make a gamble, ultimately. They're going up against teams that have PDSs to work with, namely Ab, Wiz. And I thought for a second there, I was like, oh my god, they've rotated a little bit early here. Ab, Wiz, do they have enough PDSs? We weren't on board with their POV. Turns out they did not. They were forced off of that prison roof.
Tim, you would easily win this tournament. Can I get a W in chat if you agree, guys? Let's get a lot of W's going, right? For sure, man. Yeah.
Winning that game.
You know, they invited me, guys. I was like, how about I spectate instead?
I mean, and the cast had said it. Wow, this game is going by so fast because all of these teams.
Bro, when I heard they were doing Overwatch 2 and Counter-Strike 2 as well, I was like, frick, man. I'll do a watch party for those too. I love competitive Overwatch and competitive Counter-Strike.
That they were able to take him down, and I believe it was Abwiz.
I don't know if we're for sure doing that, by the way. I was just like, when I saw that Overwatch and Counter-Strike were also involved in Esports World Cup, I was like,
Falcons,
I mean,
right? They couldn't find any eliminations, so it forced
Those are my
Falcons
games,
to have
bro.
to push over to control side. What happens? Abwiz pushes over to prison.
Jack, thank you, brother.
changes, Guild being out, allowed Fnatic to have the high ground of Prison and control through and through.
Yeah, Fnatic has been a team that's been really pushing.
You're definitely a better spectator than player. That's no doubt. Did you just insult me? Nathan, thank you, man.
Watchtower overlooking Prison. He has been pushed off before. I know 10X has been one of them. Omid's been challenging them consistently. Guild obviously has been a conversation over in Prison. But Fnatic
what game was that, chat? Was that game
now readjusting to that pressure
and
then readjusting their play style.
I keep talking about this, but the production level of this tournament,
here, right?
Stage,
Falcons by far
about
been the most consistent. I want to say this was probably
that was game 3, right? So this is game 4 coming up.
Poison, thank you, man. Infinity, talk me through it.
Yeah, again, so you can see the positioning here from Abwiz, and I think this is that PDS play from Abwiz that keeps him alive up top for long enough. However, Prodigy goes a little bit early there. Maybe a miscommunication. Maybe he just wanted to get some kills. But either way, it wasn't just them that they need to be worried about. There was Smit down low, also Eisen that you already talked about as well. Those players that needed to contest with.
Right, but how key was it that Alman preemptively used the streak to take down Izund, right?
Yeah.
With that wipe, the repositioning, and we had questioned it like, oh my gosh, no, the early rotation, but forcing Abwiz to come off without a PDS and getting set up early. I mean, high ground definitely
Sorry, Tim, I would take you out.
Not at all. Which tip?
Chat, I would beat every single one of you in a 1v1 in the gulag, bro. All right, every single one of you.
In this case, it wasn't needed. We looked through our highlights. There was a lot of great moments. And Seymour, the thing about it is we're now in Game 3 about to transition into Game 4, and we have seen a plethora of teams get eliminated. In fact, within the first 5 minutes, within the first Zone 1, we saw 5 teams completely wiped off the map. It comes to show you the pacing is starting to increase.
Yeah,
she said she was
it's
going to bring
definitely
me
going to be
my
tougher
coffee.
today, it being the last day.
It.
And as we're kind of encroaching on our halfway point, you can see teams struggling. One team in particular, Team Vitality, who over the whole tournament has been struggling in kind of reality of what's going on here at EWC. But I mean, this Vitality team, it shows that they're struggling from going from big map in towards the resurgence. The pacing is just not all there. Their coordination, it seems to be all scattered. And if this is going to continue heading into the last couple of games, especially considering this is the 4th game, if these teams, especially Vitality, can't pick things up into the halfway mark, you're going to start falling behind from these teams who continually find themselves in the top 3, top 4.
And the thing is as well, if you're Vitality, you'd have imagined that today would be easier than the last couple of days. Obviously, the competition is more difficult, but when you're talking just pure positioning for a second, right? Yesterday, they had to continue attend with Alula inside bio. That is their drop right now. They don't have Alula to worry about anymore, but that next step of the phase, right? That next step of the game, moving out of bio in towards docks, in towards prison, they are still struggling with that. They still can't win those next engagements, and we are in game 3 right now. If Vitality do not figure this out now, their chances of winning the Esports World Cup might well be done pretty early.
You know, Resurgence is all about regain, right? You lose your life, you come back in, you've got to play your life a second time, a third time, 10 times if that's what it takes you. Hopefully Vitality can hit that regain, right? These games are going so fast, so it's hard to get that mental reset, right? Going from game to game to game. We look at our standings, and I must say, for Team Falcons, they should be leading the charge, and they will be just by 11 points this time, but it's still a decent lead.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Twisted Minds is still continuing their pace. And you know what? After drop number 1, the Falcons and Twisted Minds, we're tied in eliminations at 25.
All my hacks.
And also Fnatic from 3 to 4. Look at that gap, 34 points, and then 20 from there. There's a huge gap for the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
Zohan, I appreciate your 10 gifted, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Jordan, don't be so rude, man. All right. Thank you for your 25, bro. I leaked the script.
Right,
nice.
You've got Team Falcons, you've got Twisted Minds, you've got Fnatic, of course, the best pick of them all. Top 3, these are the teams that we expected. We talked a lot about Skullface for Fnatic. We talked
Hey, Zohan, appreciate you, man.
Unite for
Coach,
Twisted
thank you.
Minds. These are the teams
Poison,
that
thank you.
look like they're built for
Zach
resurgence.
D,
They're
Mr.
coming into play
Thank you guys,
extremely well. Not a surprise, they're top 3.
Not a surprise indeed. Those are the top 3. Again, that gap is severe, and that gap is going to continue to grow. But the good thing when it comes to Resurgence Stream, all it takes is one good game to elevate you up the leaderboard.
One good game and some type of consistency. But for these teams, too, I got to give a shout out to SGP. They're still hanging on. Dongi is still slaying. I mean, Seymour, you already know your team.
You guys saw my hacks?
I know you had your pin on
Don't worry about it, Chad.
I know, Taylor, this game it could be
snitch,
anyone's
bro.
game. And
Keegan, thank you, man.
your IGLs, as Allman said, he has been picking it up.
Oh, thank you as well. Appreciate all the gifted members, man. All the donos and stuff, chat, y'all.
Our halfway point of the
Happy
day.
Saturday.
Only 4 more games after that. It's going to be intense. You better believe the players are ready to go. Casters, I hope you are. Let's get it started.
Oh, that's Tyler.
Let's get it started. Daily Reflections, Noble. Also, our beautiful analyst breaking all down the action. I love some of the points they brought up because I think it perfectly encapsulates us and tells us a storyline as we get ready to move into map number 4 right before our halfway point.
$1 million on the
so one of the things I
line,
want to kind of
gentlemen.
mention here.
Let's get some W's in chat for this hashtag
Of course,
ad,
we have
huh?
the Falcons on top, sitting around 100.6, but only 11 points behind them. Twisted Mind, only 16 points behind them. Fnatic, this is not as much of a dominating
Drew,
performance.
thank you for 34 months, man.
No, it is not. And what I will say is our leaderboard is top heavy. We have the Falcons just running away with 100, we thought. And then Twisted Minds and Fnatic said, well, not so quickly,
Aiden and
son.
Fnatic.
It's not happening again. We are going to try and keep
there's
pace
real,
here.
There's real chance of an upset
have
here.
Those three just chasing up the pack, running through the leaderboard here. But SGP Syndicate not far away. Big fan of the point made there by Ellen. Various teams and see out their own situation to keep themselves in the hunt. And we start with Skullface, Almond, and Noobs, and we know where Almond's going to want to play, and Noobs and Skullface want control of Grandmas.
I'm not feeling too good about this. I'm seeing Hamoud already come up in the kill feed. We saw them go down extremely fast into that game number 3. Will it be a similar story, or can they stay alive a little bit longer? Guild, they've made Prison their home against, of course, this team Izund every single game. Looking like in that last game, Izund was able to kind of win out over Prison, but for now, I think they are getting scared away just a tad bit.
Yeah, it's a 2-to-1 trade in favor of Guild that will give them control of Prison, send Team Izund packing. This battle between them has been pretty back and forth, but if you go and look at the leaderboard there, you will see that Izund have been struggling mostly, and AJ finds Rodrigo. There would have been support for a potential trade, but AJ says, no, I'm good enough to handle this myself, gentlemen. Don't worry about it. Looking on over then, Chemical. We have ourselves here, the SGP Syndicate team currently in 4th, and, well, they were in contention with the new Icons, Na'Vi, who are currently in 5th. I've actually found
That's destroying them. They're about to get swung.
Heretics and Control Centers looking very busy. Limax will clean up his kill. Actually wants to chase after Raul as well. Gets a couple of shots in. And it's nice and clean from Limax. I was about to say that. He's taking bullets from Biffle over by Stronghold. Looks like the Falcons are trying to get a big part of this as well.
Hey,
Omit wants to get involved in whatever's going on up top.
I don't know how much that is, but I appreciate the super chat, bro.
This is just
dude, I think Destroy's team just got wiped again.
Going on here at Control Center. They push on out. Omit trying to gain control of this roof. They will be able to take down Levi. At least the trade is there, but it doesn't really matter because the self-revive will be able to come on through. J-Tech trying to find a move over, but Daga is laying in wait. We'll be able to try and get in some solid damage, but yet again from the rooftops. Omit just having a great job of holding positioning, take down Daga. So Daga, you kind of make yourself known. You're out in the open. Sure, you find one player kind of pushing out of control, but it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. In so much trouble, some of these squads nice and early, and I believe while we take a second here to breathe, we have a replay of King AJ going massive in Prison as we talk about this constant fight that is going backwards and forwards between Izund and Guild to try and lock down that landmark. King AJ doing what we hoped he would do coming into this as he spins. Although he loses his teammate, he trades that out extremely quickly and sends the Izund team packing.
Yeah, and one kind of thing to notice there, you saw that squad
recon
range
drone
kind of icon popping on up. It's a very interesting field upgrade. You'd stomp like an elephant while you're running around the map, but the one thing it does let you do is quickly regenerate your health as you do manage to get some of those takedowns. So if you know you're about to go into a team fight, they know they're only one of the few teams at Prison. Not a bad piece of utility to use at the same time. Over on Prison though, Fnatic, they have managed to claim the rooftop. We see Almond in his tried and true position.
They always get to that one spot, Fnatic does. It's such a power position up there.
As the Falcons have made their way up here over towards the docks, looking to find a couple of more.
And they do. They want to find a couple of Spaniards nearby.
I got to get to this build on this car they're running. It looks so good for
here nice and
Rebirth.
early. And Na'Vi are in big trouble as well. Feels like they're just in a constant spiral. Limax and Levi will be cleaned up by Twisted Minds. Shifty wants to get aggressive here on Matty. Doesn't find his fish in the water. Takes a bit of damage from elsewhere. Eventually we'll clean this up. Goes on hunting. We'll clean that. Thank you very much. Shifty onto 3. And this push on out by Shifty and Biffle to find Control Center.
Look at the production bottom right, by the way, dude.
Again, vision here.
When the zone comes in, it says zone is shrinking. Oh my God, Skull just dumpstered him, bro.
Uses the loadout to snap and send the Dutchman packing.
A little turn and burn from
See the loadout coming in, you see?
Keep it alive.
Looks sick.
Vision is eliminated. 10 seconds on the resurgence, though. A-okay. One thing I gotta note here, though, Enigma Falcons currently sitting on 9. Closest team is Twisted Mind. So we are just getting into the second zone. Falcons, where elsewhere on the map, it's maybe seemed a little bit of ebb and flow. Falcons, they've just kind of been doing a classic rotate, find a bunch of eliminations, rotate, find a bunch of eliminations, and it's working out for them here in match number 4.
It is indeed. They swapped up that route, sorry. They were originally playing out through living quarters, and although they were finding some success, it was relatively mixed. It seems to have been much better for them instead of playing through control center. They just keep hunting down teams that are trying to regain. Both Shifty and Biffle finding the Spaniard on his way down to the ground. Rodrigo nearly snaps onto Drake, and that will actually be Team Eisen out of here. Their struggles continue.
Yeah, really tough first 4 maps. If you are Team Eisen, you're getting contested. You have to fight Team Guild here at the prison. It just seems like you can't make it happen. Maybe when we get ready to move to the back half,
stingers.
change up the drop location.
He's actually using those as like...
Because what you did here in the first 4 maps is not
good
really
thing.
cooking.
Feet, what's up, man?
Get them
almost
into
3
that
years,
next
wow.
lobby as the rest of the squads are looking to move their way around. One thing I'm noting here, Enigma, as I kind of look at our map view, we have a lot
you do
of
this,
squads
Hisoka, you're the best in the world, bro.
Prison, and on the outside, only a few of them actually playing down towards that living quarters, the southwest area of the map where the zone is pulling. We could lose a number of squads on this transition.
Yeah, I don't know if too many of the teams just went for their normal landing spot and just didn't assess where the zone's going, because you've got a long rotation to make here. It looks like it could well finally be Hisoka,
Mav, and
who's seeing some company come towards
34,
him.
34, 33. Appreciate the love, guys.
Circle.
And Graham, thank you.
J-Tech
Thank you all.
Will be brought back in
a lot of day 1 members today, huh? The 34 months
of respite, but the Omit squad struggling, and we're actually going to
see
Skull
just wow.
And he will not win that fight against Skullface, taken down yet again by the Fnatic man. Guild continuing to try and reset themselves as they struggle here around prison. Hardtrev's up next. He wants to find Noobs. We'll clean that on up.
Wait, can you look at that for me?
Do have Skullface still alive, and Drake nearly cleans him on up, and will his teammates arrive in time? Drake, what were you trying to do there, son? What did you have your weapon set to and trying to clean that up? How is Skullface still alive? Just about gets found.
Zohan, thank you for another 10 gifted,
a
bro.
moment of reprieve.
I appreciate you, man.
Burn down that countdown timer, but also they still have Allman, thankfully, playing
Z, epic guy. Thank you, guys.
I love that you bring that up because it's totally right. Sometimes
is this what happens when I stream on Saturdays? You guys give me a lot of members?
3 to 5 seconds is all you need to get the teammates back in. But on the other side, Vitality, Stuo, the only one left alive. They're kicked on out. Not a great day for them, but I'll tell you who it is a good day for. Twisted Minds. This is their area. They are hanging on. 12 eliminations so far as we are getting down to the final of the second zone here. Already feeling themselves, and they're looking to keep cooking as they find Daga on the outside here at the bottom of Factory. Z-Smith pushing on forward, the slide on out. Z-Smith with the patience, the young gunner himself.
I just absolutely love the play there. Smith takes a bit of damage, so he backs himself off, tucks into a corner, knows Gorgonite can provide the cover. Gorgonite gets the bullets in, so Smith decides to join in on the fight as well and pull the Heretics team apart. Beautiful stuff from them yet again. By the way, elsewhere, we actually have Team AB Wiz finding kills on the Falcons as they have now taken complete control of the northern side of the map and looking to rotate on in, but keeping with Twisted Minds for just a moment. Aiden's going to be here. Knight has got cover in Wars. And Smith is trying to chase after this as well and find Wars, and Wars will be sent to the ground, and Wars will get interrogated. Where are your teammates, son? We want every part of this. We're hunting down the Falcons on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I love the Twisted Minds is doing right now. They're kind of just doing the same thing the Falcons were doing. We see the Falcons get taken out basically on the other side of the zone from Team AB Wiz, but it's Hisoka just sitting in that satellite tower at Stronghold, just hanging on out. And quite frankly, when you look at the minimap, you can see a flurry of teams on your screen right now. I'm going to let you know, there is a chasm of land between where they are and where Hisoka is. Literally nobody is playing on this low ground towards the Stronghold side. You have this third of the map that is up here from living quarters up to prison that has every single team in it.
We find a moment here where we can breathe as Biffle and Shifty assess how to move forward here. They do have company in Team Zix. No one's found Tenix elsewhere. Team Zix are actually trying to recover here, so living quarters may well just be laid claim by this duo that continue to tear everyone else's dreams apart. If you're Shifty and Biffle, and you know you have all this land to back up into, you're feeling pretty good about this with Soka just giving you that information. Boys, don't worry about it.
Aiden and them are getting wiped a little.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of crazy. I would assume that they know that they have this entire area to kind of play with, right? And as I say that, Shifty is able to find Zix. So yeah, I mean, if I'm making that call, I'm saying, hey, just go out, go kind of be able to find all these kills. Because here's the thing, even if they don't get hyper aggro, they can manage to hold a lot of these teams. Shifty will move on forward, find Hamoud, and they are down. And I believe that is a full elimination as well with that kill. So you're being able to play a little bit patient if you are the Falcons right now. You're finding these 1 or 2 eliminations at a time, and you are eliminating more squads from the lobby.
The thing is, as these teams rotate on over as well, on that long trek that they've had to do from the other side of the map, they're often lacking utility, sometimes
Fnatic,
that just
this team,
their
rotations have been on point, and their positioning has been on point. They need to get on the building that Biffle's in, if they can. It's a crossway.
From them thus far. However, you do probably want some of those kills to become the Falcons soon, because Resurgence is disabled, and you're chasing after them just now.
Thank you, Payne. I appreciate your 50, bro. And honestly, I'm happy to do the watch party, man, if I'm honest. Guys, listen, these guys are way better than me. I can't compete in a tournament like this. Watch party, though, I can do that.
Sitting on 10, a little
Spectating?
bit away. Oh, only a couple squads. I gotta mention, hey, Guild, you're currently on 13. Icons are on 12. Omit's on 10. This is a high elimination game here, Enigma. Seems like players have been able to stay alive using that Resurgence, but we're also seeing some of these other squads being able to reap the lobby. So maybe while the Falcons have been playing towards this stronghold side, the rest of the teams have been able to fly on through and find
This is going to be kind of crazy. Aiden
Well,
and them are under.
Throughout all of this, and then Lucanas is trying to rotate. The new Icons will just about stay in this for a moment, because Hardtrev has managed to find himself a route through
Aiden
the
and them
water.
are in a really good
But now
spot
it
if
starts
zone
to become
pulls
a
that
lot
way.
of big hitters. Every single
The zone pull is going to be a big deal. Oh my God!
In terms
He
of
pulled
kills,
right to
they're all
Aiden.
absolutely flying. Twisted Minds have the best location in the next zone, but they're being contested by the Falcons. The Falcons refuse to just let this lie. They want
Toxic,
all of this
thank you
land.
for the new
Smith
member.
has 9.
That's
Soka
Cheese, Zach,
onto
Mac.
4.
Thank
And
you for the
how
recurring
do they,
members as well,
how do they
guys.
play this out? Because this is one of the things. You always think, okay, they're in the worst position. Surely they get cut on down, but it would be true Falcon prowess to just open up this entire area.
Yeah, that's a huge fight between Twisted Minds and Falcons. It'll look like a little bit of respect between the two squads in kind of these separate but connected buildings. We do start to see Omit try and move on up, but what has me worried, if you are the Twisted Minds, you commit to this fight, you have the Falcons at your back who can fly on forward in third party and end your map. We are into our top 6. That means the multipliers are active, ready to go, waiting for top 5 to hit that 1.4. AB Wiz is starting to move on over, but Fnatic, they've been able to find them. Only one player left alive. Almond does go down, but it looks like maybe a little bit of a reset from Fnatic here as they start to play this edge of zone.
Honestly, the fact that Team Abwiz stay up is only because Prodigy drops a bunker buster straight onto his own head. So when he jumps off the rooftop, it actually connects with Almond, so he can't look out over and pick him up. So that if you see Abwiz later on, then we've got a huge play to talk about. However, let's change on over to Hisoka as he looks to put himself in through this stronghold window. Biffle's up high, throwing out thermites. And Twisted Minds continue to hold what is surely the best land
rotation.
here. But there will be a huge rotation next, Andrew. We're going back towards the living quarters, and Fnatic have high ground.
What's scary about this, though, this is not just a simple rotation. You have to try and make your way up through the high ground, and that's exactly what Falcons were trying to do, not realizing you have the gatekeepers of Fnatic looking to spoil your rotation and spoil your game. Aiden's going to be able to find Shifty on that movement as they are just kind of laying in wait.
Wow.
But Fnatic is looking
Fnatic
down
might
on
win 2 in a
over
row,
the Twisted
bro.
Minds. Skullface will be able to bring down Knight. There's no confirmation there at all, but you're at least able to start burning some of that. Oki will get taken out by Aiden. That is AB Wiz eliminated out of the lobby. We are into our top 4 now here, folks. And as I say that, top 3, 1.4 multiplier is here. You're trying to stay alive if you're any of these teams. Eastman gets taken on out. Fnatic with the ultimate height right now. Aiden is trying to do his best to laser the remaining members of Fnatic to try and stay alive.
And there's still an Omit player alive in the background of all this, by the way. Just not giving Aiden the extra multiplier that he so desperately wants, that he probably so desperately deserves. Knight's involved in the thick of this, and we are actually still having Fnatic just hold this whole next circle. Aiden will fall. Knight is out of here, and surely whoever is left for Omit doesn't have a chance in hell, because it's going to be a 1v3.
I mean, Fnatic doing insane. They do find J-Tech, so that'll mean Twisted Minds on 18. They'll at least be in second. Aiden somehow, a sliver of health, a mere pixel that we see, trying to stay alive. It's not enough.
2 in a row.
Take game number 4. They go back-to-back here, Enigma.
They go absolutely fusion. I'm just trying to quick. 30 kills.
Dude,
30 kills.
their rotation was so good there, bro. Wow.
60 points for the boys. We finally see them get animated on main stage, and I can understand why. They were trailing by what? About 16 points, something like that? Ladies and gentlemen, we can safely assume that as we hit the halfway point here, it is Fnatic leading the way at the Esports World Cup.
Whew, it was all about the Falcons coming in today, Enigma. We were all saying, yeah, I mean, maybe after 4 games, we might already know who wins. We might already have an idea
crazy, bro.
of who's taking home the prize. Nah. We have some of the best players in the world here at the Esports World Cup. We know that some of these guys love playing underneath the lights. They love playing underneath the pressure.
You know what, man?
I know that
we got
Fnatic
a game.
is one of those squads. These are some 3 Warzone veterans.
From
They're
Payne.
feeling
Don't
good.
get to catch live streams making up for lost time. Hugs to Kevin because he's around a lot. I got you, Payne.
Right there.
Thank you for the $100 super chat, man. Happy to be here, brother.
Who had
Happy to be
so
here.
much
How many
say
games left?
last year wants another
Waves,
bite.
correct? 4. We have 4 games left, chat. 4 games. So
Every bit of quality that they
we're
have.
about halfway right now.
Well, that was first 4 games. Of course,
what
with
up,
the Call of
Stone?
Duty Warzone Esports World Cup Finals. We got 4 more games to go, so that's enough from Enigma and I. We are going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be on our back 4 as we march towards crowning our champion.
Yep. 8 total. So we're halfway there, chat.
What your favorite drop point on the map is?
See, we've been scrimming a little bit. I guess when I play, public matches, I'll land prison. That's just because it's super hectic there, and like a lot of people like to land in prison. But when we go into scrims and
I'm gonna
all
use the
that,
bathroom really quick
our
during
team
this
likes to
quick
go
break.
stronghold. So we'll take control of that arrow, get our loadouts, because there is a wall above stronghold next to living quarters that people can hold us out from.
Yeah.
So we'll try to move as quick as we can and get past that wall. But there's a lot of people that go dock and control. So this tournament's usually kill multipliers and all that stuff. So there's a lot of kills to go around when you go around that left side.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود اعطي اختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب.
On the back. Perfect timing. I'm getting chills, dude. Matthew, thank you, bro. Aaron, thank you for 6 months, man. Jay, thank you for 30, bro. Oh, okay. All right, chat. Who do we think's winning? We're halfway there now. Okay. Final day, grand finals, right? $1 million tournament. Everyone was saying Falcons at the beginning of today, myself included. Right now, if Fnatic keeps this up, they're playing perfect right now. If they keep this up, I can see Fnatic upsetting. Hour, thank you for 3 months, man.
Okay, so we've got our threat-o-meter. All right, now we're going to talk about some of these teams because you've already been yapping about them. So let's put them on like literally a scale. Is this a cold 0 team or is this a hot?
Yo,
like,
Payne,
no
thank you
questions
for the
asked,
super
we're gonna be one
chats
of the
and
best
the new
teams out
member,
there?
man.
pretty much on any given day is a 10. Anywhere in between, you guys are to start. You're actually going to work together on this. Now, if you disagree, we can kind of take an average if that works for you. Cool?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're going to start out with Twisted Minds. This is Aiden,
Chris, thank you, bro.
Knight, and Z-Smith. We talked already about Resurgence, Knight being brought into this roster. What do you guys think about this trio? We down here. We up here.
I'll let Skull
You're gonna start us off, Skull? What do you
Yeah,
think?
no, I would say we give that a 6.
A 6. Lynn, what do you think?
I was gonna go a bit higher.
Bit higher.
I was gonna go about like 7 or 8.
7, 8. So maybe a 7 is where we'll land.
Tim, you look ripped. Thank you, bro.
Quick explanation. What
I
do we
appreciate
think?
you, man.
You guys think? I think the big question is
Stone was here? I know. I saw what's up.
Yeah.
I saw him in the chat.
I think he'll be a difference maker, but I don't think it's gonna be a massive.
Hanging out,
difference
$1 million
maker.
watch party vibe.
He just plays a lot of Rebirth, but who are they playing with?
Hashtag ad, by the way. Can I get a W for the Esports World Cup for sponsoring this stream and doing this watch party and doing this massive tournament for esports, $60 million worth, 8 weeks. Insane, bro.
I can see it in your eyes, but you just want to put everybody below 5. I can just see it. Okay, let's keep going. We're gonna go to just had him in here. We're gonna go to Guild. All right, now this is another controversial one. This is Wars' team with AJ. What do you think, Visions? What do you think about this squad? Because they've had some controversy, but
I mean, I think they're better than Knight, Aiden's. But
you think they're better than Aiden's team? You think they're better than that squad, the Twisted Minds team?
I don't. I think
Okay, well, let's start with you. You're the EU aficionado, my man. Where do you put them?
I play against them a lot, so I know they're good. Yeah. I'd put them like 7.5.
7.5.
A little bit better.
Okay. Skull?
I was going to say a 5.
A 5.
Really?
What's your reasoning? You think they just can't play Resurgence?
We don't fight with them a lot, but when we do, I usually make the play on them and do get the kills. That's
fair enough.
That's the only reason.
And I think some teams are just better against other teams, like based on playstyle. So maybe that's your team thing, or maybe they're just not good. Who knows? All right, let's keep going. We're gonna go to the Gaming Gladiators, GG. This is Husker Squad, Brolic, Jackal. This is a team that frankly, a lot of people in the scene just didn't expect to be all that good, but they have been doing really well in Big Map. What do you think about a Resurgence for that squad, though, especially on LAN?
I think. I mean, I don't think I'd put them quite low. Not low, but quite low.
Like a 1?
Nah, not that low. Like maybe like a 3 or a 4, like lowish, but not low.
I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
Because
Really?
Rebirth.
Yeah, okay.
Huskers is on Mouse and Key. Huskers on it. Yeah.
He's on Mouse and Key and Rebirth. Here's the question: 3-4. Does that mean they're not qualifying for finals? I mean, we got 21 teams, 14 making it.
I think they'll just about qualify. That's in my opinion. I think they'll come like.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I see them qualifying for sure, but it's just the Mouse and Key on Rebirth
is rough.
Yeah,
it's rough.
True. So, just Mouse and Key in general, I think, on Call of Duty is rough.
Push.
You see GG, you're pushing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
Reggie, thank you, bro. Gray, thank you for the gift of member as well, man.
And we are live on the main stage here at the Esports World Cup. Continuing on with Warzone, and joining us are SGP Syndicate. We're taking this little break between games 4 and 5.
Hurricane watch party in Texas. Hey, be safe, man.
You're still in the top 5.
Appreciate it, 21.
We'll see how
soon is that storm hitting Texas? I saw it's like
even before
Arrow or whatever.
here and on here.
I saw it like moved up north. Now it's going to Texas.
We knew coming into today that
hopefully it doesn't ramp up.
Apparently, there are a lot of teams switching
Hey,
things up.
Payne,
So
thank you for the 10 gifted as well, man. All the super chats and all the love, bro. Appreciate you, man. It's hitting Sunday. Yeah, be safe, y'all.
Text you. It seems like this is. Maybe you would agree with it or not, but a lot of people have been seeing SGP Syndicate as like a sleeper pick. Nobody expects you to kind of come in from below and do damage to top teams, but
You just joined. We're about halfway through the tournament. We got 4 games left, so strap in.
Honestly, yeah, we knew going in that we were a sleeper pick going into it, but we're kind of, the stats are showing for themselves. There's kids running around just frying, so yeah, we're just going to keep trying to keep up the pace and lock in at least top, try to win the tourney, so.
Fair enough. And now moving on, of course, down the line to now, you guys placed first, or sorry, we'll see. Maybe he'll get to place first throughout the games. But you know, top 5 in games 1 and 3, third in game 2, 10th, unfortunately, in game 4. Now you have some time to kind of rest up, relax.
Are these announcers
reset.
supposed to torch them this hard? Oh my god.
Like Dongy said, we kind of have to just adjust our game plan because teams are switching it up. Obviously, if we can get
you place first. Well, maybe you'll place first. Oh my gosh, dude!
And then keep playing placement like we did the first 3 maps.
Oh my
I think we
gosh!
Boost our score a lot.
Is there a team you fear at this point?
Nobody.
You got that face of death on you. I love to see it. There you go. Give it up for SGP Syndicate. They're fighting their way, and maybe we'll seeing them deeper and deeper into the next 4 games. That's all that is left until the tournament is done. But a quick recap for Arabic viewers.
All right, there it is. Fnatic looking like the champions already, especially after 2 back-to-back wins, a second place in game number 2. They only finish outside of top 3 in game 1. Fnatic are on fire.
Yeah, it is crazy, isn't it? The Fnatic yesterday, they had one of the highest average placings of the entire day, and of course, including the day before that as well. They were one of the most consistent teams coming out of group play, but they weren't able to take a single win away. Today, now we're here in finals day. They show up with 2 back-to-back victories, and it is worth saying, to be fair, maybe the only reason they didn't win the first couple of maps of the day is because those struggles against Guild were still there in those first 2.
And it's not even like they're just coming out with back-to-back wins. That's 4 games in a row where they're in the top 4 topics, or at least in the final circle of every single game that we've seen. So Fnatic, they're not only coming out with wins, but it's the placement, it's the kills, it's just being involved with this game. It is night and day from Fnatic that we saw yesterday.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights and see some teams that maybe had an early exit, as well as those who made it to the top. There were some early exits, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Team Destroy was one of them.
Yes, Team Destroy was.
Apparently they're having a rough one, dude. Destroy's team.
We talk about some of these teams and changing their rotations, their play styles, their strategies, and I mean, let's talk about Skullface though, real quick.
Yes,
winning your ones. He literally, Guild being one of those teams, he knocked him out of prison again because he turned on visions.
Yeah.
He's literally destroying everything, Brody.
Yeah, Skullface is just that guy right now. Again, you know, we talk about Fnatic as a composition of players, right? I mean, Skullface, technically speaking, hasn't been with Fnatic for that long in the grand scheme of things. Like, all those roster changes to the back of Hisoka joining the Falcons, but it feels like this Fnatic roster in its current iteration is finally.
Did they show a leaderboard chat? Is Fnatic on top right now?
Did not do well in NA Regionals for World Series of Warzone.
And I will be talking about that, and you're right, they didn't do well, so it gives me great hope that they're going to be moving forward through that LCQ to the Global Finals. More on that later next week, but for this week, though, it seems like they are looking to go for gold, and while they're
in first right now, I didn't see the leaderboard
at this point. So good stuff coming out from them. Fanatics can't be stopped. Twisted Minds also looking to be at the top 2.
Yeah, Twisted Minds in the topic right now for winning the whole tournament. I feel like we're all right now having a great day
Fnatic
because
could win.
all of our predictions are involved. I think
Aiden could win too, honestly, his team.
Right now,
and I mean, Falcon should win, right? That's what everyone thought.
Picks, so, you know, really losing that NA battle not only on stage today, but when it comes down to his predictions. So it's nice to see Twisted Minds coming out swinging too, because yesterday inside of the groups, I don't think they were showing too much promise when it came down to those final placements. They started to fall behind from that success we saw early on. So I think that's to see Twisted Minds turn it around today on the final day. This is the day that it matters. So it's good to see.
Yeah, well, let's talk about something that was good to see, and that was game number 1. A dominant start from the Falcons. Even though they take second place, they had some of the most tremendous plays we have seen yet. We've got Dream Crazy here with the telestration ready to break it all down. I hope you're ready to go, because I think we're breaking down Hisoka, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, see, you guys, first of all, I'm not as good as Brody on the telestrator. I had a couple of seconds, but we're going to talk about this. We have to talk about it. How important it was. First, let's just pause it right here, because you see on top, Hisoka, multiplier, right? We're thinking about the multiplier. Him staying alive here at Chem was so key. And you see, as teams are fighting in the distance, he's going to wait. And what he's waiting for is exactly that, to resurrect his teammates. Because, again, placement, you may have picked up a lot of kills in the early game, but placement is key. So for Hisoka, he gets a couple of shots on, maybe trying to play spoiler alert, onto Guild, onto, as you see, Twisted Minds. And what's crazy is he was able to pick up a couple of that. But, excuse me, at this point, Biffle is still and Co are still in fact alive, because I actually did rewind further back than I realized. But yes, right here
Steve,
in this
thank you for 29, David. Thank you, brother.
Mix of things, there are still teams alive, but Hisoka staying alive up there and his teammates down below, which that was when the streaks came out, right? We're talking about this huge heal off, but Wiz in the distance over here, as you see, and Brody, you know, see what I'm saying?
You had it, mate.
Yeah, I had it. There it is. Yeah, Wiz in the distance, as you see, is Biffle doing everything they can to
still
rotate
can't get over
in,
the
but
production
staying
level
alive
of
for
this,
that
dude.
multiplier
Super
was
well done,
key.
man.
And now even being in top 4 now, playing Disruptor.
Is there another
you
game?
see,
Yeah,
in
they're
fact,
halfway, so there's 4 more games,
Go
chat.
down. So SPG's down.
But this
and
is
of
the
course,
finals. It'll be
Heretics
done
on
today.
This side, still trying to do something, but the thing that was key, that was important, yes, this was a huge Twisted Minds win, but kind of like Danjo said, a little bit of respect between the
Tristan,
two
maybe
teams,
soon, bro.
which kind of
I
sees
appreciate
them
your
back
25,
away from
man.
each
I
other,
don't know
but
about the
Hisoka
jerseys,
throwing
though.
the C4 was key there, as you see, able to take down
Maybe I'll
one
run
of them.
into you,
There-
you know, who
This
knows?
is where the streaks go down. Everything was chaos. I mean, Seymour, you even saying, what is happening here? Everyone's going down, and you see everyone does fall, except who is that right there in the distance? It is Hisoka. So Hisoka backing away from the streaks, staying alive, and Z-Smith wasn't able to push either. So him staying alive right here is just so key, you guys. And that disengagement from him was important. But this was the play. This was the play where everyone was screaming. You have Heretics up top, and you think, oh no, Hisoka might go down. But no, Heretics do get eyes on him, and see Hisoka somehow, you guys, as we're going to let this play through.
You'll see the precision.
I
Watch.
don't know how he does it every single
Watch the
time.
precision out of the
He stays
chest.
alive, right? That's
Watch
the
it.
big thing. He stays alive, goes
Watch
through
it.
gas, and then gets the
Never
revive.
mind.
I
We
believe
don't get
on
to see
Shifty,
it.
if I'm not mistaken, who comes
Nice.
back into play. He's coming down. The important thing about that is they secure second place, right? That was kind of what all that was about. I will say, though, before all that, Hisoka was cooking over in control through the window. Remember, the car was out. He was sniping bodies, and he even took down Team Zix as well, his rival counterparts, right, representing Falcons in the World Series of Warzone Global Finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is the key thing for me, right? I think, inarguably to me, Falcons should have won that game. And I think it's the starting position. I think it's even before the clip plays, right? Where Falcons, Hisoka is sniping out towards the teams coming out from prison. I believe SGP and Twisted Minds were 2 of those teams. Hisoka's applying so much pressure before this clip even begins that Falcons, I mean, with the positioning alone, should have won it. And I will say as well, I'll add this on very quickly, Heretics are another team that should have won. I mean, the fact that they get taken down, despite having that water tower positioning, Hisoka's stupid route be damned.
But
I
what
mean,
was
it's just
hard?
insane.
What was hard though was
I've seen a lot of people with those OG softball
It's
jerseys.
very
Maybe I
hard to
should.
take control, obviously, as you know. But
How
for
long ago was
Shifty,
that now? Chat,
obviously
when did
not
I make the
having anywhere to
softball
land, being
jerseys?
very
That was what,
difficult.
Overwatch? So
that
that
was
was.
just easy for Z-Smith to clean up. But for Twisted Minds to stay alive, you gotta give credit
Dude,
to
that must have been
Z-Smith,
like
even getting that resurrection
20
off. Because if he falls right there, that might have been a different story
18,
for the Falcons.
2019.
It could have really been, and I
Crazy,
think that
bro.
for the Heretics, one thing that you really have to show some respect
It's with
to
the old
is
logo,
that
too.
they really made
I
it a
appreciate
matter
your 25,
of luck
man.
for the Falcons, because Heretics made a huge play during that whole thing where you're starting at the bottom, you're kind of in the not in the topic of winning really at that whole fight until you saw Method Sick and his teammate make the play to take top water tower. They went from the bottom of the hill to the top of the water tower, avoiding
for the
those
25
streaks
again,
and really kind
Tristan.
of setting themselves up. They might not come away with the win, but
Thank
they
you for
made
recurring
it
members,
really
brother.
difficult for Falcons to really find that placement. And I think that really comes down to what Warzone kind of is at the end of the day. It is a little bit of luck mixed in towards it, and I think the fact that Hisoka stayed alive, he's making that luck into his own wins there.
Yeah,
So it's cool.
It is cool, and it
Chad,
comes
thank
to
you for
show
11
you
months,
how
bro.
far the Falcons are willing to go to get their teammates back in. They really value teamwork, and what it shows in just about every play they make and the rotation when it comes down to the shops as well. We take a look at our standings. Fnatic will take the lead over Team Falcons. Twisted Minds just below them. Those are your top 3 at the moment.
Yeah, and you start to get an idea now here. We're halfway through today's final games of the Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone, and you can see a massive disparity between Twisted Minds and the teams above and SGB Syndicate in 4th place. 119.8 compared to 54. You're starting to get an idea
Yeah,
here.
Tristan, it was
of 3
2019,
teams that
bro.
could well walk away
2019,
as the
crazy.
Esports World Cup champions.
I appreciate
It's really
another
confusing,
25,
too,
by the
to
way.
think that
75
SGP,
total.
Abwiz, Guild, and Navi are really falling behind after the days that we saw yesterday. And prior to that, I think that you still can't really count these teams out because you still have 4 more games. You saw how many points those 3 were able to get in the last 4. So if they can turn it
Destroy's
around,
team is
we know that
obviously,
those 4
it's rough,
still
bro. But you
have
got to
what
keep
it
in mind,
takes.
this is the best of the best, man. You know, this isn't a public lobby, right? This is the top players in the world, man.
They have
and
it's
not
they found themselves in
like,
second place twice.
The
in a
only
row
people
is
that
really
can
because of the
compare
priority of getting into that final
playing in
circle.
this
We
is the
haven't
people
seen
playing
them
in it.
that
You
final
know,
circle yet today. The same thing is to be said about
Matt is saying for 34
We're
months,
destroying
man.
on docks. They're not destroying on docks. They're forced to push into somewhere else, and that is just completely changing their route, completely changing the topic of this team. And SGP Syndicate as well, another team that is struggling when it comes down to who they are, their identity yesterday. It was down to the slaying of Dongy. It was down to the way that they let him off the leash and he gets going. Dongy isn't in that conversation today, and in the back half, he has to be for SGP.
All right, well, it seems like there's a lot going on, and we have Puckett at the STC Arena in the backstage to give us an update. What's happening, Puckett?
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett backstage at the half, checking in on the players. Now, the players don't have a ton of time before we got to turn around and drop for map number 5. But so far, you can see the confidence from the Falcons. They're feeling great about their performance. Caught up with the members of Twisted Mind. They said, no interviews, please. We are locked in right now. So many contenders for the top spot, but my eyes are on Fnatic, Twisted Minds, and of course, the Falcons moving forward. Back to you guys.
The Falcons moving forward. And by the way, Puckett is looking sharp in that suit. I just want to say that, by the way. He showed up today in a had a suit bag. I'm like, brother, you about to break that out. Hey, you looking good. He even offered to have me wear it. I said, dude, you're too tall for me, man. I look like a little kid wearing that draped over me. But good stuff coming out so far for the top 3. That gap, though, 60 points. That means one massive game, even bigger than the games we were seeing from Falcons during group stage yesterday, 50 plus. They weren't even able to reach 60. So SGP, countless others are having to have those big moments, but it's so hard to shut them down. The only caveat, again, going from games 1 through 4 was incredibly quick. Very, very fast pace. Now we've had this bit of a break for the halftime, right? About to hop into game 5. Teams, hopefully, they're going to now, reassess what they have to do, what they have to change, and some changes need to be made, whether it be landing spots, whether it be adjustments on your teams, who's anchoring. I don't know. They're going to have to figure that out. But right now, it seems like Fnatic, they've got everybody's number. And let's actually talk about what they're playing for. Not only are they playing for the money, not only to be the Warzone World Cup champion, the first ever, by the way, in history, they're also playing for the trophies. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let's get you caught up.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very
if y'all didn't see these
trophy
trophies,
system
they're sick. Look at this,
consisting
bro.
of keys, game trophies.
I saw
the
this
club
during the
championship
opener.
trophy, and
Watch
the
party.
totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that try to win.
Look at that,
but fell
dude.
short.
It's super well thought out, man.
However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Such a cool concept. You get those keys, they get shattered, you can use them.
That is fire, the way that they designed that, man.
It's
Super well
absolutely
done.
brutal, to be quite honest with you, but I love it. I mean, it increases the stakes, and it really comes to show you how personal it can be for some of these competitors and clubs out there. But let's start talking about something we're giving out today. That's going to be the Sony MVP. Not just yet. That's going to be at the very end. And we have an additional prize for that, right? MVP is great as it is, but now you're also earning an additional $50,000 with that, right? So we're already talking about $1 million prize pool. Now we're adding MVP. Now, how does that go to you first and foremost? Well, it goes to the winning team and then the player that is decided from the winning team. And we obviously have 3 that are in contention right now, right? Fnatic, we got Team Falcons, and Twisted Minds. They're the front runners at the moment. As far as individuals go, though, who are we looking at who could be securing MVP?
It definitely has to be one of the Slayers, first and foremost, because it does come down to the kills of these teams. For Twisted Minds, you're looking at Aiden and Z-Smith. Those two have been fantastic at getting those high-octane plays towards the end circle. So mount them, especially that win all the way back in game number 1. But then you look over towards Fnatic, who's been the game changer. Skullface has really turned up on the day. Longside Noobs, they're making really big plays, kind of punching things forward for this Fnatic team. And then for Falcons, I don't think it's more obvious to say. It's Biffle and Shifty. It's Biffle and Shifty that you're
I need to argue this a little bit.
Sure.
I need to argue this a little bit because, you know, we got to give a shout out for the support kings. You met Z-Smith.
I was going to say,
you met Gorgo Knight, right?
Right.
This duality that some of these players have that they're baiting and trading, what about the support kings that may not pick up the eliminations but set their teammate up for success?
I was going to give it to any of the anchors. You have to throw it to Hisoka. That play that he made in the first one, that is game-changing when you're looking at the placements. I'm glad you're bringing that up. It's unfortunate that it's not down to the literal most valuable player who's making all those plays. It's down to the kill leader because there's so many plays from them that is just pushing them into that situation. Even Knight, he's been stepping up for the team. And Almond, he was talking about in the end game, in those circles, he's the one that's been making the calls for Fnatic, and that's what's getting them to that position. It's what's putting them in that conversation. So you do have to show some love to them.
Got to show some love to the Slayers, the support kings, and obviously who ends up winning it all. And what are they playing for, right? We've been talking about the club championship trophy. Let's talk about the money. $1 million to be earned. And hey, look, all 21 are going to be getting it, but regardless, though, number 1 gets $200,000 plus that MVP for $50,000.
$200K, man.
That is absolutely nutty, life-changing, and there's a couple looking to overtake the top earners when it comes to Warzone.
Yeah, absolutely. There are. We already talked about it. Tommy, the fact that he's sitting on that
Whip Sweat member mode.
Number 1 earner
Chat,
across
probably
Warzone
unhinged, bro.
Will not have a chance to earn any more money this week.
No, members only W, paid freedom chat, hello?
From Team Falcons that could well overtake, and Falcons, I mean, they looked hot yesterday. Surely they're going to do it here.
Well, you would think so. You would hope so anyways, but it's going to be intense. Who will be the top earner? And that's a great question to ask. I think everybody out there, but also when it comes down to our casters. What's going on? We got Goj, we got Shift looking fresh to death. Shift actually didn't see the top earlier, so it's nice to see it now, man. I'm liking the red.
Thanks, man. You know, just want to keep you on your toes down there, Taylor. That's all I'm looking to do out here.
Taylor, thanks. I appreciate it. Shift, it's our time to shine here in the final 4 maps, and frankly, it's the team's time to shine. We got 3 teams at the top. We had a chance to look at the leaderboard. Des broke it all down, and frankly, it's not close. 3 teams at the top, and then a massive drop-off down in 4th and beyond.
The thing about it is I don't rule out any team that finds themselves above kind of like the top 8 right now, just due to the fact that we've seen some massive point totals be tallied in a single game. It doesn't even have to be a win. We've seen teams pull together 20-plus points by just finishing in the top 3. So there's definitely are opportunities for those squads, but it does feel like we have some of our favorites right off the get-go.
I got a lot we can talk about here. The game's about to get started shortly, and I gotta say Fnatic going wild on the map right now. Something has clicked for this team. I'm excited to see what they do in this next drop here shortly. We're gonna head back to the STC Arena to reintroduce our players.
All right, here we go, chat. Second
Welcome
half.
back to the STC Arena, where we have hit the midway point in our Call of Duty Warzone finals at the Esports World Cup. Today, the first 2 maps really set the tone for Team Falcons to go ahead. However, Milos, what's happened now? You know what? Fnatic were
Imagine my internet just went out.
2 games, and then Fnatic. What did they do? Back-to-back wins, baby, and now they are number 1 on top. Oh, we're gonna have to see how the rest of the games go, because this means we have no idea who's gonna take it.
Great, thank you for 6 months, man.
We're gonna have to go through our next 4 maps to decide. Speaking of which, Barney, can you tell what time it is? It's game time! Yes, indeed it is!
Drew, thank you, bro.
To our casters and get game number 4 on the road.
Wow, I love our stage host, Shift. What a great introduction. So excited to
Thank
get
you
to
for
the
the new member as well. Look at that, Whips. You put it in member only. We get new members.
Kind of the match of the week. No, this is grand finals. Every map counts. We are in the mid-game right now, and a lot of ground to make up to end up building your foundation for the end game of this tournament, which is the final 2 maps. We still have 2 to go before we get to the end game.
Absolutely, and I think the thing about this is a lot of time for our players to either say, hey, I know things aren't going well, but trust the process, or, whoa, things aren't going well, we got to change things up. So my eyes are on Na'Vi off the opening drop. They have been battling in the opening first couple of circles because they love to try to get that top prison control. We saw it all day yesterday. They have not been able to find that same success. So will they trust the process or will they bail? On the other side, Team AB wins.
It's not so
they
hot
have
out
gotten
right now.
in
Shouldn't
the
take it
top
for 21
5.
months.
Every single game save essentially won, but they have not been able to put together a lot of kills. So can they figure out how they can get more points with these good placements they put together?
It's such a great call out. Na'Vi is the squad I'm watching as well. They're down in 7th place right now. And we got to remind everybody, you saw the prizing delineation. It is a massive spread, of course, favoring the top 3 teams, but even just 4th, winning $80,000 versus 8th of $40,000. That's doubling your money, and that spread from 4th to 8th is only like 8 points. Very, very tight race. Omit is even in that still if things can go their way.
Astro,
this
thank
time
you, bro.
around.
Grant,
but
thank you,
Na'Vi
man.
Focusing on placement now, they really got to find kills.
Chat,
It's all about that.
We got game 4 here. 4 games left. All right, so we're going to come down to the wire here pretty soon, man. Counting negative for 33 months, bro.
Before the Resurgence respawn timer closes out. So there are a lot of things that are going to add some extra conversation fuel to what these guys have been talking about over the course of the last 20 minutes. So it'll be really curious, I think, again, do they trust the process? Do they change it up? We're about to find out.
Well, Falcons, they're not on top right now.
I still can't get over the stage, man. This is insane, bro. Great, appreciate your 5, man.
60 points, now the new metric.
Like, if Aiden and his team win, like, back-to-back games here, they can win the whole thing. Brad, thank you for 34 months.
Multiplier
as well.
Easy math. 60 points and up by 19 on second. You've got to win to take home the grand prize. $200,000 on the line at the top.
Alex, thank you, brother. Chris, thank
top
you.
Fragger.
Nicholas, thank you. Goodness
only
gracious.
Be an incredible finish to this tournament.
Absolutely the case.
Honcho, 34
And
months.
I'll just be
Shady,
now
thank you.
curious to see who's going to be able to contest against the
right
pace that Fnatic have now established in these last 2 games. High kills, great placement, everything going their way. Let's get to it.
Let's go,
Welcome to the second half, ladies and gentlemen. Match 5 is here.
$1 million
Our players are
on the
dropping
line,
into
ladies and gentlemen.
Rebirth Island. The battle for prison, the battle for the glory, the battle for your, I guess your enemy's keys as well. So
Sean, thank you, bro.
on the line for
Alex,
a lot
thank
of
you
our
for 13
players. But
months.
here it is, top of prison. Almond's here first, and it looks like maybe free and clear this time around.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
That's so
Na'Vi
interesting.
in the mix
They
at
send
all.
someone
We gotta
in.
keep an
It's
eye out
fire.
for them. They're number 10.
Thank you, bro.
They're actually defaulting to playing down a little bit closer towards the mid on control center, so there could be an early battle here. Again, great placements for them, but not a lot of kills. So both these two teams
precision is
really need to
crazy
find a win in
good.
this opening duel.
And this is the change of strategy we've seen from Amit. Reminder, they dropped HQ during group stages and were getting battled by Fnatic the whole time, so no one wants to fight them, and we've got action all across the screen, but it's an early encounter here from Levi, Na'Vi, J-Tech, Omit, Na'Vi trading blows, finding kills both ways. What can you do if you're J-Tech, your entire team relying on you to get the entry frag?
And Team Destroy is looking up from boat at this fight too. So keep in mind there could be possible early third-party situations. While again, both these two teams very desperate to find one another. Other battles going on. Keep an eye just in the kill feed off of what Guild and Team Eisen are doing because they've also been landing on each other for the last 4 games.
And Guild's got the better of Eisen now, I think 4 times out of 4, maybe 5 out of 5 as we see mascots of Twisted Minds in the stadium. I love our crowd today. They've been so loud for a number of different teams. Excited to see how loud they can get near the end of this event. But we got a long way to go first, and Omit slowly holding on to this POI, not giving up control, not without a fight. As you can see, like you said, Destroy way over there, just hanging out by themselves. Things have not been going their way today. They're way down at the bottom of the leaderboard.
And there is a lot of this air of caution right now kind of coming through as we now take a look at the kill feed once again. Aiden and co starting to get into a little bit of trouble, so that's going to completely push them off their drop position. And now as we look over towards the rest of the map, Fnatic looking to finish them off. Fit might be the last player left in this position, so he's going to get finished, and that's going to be Fnatic dominating over one of the drop points for Twisted Minds.
This is a huge take. Reminder, your top 3 teams, Twisted Minds, Fnatic, Falcons, those 3 teams, if you see them engage with each other, you'll watch these players back out and move around the map. We've got a wide spread of players all around the map. The new circle favoring the north side, which means Stronghold. Falcons, they've got to move, and they are going to start moving now.
Yeah, and Heretics is the only team that's really going to be able to contest them over towards that bottom side at Factory, so really they should feel pretty comfortable to get themselves fully looted up. The only other team nearby is Zizik's team, who really have not played all that well today compared to what they were able to put together yesterday.
Right
so
underneath
keep an eye on that as we
I
get
still
further
can't
into it.
get
But
over
again,
how
this
good
battle
this
for prison has
production
been
is,
where
man.
a lot
It's
of our kind
insane.
of marquee squads in terms of club championship potentially have been playing, and Eisen's squad much better this time through. They're essentially going to cut through the entire entirety of Skullface and the rest of Fnatic, so they're going to win Prison here.
That's the first time we've seen Team Eisen finally come out on top. I'm not sure they changed any strategy. They just finally won it. Now, 1 out of every 5 times not going to be enough. We'll see if they can continue to do it as Crims does cut down Shifty. Now Biffle trying to get in the action. Hamoud making a flank play here. Biffle on the stairs though. Hamoud can't connect with anything. Biffle makes it look easy. It's going to clean up Hamoud here if Crims doesn't make a play. Crims is there in time. Hamoud should be able to self-revive. This is looking dire for the Falcons, and all of a sudden, they're readdressing this fight from a different angle. They know if they fall here, it could prove difficult. Now their teammate respawns. There's the take and the PA
really
to help out.
by
That
them.
right there is a team play.
That was sick, dude. Whoever was on the parachute was just acting as a manned UAV. So not a UAV, just an aerial vehicle, completely manned out, and it's like, hey, they're still above you on the guns. That's enough for a full revive to come out. Plus, of course, like you mentioned, the airstrike. Huge recovery from Falcons as we swap over to Syndicate, who I will say again, even though they haven't been necessarily making noise on the leaderboard overall, they've played particularly well today to their standard, but they are placing better than yesterday. So they're figuring it out. Just comes down to they need a big game.
Quick map look here. You can see Falcons number 4 in cyan, a little light blue left-hand side. And you can see their zone shifting up north as Destroy is finally getting the better of a couple of opponents here, putting some more points on the board. Shifty, Hisoka playing slow, but they do have to rotate. This is an unfavorable zone for the Falcons. Could see them fall a bit earlier if they're not
usually
careful.
play
They know
that
that,
tower
though.
the entire
They're gonna play
time at the
pretty
stronghold.
slow. They're going to play edge of zone. They're going to have to run through Destroy, and they're going to have to run through Omit coming up from the side of Control.
Yeah, and on the other front, as I was going to say, can we get Fnatic's POV here? Because they got Guild right below them, but they also have number 3 in Twisted Minds. So this could get really nasty. Skullface just with the pistol dropping in will not be able to catch Wars by surprise. Noobs was trying to get isolated for another pick, but not going to work out. So again, 3 of our top squads battling for position bottom side Prison.
Heretics out immediately. First team gone. Heretics have not been playing the same game they played during group stages. Something is going horribly awry. We'll see if they can come back in the final 3. There's the first team out here as we're deeper into the second circle. Things have definitely changed. Last map, I think we saw 7 teams alive as the resurgence timer closed. So definitely different pacing, likely because of this zone pull. A lot more teams up here. They can hide out in zone. They can hide out inside of buildings as needed, play their lives a bit better than some of the open spaces that Stronghold affords.
And I think the thing here is going to be the timing of when do you want to rotate in and how deep do you want to rotate to, because going through Prison is not an easy task, especially with squads like Emit that are fully formed and ready to go. And you can see that's kind of the issue now for Zig's team. They're trying to make their way kind of around the outside through the bottom side of the circle, but this is just being contested by so many different squads. I mean, you've got legitimately 5 different full teams that are looking to play for this spot on the buy station.
The Zig's team making a nice rotation here. They are one of the top slayers in this map, but they're way down in 11th place right now. They need a banger and a win to even be in the conversation. We head back to Fnatic on top of Prison, where they love to live. They've been living here since scrims, into solos, into group stages. This is their home, and no one truthfully has been able to contest them there yet, not to any sort of effective measures.
And I love this from Falcons, just to kind of take a quick look. They get the top tower so they can scout out who's on the rooftops and how deep under the rooftops they are, so the rest of the teammates can just hop on up, possibly find a way to fight, but not going to happen. Biffle, Shifty, both taken down. Who do you know it? It's the local and Hamoud and Zix to take them out of the picture. So now it's just down to Biffle, last one, or Hisoka, last one left, and he just has to hold this corner away for his teammates to jump on in, while all of a sudden you look at the kill feed, SGP in trouble, Patsuka coming to life.
We got to find Guild. Guild is deep underneath Prison right now at already double-digit eliminations. They're your top team right now, and they're getting wiped by Limax off screen as Hisoka slowly but surely gets his team back into the mix. Wars, here they are. Down right now, the team is on top though. Again, 10 eliminations already. They've been farming the bottom Prison, and it's been against Rodrigo. They had a nice early encounter against, I believe it was Fnatic. They had a couple early kills, but all of a sudden they're getting pushed by multiple teams. King AJ goes huge, picks up 2 in the process, and doesn't lose either life while grabbing the elimination. Very well played in the team fight and securing more elims. Guild is coming alive.
And this isn't going to get any cleaner, by the way. You still have so many teams that are trying to make their way into Prison to control the high ground before this next circle gets established. And you can see
how many people are in Prison, top left
on the
mini-map.
bottom left-hand side. So teams like Twisted Minds going to have to make a decision. Do we rotate up to Prison or out towards Harbor? This is going to get
Someone should get in
inside the
Industries.
cell block.
Yeah, if you're wondering who's gone, by the way, Singapore Syndicate out. They're your second team fully eliminated. That means there's only 12 still on the map as a resurgence timer slowly ticking by. Still plenty of players alive, still plenty of teams. King Matty trying to get some sort of momentum in this map, but constantly over and over again getting pushed by multiple teams. Finally gets the better of one, but it's all in the back. Rodrigo is all by himself. He could lose his life here. 1 second remaining, gets his teammate back. They are still alive. Barely breathing.
Just barely. And it's not going to feel good for Rodrigo. You know that your teammate coming down is not going to be able to really help you too much because it's just so messy on the top of the prison, which, by the way, Falcons have gotten high ground control. You can see Almond off the Shifty's left. He is sniping right now, by the way. So you have to be careful if your Falcons try to come across, as it's Guild, who did get kind of pushed off that angle inside. They have to take the water landing and stay outside the picture, try to get themselves bin. Now it's time for the Falcons to strike from the high ground.
Falcons want this Fnatic high ground. You can see Almond up on the water tower, playing support, playing anchor as needed to stay alive, and Ahsoka's going to run him off the back, but they're still on top of prison. They are fighting for the position. They know they need it going into closing of Resurgence. This is where you can pick up a ton of eliminations here. We've got 52 seconds until the Resurgence timer closes. Watch out for this timer, because right as it ticks, people will breathe for a second, and then teams will be fully eliminated in a blink of an eye. We still have 12. Everyone holding on to their lives is Destroy, trying to fly back in.
This prison area is just not going to go to any one team, it feels like. Everyone keeps finding a way to get themselves back into full groups of 3. Anxie and the rest of the crew try to make their way over, but at the moment, you really got to take a look to see if Twisted Minds can get themselves back into fighting form. I mean, they are a little bit safer towards the backside of prison. They can rotate a little bit late, but they have to get this buy out. They are near a buy station, so they should get a full loadout here soon as we head back on board with Falcons, still trying to win out the high ground, but Aizen's team back as a full 3 as well, looking to get some action with Team Zix, and they're winning out the day.
That's a huge win down below. Zix was one of the top ranking teams early in this map. They needed a huge one, and they're getting cut down. Aizen holding on by the hair of their chin, and now finally all back alive. They're finding some success. Barely every time, but it's working.
Who is that?
Look at the rest of our squad. Our resurgence
Destroy's team is in a great
closed.
spot.
Everybody at risk of being fully eliminated from this lobby, and we do lose another.
Yeah, AB Wiz, we talked about them. They have been placing well, but they have not been able to find kills. They're setting themselves up for another good placement at the top side of the circle you saw for a moment. But as we, again, look at the rotation, a lot of the pressure is going to come about who gets through Industries next. That's the next hot spot as it finds itself center circle. Falcons still looking to win the high ground out, and they have, again, been able to shoot down at least a couple of the members from Fnatic, keeping them at bay just a little while longer.
That third team eliminated is Na'Vi. They cannot get the placements they had during group stages. Something is not working, whether it's just team fights or maybe groups was just that much easier. Teams are playing different. You heard the players talk about this. Teams are playing different, and what they're doing is they're playing together, making these hard, aggressive, high-risk, high-reward playstyle plays where you're pushing as a full team of 3. It's a huge boon.
This is going to be insane.
A huge boon when Biffle just shoots straight and finds elimination right up under the nose of AB Wiz and Co. and answers onto them. They are going to swing on this fight. They believe they can win this. They have a nice position on edge of zone, and the only team contesting them is AB Wiz.
This is a brilliant freaking macro decision from Falcons. You push Fnatic off the high ground at prison, you know that you can rotate low and long because no one's guarding you from the high ground. So they get involved, they get a couple of knocks, but still AB Wiz stays strong. They have to bunker up. The circle is just on the outside, so this is going to be an inevitable battle here between Falcons and AB Wiz.
Dude, they stuck Hisoka. They're pushing him off it.
All far right-hand side. Right now, the battle on screen, the battle for the best spot on the map currently, and it's not close. They do lose Hisoka. They are low in health, and AB Wiz is still alive somehow. Throwing shots down does drop Shifty, but Biffle makes it look easy. Answers, wipe. See you later, AB Wiz.
Just won 2v3. Hisoka got stuck, bro. That was actually insane.
Here the smoke for the buy station, which is what the Falcons actually want. Squad wipe on to team number 7. That's going to be Aizen's team, who did well through prison, but outside of any major multiplier. So the rotation for Falcons still going to get tested here by Amit. The other part of the circle you have to keep your eye on. Guild, like you mentioned, on a bit of a burner. They find themselves right in the mix of all this action you're seeing in the kill feed right now. Twisted Minds playing through the gas, not looking all that healthy. That they're being gate kept by Fnatic. So a couple of our heavy-hitting squads still in position to try to take a couple of key fights.
Dude, they might win. They're playing so good.
Vitality on 17 eliminations, bottom prison, fighting for their lives. They're down, way down in 10th place on the leaderboard. This is the game they needed. They make top 8 as well off screen as Skullface is getting his resources up, and Fnatic continues to hold the high ground position. They've got power position. Finally, Twisted Minds answer and do find Skull. But right now, they're hanging out in buy, getting resources for in-game.
Zone to
we
get
are
that
here.
buy
In-game
station.
is
That was
upon us.
also
We still have
Gigabrain.
8 teams looking for top 5 next multiplier.
Difficult battle right here between Falcons and Amit. Lots of damage starting to get tallied, but it looks like they're still waiting to get Biffle fully revived and up into the action. Damage traded from both hands. This is an aggressive game of tag, but it finally has to make a move. Falcons trying to make play over towards the high ground. They get the read down low on Elolam. He'll drop Shifty around the back. Gonna get a little bit more safety. He gets the shot.
Oh my God, I thought he was about to pull that off.
The answer is nowhere. They get killed out by Amit, who can now reset as the late circle starts to come through.
Falcons sit back
Noobs
in
is
the
the only
lobby
one left
at
for
8th place.
Fnatic.
They did achieve the 1.2
Noobs is the
times
only one
multiplier,
left.
but
He
not
just
a
got a
ton.
kill.
They're going to fall on this leaderboard a little bit, especially with Fnatic still alive and Twisted Minds. Watch out for both of those two teams. They're our top 2 squads, aside from the Falcons, but Vitality is on a barn burner.
Yeah.
They've made top 6. They have a crazy amount of eliminations, staring down the barrel of 20 kills as a team. They needed this. They've got the Kim. We've been waiting for them. Enigma's jumping for joy in the green room.
The other part about this, though, is that Gilder also put together a bit of a heater, and they are right below them. So it's who wins out.
Aiden
The
just
team up
almost
top, down low, and there's going to be
the
contest.
cluster money just
Vitality
saved
in
Aiden.
trouble as Smitten. Aiden
my
makes
God,
the play
it didn't.
forward. Enxian, last one left alive. There is explosions all over. Looks like a Michael Bay.
Dude,
from
Noobs
out
is
here,
third
and
party.
Vitality will
Noobs is
survive
by himself?
and wipe the ground.
Wait, they
now
just
it's
died
just
in the
down to our
cluster?
final couple of squads.
A massive mortar falls.
Oh, dude,
Aiden
Skullface
gets the
is still up. I
elimination.
didn't know
Vitality
that.
is gone. They achieve their multiplier. Here we go. Destroy, welcome to the party, my friend. Not a ton of eliminations to boot. It's all about Guild. Right now, Guild making a move. They needed to make a move in the first half. They're finally doing it in 5. We've got the zone closing. The final zone is going to shrink down on these two teams. Now, folks at home, we've got multipliers galore. It is all about the win. 2x multiplier for the win. And I'm going to be honest, Guild need it bad. Destroy's team is on 4 kills. Guild is on 15. This could be a 30-plus point game if they can get the full wipe.
I thought AJ
and right
was
now,
about
it's
to
just about who
flank.
makes the first move.
It's going to be a heal. It's going to be a heal off. There's no way that they want to get rid of the high ground. There are mines all over the place, and we'll try to check to see where are they.
my God!
So he gets the
He hit him with
information.
a
Wait a
bunker
second, Bill,
buster!
where are we going right now? They have to leave the building. That seems to be the case. The
bunker
a little bit of
buster.
an opportunity for Vision to possibly sneak on forward, but he's super low. He can't quite get into the circle.
Dude, the bunker
and Team
buster just won that
Destroy will
game.
steal away a win, but second place with a lot of kills. Guild won't feel too terribly about that.
Yeah, you can see the
my
look
God.
on Destroyed's team faces. They know, hey, we got the win. And frankly, we thwarted Guild from getting a ton of elimination points with that multiplier. But they weren't
I
happy
think they
about
missed
it
the
because they know
bunker
they don't have
buster
enough.
that knocked him on
with
top.
6 kills, which would be 12 points. Guild, though, thwarted from a massive game
Oh
that
my
they
God, that was a
desperately
huge
needed.
clutch. Hey,
Reminder,
that
Guild
was
down
a dub
in
for
6th
Destroy
place,
team, bro.
41.2 points after 4. Chip, that was a 30-point game staring at them, and it will fall to somewhere around
Destroy,
about
man.
25.
I like
Yeah, and
those
Guild
guys.
right now is finding themselves in the position of teams like SGP Syndicate, where they're placing better than they did yesterday. They're kind of getting rid of the ultimate outliers, which are those 14th and 13th place finishes, but they're having a difficult time tallying kills. So this one's going to help out their averages on the day. I'm sure they're going to overall think that this is going to be a success, but still some more to be done.
This guy Carl thinks he's banned. Do you see that? Yeah, you can do that too, Whips. Can you see if Carl's banned? Carl, I'll have Whips look,
What was
man.
the intermission like? You had 20 minutes to kind of gather your thoughts. What did you guys talk about?
Yeah, during the intermission, we kind of just had to get a strategy down just because our first 4 games, we were very uncoordinated. We didn't really have an anchor set on who was going to play the anchor. This game, my boy Nate was playing the anchor. He allowed me and Raul to go a little bit of rogue. We didn't get as many kills as we wanted, but that's the start to the flow change that we wanted right there. So look forward to not only another dub next game, but more kills in the future coming up right here. So that's a good turn of events to get our flow from last place, obviously to bring us up a little bit there.
Yeah, speaking of flow, it kind of seems like the pace of play has slowed down a little bit coming into these final 4 maps of the day. Do you feel like people are kind of a bit more precautious with how they're playing? They're slowing down a bit?
Yeah, I think some of the teams are playing a tad bit more disciplined, especially since it's the grand finals, and teams don't want to get wiped early and stuff like that. But I think as long as we just rotate and get to a nice spot and pick up a couple of kills on the rotation, that we should continue to be fine and get some more points as well as another dub or 2.
Destroy, you've been absolutely amazing. Congratulations so far, Team Destroy. Let's hope you bring home some more dubs in the second half of this day. Also, your brother's going crazy backstage.
Thank you. Shout out to you guys back at home. Just give me my money. Let's go.
Ooh, okay. With that being said, we're going to head back into our next map of the day to continue the finals.
All right, we are back, man. Hey, check it out. What a good game, and a game for those who needed a regain. We talked about halftime. Those first 4
That was a
games
big clutch,
blazingly
bro.
fast, right?
That
Teams
bunker
needed
buster
to
was
settle down a
huge,
bit,
man.
you know, reconvene,
It literally wanted
figure
that
out
game.
what's going on. It's Resurgence after all. It's all about recovering, and I think a couple of teams definitely did. Team Destroy is wonderful. They take the victory.
Yeah, my team, baby, Raul. But some of those plays, yeah, I know. We were like, wait, what's going on in those endgame modes? moments, but for Team Destroy making those adjustments, and they were landing a little bit around living quarters and control, not winning those engagements, falling early. I believe in one of those drops, I believe the very first game, they were the very first team to fall. So talking amongst each other's and like, okay, what do we need to do to adjust? They were able to step it up.
Step it up and step it up they did, but also Guild, a team that's looking to come up from the depths of the bottom of the leaderboard. That is a tremendous win.
Yeah, you asked me before we went to the break and starting into the second half of the games, what teams kind of we were looking at to maybe break into that top 3, and Guild were in that conversation. They were not too far away. Well, they were far away when it comes down to the points, but they were not far down the leaderboard when it comes down to trying to work their way up. And a second place finish with a good amount of kills, that is 1 step out of 4 steps taken to try to move back up to contest these teams for a win. It's not going to be easy at all, but it's more of that from Guild that you hope to see going into the next 3 games.
Well, let's take a look at the final blow, the final moments, that final zone really in general, and there was maybe some wasted opportunities in it.
Bunker
so I
Buster
want to see
won
this
it.
again, because I noticed there was a bit of bad timing, I think. there was a
Nate
player that
Dogg,
went
I
deep
think
into
Bunker
the gas.
Buster in the
I
corner.
think it was Vision, but either way,
right there.
I think just
He did it
timing
right there.
was not great for Guild on this push. I think they kind of felt forced. They split up to try and make this hit at the same time.
Are they
and
still missing the
just
Bunker
get pushed out there. Wars gets overwhelmed by Destroy, and the players inside the gas, just not much of a chance.
But can we talk about how Team Destroy was able to get up there? Because for the longest time, it was Team Vitality that had control.
This is it,
they were in 8th place going into that drop, and they were
Buster.
able to pick up so many eliminations to hopefully skyrocket them. But that 1v1 between Z-Smith and Exian, that was key right there, because I don't know if you guys saw
Still
it.
missed the Bunker
Noob
Buster.
was actually coming up from the scaffolding and actually got, I believe it was Exian in the back.
missed the Bunker Buster.
With the
It's
streak
over.
that
Puff,
was used
thank
by
you, bro.
Aiden, beautiful
That
place
streak
to
was
be able to
huge.
take down Vitality to let Destroy and them have control over top
It's
prison.
big for Twisted Minds, who were playing for placement at the end there. You saw them towards the bottom of prison, wrapping in towards the industries. They knew they wanted the height. They knew it was going to be tough to.
They pushed out because of the Bunker Buster. You know what I'm saying?
Call for Twisted Minds to make. The only thing is, I don't think you expected for Vitality to have a game like that, and to talk about Fnatic and Twisted Minds again finding themselves into the end game. That is good placement for both of those teams who are still finding kills. It's going to keep them ahead of the Falcons, or just in and around the Falcons today.
Yeah, taking a look at our highlights, you start to see some teams start to challenge themselves, specifically top 3, okay? Who are we talking about? Falcons, Fnatic, Twisted Minds.
Thank you,
I
man.
think in that order, if I'm not mistaken. This, though, starting off was a big save. Biffle saving the day.
Yeah, Biffle saves today, but look, can we talk about Team Zix, though, how their strategies have changed Reflections, because they were also on drop number 2, the first team to fall. Landing between Control and Living, but deciding to make that play. Biffle did play spoiler, even on that rotation that you liked. This play right here.
This rotation was brilliant. As far as I'm concerned, when it comes down to the Team Falcons, they understand if they go forward off of Prison Roof, they are going to run into about 3 or 4 different players that are sitting on top of the water tower. That's not a good option, and it gets really scrappy going from there, either over towards Control or even a little bit further. It's not easy, so they take the best course of action. They go left, they use the side of the hill as cover, and eventually come to the backside of Abwiz and his crew, who's already in a fight, mind you. I believe with Omid, who's just above them. So for me, that was a great rotation. Seymour, you do see it a bit different, though.
I mean, you had top prison in your control. Nobody was going to be contesting you. You had Fnatic a little bit ahead of you, and you had underneath you as Aizen, but there was so much time to make that rotation. I don't think it was the wrong call to drop off of prison over and towards that zone. I think it was a little bit too early. I think Falcons got a little bit too hungry seeing those teams fighting. They wanted to jump in on that opportunity. They thought they could take that control, but instead they kind of put themselves in a path where they had to move through so many teams just to get to that final circle. And I didn't think I agreed with it. It didn't really pay off for them.
Thank you guys for all the new members today.
Fair,
I
think
appreciate
their
the love,
immediate
man.
thought was, we have to deal with
Saturday
Apples. You knew Apples
stream,
was gonna
more
be by the
members,
box. You knew they
huh?
were going to be a constant problem, because if they do
Keep
push the
that in
prison at
mind,
that
man.
point from the low ground, you know that Abwiz are going to try and take you down. So getting rid of Abwiz, I think that was just their priority in the moment.
Well, Abwiz is actually one of the most perfect at least segues. Abwiz, we had a chance
Striker,
to
if it
actually
happens
speak to him. What he had to
organically,
say
bro.
is he's
You know
tearing
what
it
I'm
up on
saying?
the battlefield.
I appreciate the love, man, if you've been here that long, too.
Hey guys, it's Puckett backstage. AB Wiz just came off the stage, and I wanted to ask you about, so far, your team's performance. Through 4 drops, you seem to be right in the middle of the heap. We almost saw you win a round. How do you feel the team's playing?
A little frantic, a bit uncoordinated. It's just, we have 2 really slow games, so we're trying to make up for it, and it's kind of costing us now. But
Still
not over. So.
Hack and Shane,
I was
thank
gonna
you
say,
guys.
You still have a second half coming up here, and the comeback is always alive with that multiplier being a 2.0 for a first place. What is it going to take for you guys to take that spot?
First place, I don't know if it's even possible anymore, but of course.
Josh, thank you, man. Sergeant, thank you, brother. Am I going to compete at the next EWC? Probably not.
And who's been your toughest opponent
Maybe
so far on your
parties,
drop
though,
spot?
you know?
No, nobody's fighting us. That's the thing. We cleared it out the past 2 days in the group stages, and nobody fights us anymore. So now we're having to row, which we didn't do yesterday. We just took the kills as they came, and then we rotated with the loot that we got from those kills. But now we're having to rotate into kills, and it's just a different ballgame.
Well, just so you know, the fans are going wild for you guys when you're on the screen in the chat. Best of luck moving forward. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Cheers, bud.
There it is. Apple was saying nobody's challenging them. They want to fight, but nobody wants to fight them. And can you blame the competition? They're on fire. And speaking of which, so are we. Game
Stan,
4 is
thank you for
done.
the new
Let's
one,
get
bro.
into game number 5 and
Might
keep
do
the
it for a watch
tournament
party
going.
for OW2 for the weekend. I mean, I don't
Thanks,
know, man.
Taylor Reflections Noble.
Right
Hey, I
now,
love
so
that
we're
we had a
doing this
great-
hashtag ad. We don't right now have any plans to do the Overwatch or the Counter-Strike
you
one,
heard it
but
from
I love
Baby Wiz. I
Overwatch,
think that's the
Counter-Strike if
case
they
for
want to do.
most of the
Hey, I
teams.
gladly
Everybody
do
looks
watch
so
parties,
frantic
man.
on the
You know?
map, besides our top 3 teams.
I was going to say, and maybe there's some lack of experience, veterancy that's being missed right now.
Fnatic
but
is up
the good
20
news for the
on
teams that had a
Falcons.
great map is the jump that both
I have
Guild
to
and
use the bathroom,
Vitality
but I
just
think
put
the game's
together.
about to
Able to
start. I'm
snap
gonna
up
go to the bathroom.
above not just AB Wiz, but also SGP
Wiz?
Syndicate. They're still kind of in shouting distance.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
not touching distance in
No,
the top
not
3,
yet,
but
Wiz. Not
they're
yet.
at least in the picture now with those good maps.
Well, reminder, Vitality with that
Starting
map
right
just
now, go to
jumped
the
like $40,000. Okay, like a huge jump. I know we're talking about 4th place, and Abwas even just said, like, I don't even know if first is possible anymore. Don't love the mentality, but maybe mathematically could be somewhat correct. But we got to talk about the top as we're about to hop into this map. A 20-point gap, which means that gap was not lessened, gained, nothing. It's the exact same as it was before. But Shift, my friend, it's time to jump into game.
This could be a
Game
fun one.
number 6 is here. Ladies and gentlemen, the crowd's going wild. Keep that energy up. Cheer for your favorite teams. I'm sure it's either Twisted Minds or maybe it is the Falcons. Here we go. Fnatic on top, though. We'll see if maybe one of our oldest orgs in the game can grab a victory here in Warzone.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing about, the conversation around our teams in the middle is, again, what landing spots do you want to keep going to? Because we've seen it. This battle for Prison has been pretty huge. And once again, we've got Na'Vi fighting up against Amit. This time, Amit are prepared for it. 10X able to get the high ground. So the pistol works out. A little battle up close and personal. Gets the crack and a little bit of a help for, I believe, what was a knock. So again, Na'Vi in trouble. No, Zeppa just hits the dirt. So he's just trying to play a little bit of survival tactics right now.
Yeah, what's crazy about this hot drop, this is just 8 versus 9, just chalking each other's tournaments. I mean,
Correct.
over and over
Yeah.
again, destabilized, trading each other's kills. It looks like Na'Vi getting the short end of the stick on this fight. They were trying to hunt Limax down here just to wipe him off the map and get rid of him, but player has gotten right back into it. So these are great kills for Omid if they can grab all of them, which it looks like they likely will.
Yep.
They've got a nice early lead over most of the competition, winning their early drop with, I think, a total of 3 eliminations. Only the Zix team doing that off screen.
Na'Vi
I'm back. I'm
has
sorry.
got
Did
to
I miss
be,
anything crazy, chat?
well, saying words
No,
in
everyone's still alive.
Australian that are very appropriate, but not for this broadcast. They have to be frustrated. 10th, 11th, and 12th have been their placements so far, which is so different from yesterday. But that's what happens. When you got teams like Guild, teams like Fnatic that want to put a lot of presence topside Prison, they're just not comfortable on these drops.
Twisted Minds, a top team, a frustrating last map, slowly falling down the leaderboard, about 9 points behind the Falcons. They need another good one, they need it now. Again, we're playing for a lot of money at the top. $200,000 if you win, plus the 50K bounty, plus just the title of an Esports World Cup champion.
Yeah, just a lot of things on the line there, brother. It's a laundry list of things you could check through, as Falcons actually have a good idea of who's around them. This is the Heretic squad, who often stay very safe and get lost circle preference, but has not been the case yet today, and the Falcons look like they're trying to reap the reward of possibly finding some free kills. That will be at least an opportunity for Shifty to get up the ladder, but again, that just feels like Heretics are going to give away that spot.
But you know, one team that's not changing up their strategy is the Falcons. They're sending 2 out, they're leaving Hisoka in Stronghold by himself. There's not anyone close to Hisoka in a country mile, as Twisted Minds do clean up a couple kills here on screen, here in Factory. Again, these top teams, they're kind of farming some of the squads that are really struggling today, adding insult to injury. If you can mental boom a team, I mean, you're going to catch all of them for free and maybe even more.
Well, here's the thing. Keep an eye on this fight because Heretics think they may be able to find this remote building to get themselves looted up again. That's not the case. Aiden does pre-fire the corner. Trust that Knight can follow up. Good bait and switch coming through. And yeah, Heretics have no drop spot right now. You can see the other member, number 12,
George,
is just floating through the backside of the gas, just trying to find something for them to land on.
Yeah, and lurking in the corner, the Falcons are here. They've got a nice sight line. That's probably who's shooting at Aiden right now. Shifty and Biffle up on high ground with a nice angle. Couple teams in this area. It looks like Na'Vi trying to regain in Factory as well, which certainly isn't going to go well. You can see Limax over by Shifty, but back to Prison we go. We see Fnatic on top. They've got a nice 4 to 5 kills in total as a team. And
Fnatic's
all
ability to get top Prison in this angle is so big, bro.
They know that, hey,
George,
we're not seeing anything over towards the backside area. There must be someone on the opposite edge. Once again, here is that little revive trying to come through for Na'Vi. Completely denied. They're running into full squads wherever they try to land. Other teams that are doing the same thing right now, Heretics we talked about, but also new icons. Neither of these teams can find any stable ground to get into loot.
Off screen, Omit knows the script. Hisoka by himself. They know if we go Stronghold, we saw Shifty and Biffle way up into living quarters. We know we can drop on Hisoka as a team of 3 and win that, striking away at their anchor and taking Stronghold for ourselves. So now Omit is the only team in Stronghold, as it looks like, well, unfortunately, Fnatic is continuing their tear through this map, taking out Zix and fully eliminating them from the lobby.
Well, and that's kind of the thing, right? Like, you may be able to isolate our anchor, but when our front line is that far forward, winning so many gunfights, the anchor just moves. You just pass the baton and say, okay, now we're going to anchor ourselves around living quarters. And again, Na'Vi cannot get their boots on the ground, man. They're getting absolutely destroyed. They just cannot find a way to get together and find any loot whatsoever.
I mean, they're farming them, literally. This looks like ranked. You're taking out 2, you're leaving 1 alive, and then you're farming them as they fall back in because they don't have their loadout. It's just as simple as that. Now Omit having to rotate in. They're going to run back into the Falcons. The Falcons want their position back, and unfortunately falling, but should be totally fine here. No real angles from Omit, not yet, but that's what Elo's going for.
Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted as well,
has
dude.
the angles.
Thank you, man.
The high ground here is huge because the only way up here is via a ladder, or of course flying back in after you die. So should be feeling pretty comfortable here unless a C4 hits him in the face.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those moments where it's breach and clear. There's the C4, there's the smoke, there's the play. I mean, Exhibit A of how to break a ladder setup, showcased by the Falcons. They will, again, anchor up this living quarters position. Amit will have to drop over towards strongholds. And then we now need to take a look to see what else will happen with the other teams trying to regain, because everyone's trying to get to this bottom side of the map, which is where the circle's starting to pull towards.
Well, we got to go check in on Guild in the middle of the map in Prison. Again, a fight for Prison. It looks like it's likely Fnatic on top, Guild down below. Guild has won the low ground. Fnatic has won the high ground. Off the offhand side here over by Kim, it looks like, again, Heretics cannot get anything going.
Yeah, the other thing about this is not only are new icons pretty much a full squad, but below them is number 9 in that kind of salmon color. That's SGP Syndicate. So again, there's no free ground to land on
Almond again, dude. Almond's just top
like
tower.
Screen, we've got
it's very interesting to see how like everyone plays this very methodically.
Seven's out of here, by the way. Our second squad to fall yet again. Eisen can't get anything going with Guild in the way. Bottom Prison is all Guild's territory right now, especially the last 2 maps. It looks like Twisted Mind's in a bit of a blender as well. It was actually Fnatic that pushed over and cleared them off that POI. But now back here to Twisted Minds. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this restabilization. They're in a blender, which could open a window of opportunity. And here comes it. You can see it. Team 2 lurking in the shadows. Fnatic want to take down Twisted Minds. That's their main competition right now.
The problem is Twisted Minds have a very free and safe loadout drop plus the ammo drop to get themselves essentially right back to where they finished from when they dropped. So even though it may not feel comfortable in terms of the positions they hold, they do have the full weapons that they want. Also, another scope over towards that backside of ship. They are going to be able to find number 10. That is Na'Vi again, who continue to just get farmed up by every squad bottom side of the map.
Oh, that's so free for Falcons. I mean, they're getting free kill after free kill. Na'Vi will not be fully eliminated. They're still alive. The Falcons are on 11 already, and it's almost entirely on the backs of Na'Vi, who's handed them kills. And unfortunate for them, Na'Vi's doing what they can. There's nothing wrong about what they're trying to do. They just can't stabilize. They're getting killed everywhere they try to land. And we're going to head back to last map winners. Raul on 4, still fighting over here with Control, and it's Omit back on control, taking this position, especially with new zone coming.
Yeah, Amit decided they didn't want to fight Falcons anymore.
That's right. Yeah,
so you rotate up, try to get some positioning around the top side of the circle where control center is. And like you said, it is going to be team destroy up in that area.
Shifty
but still,
and Hisoka are kind of like eating
the map. I mean, they have, and you can see it on this expanded mini-map right now, they have got the entire bottom third of the map. Just because they're playing so spread, they're finding individual kills, and it's putting a lot of stress on all these teams trying to regain right before we get our resurgence close.
Yeah, it's really this Falcon squad, south side or southwest side of the map. You've got Factory locked down by Twisted Minds. And frankly, top prison's Fnatic, bottom prison is Guild. And that's how it's been all day today. Those are some of our top teams. Guild just finally making a late resurge here. Could have another good game. They're on 7 off screen, but the Falcons are on 14 right now. It's not close, and we still have a few more seconds, about a minute and a half or so until that resurgence timer closes.
Guild and Fnatic are fighting right now. If we can get either squad 11 or 2 right, this would be pivotal, because whoever wins that battle out is going to get full prison control. And kind of looking at it, at least on our expanded map, it looks like Guild have pushed off Fnatic almost completely. So Guild in a great spot to try to come from the north side of the map and possibly one-up their performance from last game.
Yeah, look at this Almond all by himself. Does have a portable buy station if he needs it, is going to go ahead and just rebuy back his teammates, not going to take any risks here. We still have 55 seconds on resurgence, but if you wait 20 seconds, look who's lurking, look who's coming. The Falcons know they are flying in, they are soaring for power position, and right now it is HQ.
Yeah, they see Almond's buyback and they say, okay, you want to buy someone up here? We'll just head right on over. Again, they've controlled this bottom third of the map for free. Now all the streaks start to rain on in. Skullface on the way back, trying to get himself some safety. He's got to go all the way to the bottom floor. So once again, Falcons in a position to try to swoop in on this, but also the same way, AB Wiz, top side of the high ground, has got to look at this as well.
Well, this is a brand new AB Wiz team. They're playing a totally different strategy. Let's get top prison. Why not? We haven't seen them top prison since, I think, game 1 of group stages. Finally making a move to the inner parts of the map rather than the outer parts, and seemingly finding some success, finding Ahsoka, as we see another fight here on the left-hand side of the map, trying to gain some sort of power position, but right now, the only teams near prison that have any sort of semblance of stabilization. Quick look at the map here, as Luganis is trying to find the Syndicate team, and our resurgence closes. Everybody wanted prison. The problem is, it's now on Factory, which means Twisted Minds, if they can stay alive here, should have the best spot.
Yeah, absolutely the case. The other thing about this, with the circle starting to close, the fast side of the circle is through prison. So teams like Guild, teams like AB Wiz, teams like Amit, that we've all talked about being on the north side, will have to rotate down towards Fnatic and Falcons. Things are going to get really, really messy as the circle starts to close here in the next 20 seconds on that top side of the map. Definitely keep your eye to see what AB Wiz and Guild can do from prison.
Fanatics getting torn apart, resurgence timer down. They're also out of cash. I mean, we've already just spent about $7 grand getting our teammates back just a moment ago. All of a sudden, you're last alive, you're Almond, you only have 1,700.
Wow.
That might have been an error. He's got a buy station up with him. He just doesn't have the cash.
Yeah.
He could have saved a little bit of time, but it's just high risk, high reward playstyle. You had to risk it, and right now, they are in a blender, which is good for just about every other team. But the Falcons are on 16,
Fnatic
and they are
isn't
lurking,
first.
waiting.
It's just
looking
Almond
for
left.
Almond trying to get that team wiped.
Almond's screwed. He's out of the picture. He's just hoping he can find some sort of a play to get to the top 8. But again, watch the rotation on your minimap. Kill the team number 13, team number 11. That's what we're looking at. That's Amit and Guild that are going to be in absolute battles with one another. Vision able to drop himself back in. Behind this play, the late rotators will be AB Wiz. It's going to get messy here at headquarters.
Yeah, Guild is getting real dirty down below as we lose Pat Zuka. Not going to repeat that success this time around, falling in about 12th or 11th now.
Almost
we have 11 teams remaining. We're not even close to the multiplier yet, and we're moving in towards 5th circle. Crazy to see this situation with Almond still last alive, yet AB Wiz holding on, 9 eliminations in total, and they're just trying to throw a hope and a prayer with a grenade to maybe get a knock to try to send, because they have the long side of the zone. Look at where it pulls, all the way to Twisted Minds. They are ready to take this
Almond down there?
Yeah, I'll just make a bold prediction here, Coach. We got 11 teams alive right now. By the time this circle closes, we're going to have 3. Everyone is going to be in a blender, trying to rotate down in, like you mentioned, Twisted Minds and Syndicate without question in the best current positions. It just comes down to, do they forfeit those and try to third party with all these actions coming on?
You need kills, 16 still for Falcons. They haven't found any in the last 2.5 minutes. AB
Wiz in the gondola.
Says, why not the gondola? Let's try it. What about the gondola?
There's
like
no
no
way
cover. They go prone.
they just
do make a little
rotated
bit
with
of visual.
the gondola, bro.
Cam's Heretic can somehow restabilize, trying to find some sort of success. Problem is, you got to open up your shoulder to another team, and there are so many in the area. Still 11, but you're right, it's about to get real mixy. We're about to go down to 5 here shortly, as Almond does win his ones. Always wins his ones. The problem is, you've got no resources. All you have is self-revive. I don't know if he's going to make it in.
He's got another self-revive right in front of him, too, and the medic
It looks like
vest.
Guild with white teams, left, right, and center, off to the other side. Fnatic is out of here. Window of opportunity open for some of our bottom teams, with the Falcons still alive, holding that window shut, saying not today.
You got Falcons in the high ground, safe side of the corner. Destroy is deep in one of the buildings that's going to have to be pushed out, and then Guild other side, playing through the gas. Those are your 3 healthiest teams right now. It's just down to who finds who first.
All of a sudden, Guild is in contention to slowly creep towards this top 3. Guild is about to make a move up this leaderboard. They can stay together. They're losing one. It looks like Visions is pushing out. Omit's going big off screen. That's actually Syndicate falling. Not a full wipe, but dang close. 8. We found our multiplier, but the question is, where do we go from here when this circle is this small?
Omit has got himself a little corner. The circle's going to continue to force them to have to move very rapidly, though. Guild also being shredded by every single squad because the Falcons are up top, and they force Guild down to the low ground. Destroyed from the other side. The other full squad of 3, and here we go. Final circle moves towards Destroy.
Syndicate out. Omit continuing to find a tear. They're also a full team of 3. They have the short into the zone. All they have to move through is somehow Na'Vi, who's still in this game, likely only a couple kills to boot. I can't imagine it's going to be a huge point value, but they are extra bodies in the way. You lose resources, you might lose. The Falcons do not lose gunfights.
Dude,
Team
that
Destroy
rotation
can't do
was
anything.
huge.
People on 1 single HP, but it doesn't matter. You've got resources, you've got position. The Falcons are in position to win this with 2.
That was a stupid rotation from
that
Falcons.
rotation
Up
literally
and over
just
behind
won it.
Destroy, catches them completely by surprise. Still fully
If they
healthy,
win, it
though.
comes back to that
They're looking
rotation,
to get the
literally.
wrap. They may surprise Falcons here from behind.
Guild is out. They get 6. Na'Vi gets 5th. No multipliers for Guild. They desperately needed it. Unfortunately, 1.2. We're into the final 5 and Omit. You're never going to leave them out. That's what their name means. Destroy's out of here in 4. 3 teams remaining. Omit might have a small advantage, but the problem is positioning. Look at where the Falcons are. It is a Falcon range way up in their nest, just firing down on the teams below. The problem is, look at the zone shift resources. We're out on gas mask. This is going to get real mixed.
And the thing about it is Omit just
Did
may
he
be
just
the
call it a
healthiest
Moby
team.
buy?
They're playing very passive, but it may work out because eventually Falcons will have to try to make a move.
Dude, Falcon
and it looks
can
like
win.
Biffle
They got a
may be
mobile
the one to call it. Here comes the fight, though, down low. Omit able to take care of new icons.
gonna
Everyone's
third
low.
party. They're
Here
gonna
would be the
third
time
party.
for the Falcons to swoop in and
Falcons
try
are
to
gonna
clean
drop
up.
third
Omit
party and
down
win.
to their last member.
Unbelievable.
Falcons able to come through, find the kill, and take the
played.
win. High ground superiority
rotation
continues to be the name of the game.
High ground superiority, third party superiority.
Dude, the rotation
You needed
up
those
the
teams
ladder
to fight
on the
each other,
building
and
across from
needed
Destroy.
to take the fight.
The
They were
third party
down the
drop, that was
leaderboard.
perfect.
Second place gives you a 1.7x. Unfortunately for
better.
them, Drake says, how about a 1v3?
Yeah.
Like, Drake goes massive. That's a 1.7 for that squad. I don't know how much it's going to really influence the overall leaderboard, but shout out to the Falcons. They do grab a victory. Massive win, great positioning, and great patience for a team that loves to slay out.
Yeah, and to be honest, you know, in terms of the overall tournament expectations, it's been Falcons, Falcons, Falcons. We needed to see a little bit of a bounce back from them. Not to sit there and say that they've played poorly, but coming off of a 5th place, a 4th place and an 8th place in their last 2 games, it does feel like,
that was a great win by
let's
them.
not forget that these guys still are very much the heavy favorites for the tournament.
Yeah, a massive win. They feel good about that one. The celebration wasn't nearly as excessive as it was before. I think they're noticing this competition's really, really tight. We only have a couple more games to go. But reminder,
2 more games,
Fnatic,
chat.
the top team going into this, a 20-point margin, they fell in about 10th place. So a lot of ground was just made up by the Falcons. Really excited to see where that leaderboard falls. We're going to head to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We're into the end game. 2 more maps to go.
That was crazy, bro. That rotation was insane.
Everybody, we are here with Aiden from Twisted Minds for a little pre-EWC
Yo, what up, Aiden?
interview. How you doing, my man?
I'm good. I'm super excited to be here.
Yeah, are you?
I am. The travel was a little bit, but honestly, it was all worth it. It's cool to see a different side of the world and just be here to compete and do something that I love.
Quick question. You've been a top-tier competitor across multiple titles, right? Like, you've been at the top of a couple of them. What is something invaluable that you have learned along the way through competing?
I think one thing that I've learned, like, since I've, throughout my career is, like, patience. Honestly, it's, like, one of the biggest things. I feel like at the start, looking back at the start of my career, I'm like, wow, if I was just more patient, like I would have done so much better. And I feel like as I've gone on, maybe it's just like as a human, I've like learned more patience.
Older.
Yeah, it could have been because I've gotten older, but I think patience has been like the biggest thing for me, like growing as a competitor.
I feel like I've seen that even just in like Warzone alone. Like,
Yeah.
Since your early days to like now, like
Yeah.
you know, you're still like you're this aggressive player, but like you're still like you like very patient.
Yeah,
You
so I
kinda
try to
reined it
find the
back in.
right times, and even I'm still learning now, but like, yeah, I think my patience has definitely gone up a little bit.
All right, awesome. So obviously Resurgence is very different from Big Map, right? And you're one of the few
thank
teams
you, bro.
not playing with their World Series of Warzone.
Yeah.
trio,
Jason, thank
right?
you as well.
So for maybe people who aren't as familiar, why did you and Smith pick up Gorgo Knight?
Yeah, so our teammate for World Series and on the big map is DJ. We've actually only been teaming with him for like maybe a month or two now, so I don't think our chemistry is like, you know, we haven't been playing with him for like years.
Sure.
And with Knight, we actually played a lot of Resurgence with him in the past. We won a ton of money with him on Resurgence, and I know that Knight himself is very knowledgeable about the map, so I knew it would be a good pickup. Obviously, like switching from our World Series teammate might be a little bit awkward because we've already been playing with him a ton, but like I said, Knight has a lot of experience on the map. I think he's definitely going to be able to help us stuff with that maybe we, you know, haven't been up to date on. And yeah, like we just have experience with him. I think that's the main reason.
I love that. When you look at the rest of the competition this week, who is a player you actually like really respect when it comes to, you know, playing in a high stakes environment? Like
Yeah.
this?
I feel like I gotta say Biffle. Like he just.
Oh, okay, come on.
I feel like it's such a default answer, but he's been around for. Was that like the question? Like just I mean.
No, it's however you want to answer.
I mean,
whoever you respect, like you're like, hey, like this guy's about to fry out, and like I don't want to mess with him.
Who else?
Yeah,
I mean, obviously.
I feel like Biffle's just so consistent, and like he's been doing it for so long. Like he's just been there since the start of Warzone, and he's here now, and he's still placing like probably the best, you know.
Yeah.
So I gotta give him credit where it's due, man. I'm going
Hey,
Biffle.
All right. Hey, Team Falcons is everybody's favorite. This
Yeah,
event,
yeah,
so.
they're looking good, but
Hey, I'm hoping that maybe we got someone who can hold a candle there.
Yeah,
Maybe you might be that team. This is a fun one. So your dad's a very vocal supporter of you. You're able to bring, you know, your girlfriend with you on this trip as well. How important has like their you know, kind of support been in your success, you know, over the years?
I think it's been huge for me. A lot of times if I'm ever like stressed out about a tournament or whatever the issue may be, especially my girlfriend, she's very comforting, very like always giving me, you know, solutions on how to fix things. So she's definitely very, very comforting for me and helpful off the scene that people don't really see.
Yeah.
And same thing with my family support. I mean, like they just push me and drive me to want to be a better version of myself. Even my grandpa watches all my tournaments.
Heck
like
yeah.
he already messaged me. He's like, "Is this being live streamed? Like, can you send me the Twitch link?" Like, they're super supportive, and they definitely like give me that motivation I need.
That's awesome. It's super cool. I know that's like kind of like a theme with a couple of the players who like when they have family like that who are like asking
Jason,
them to watch
I
the
can't
streams.
remember if I
I
got
think sometimes
your
it's like
member,
people forget, like,
but
you know, you're
thank
a large
you, bro.
content creator, right?
Captain and
I think people
Ruthless, thank
forget
you
that
as well,
sometimes
man.
that like you still got to be a little bit humble, and that you still
Yeah.
also need those people to be in your corner to
Yeah,
when you're
100%.
doing things like this to help
100%.
drive
It
you
pushes
there.
you, man. It does.
I love that. So you've played underneath a few orgs in your day, you
Yeah.
know, across your career. But for this event, you're going to be underneath the Twisted Minds
Yes.
banner. You know, playing in their home country
Yeah.
at that. What does it mean to you to represent them in, you know, a very prestigious event like this?
Yeah, no, it's an honor, especially because they're based in Saudi. You know, I had a talk with them, and you know they're super excited to pick us up, and we're excited to work with them. And
Noble, thank you for almost
just
3
bring
years, bro.
Twisted Minds a chip, and you know, play at EWC and rep them.
I think that's awesome. I
Yeah.
was really, really excited when people started getting picked up by orgs. When I saw that your org was picked up, you know, obviously being able to be here, like you're probably actually going to have some fans. Like one of the few teams who has fans in the crowd.
Yeah, no, that's
rooting for them
super.
and
That's gonna
cheering
be
for them.
super exciting for sure.
Yeah, because I know obviously at past tournaments you haven't always had that. So
Yeah.
nice change of pace.
For sure.
Awesome, cool. All right, well, thanks, Aiden, for talking to us. Do you have anybody you want to shout out? Anything you want to say to your fans?
Yes, I definitely want to give a shout out to my community that's going to be watching at home. Shout out to the Alliance. Shout out to my family, my dad, my
Jay,
mom,
thank you for 21
my
months, bro.
grandpa. I know you guys are all going to be watching at home. Thank you guys. Shout out to my girlfriend for being my support system. She's going to be here rooting
Coach
for
and
me as
Master,
well.
thank you guys as
And
well, man.
shout out to all the fans in Saudi and everyone from Twisted Minds. That's it.
Awesome.
W, Aiden, bro. Got 2 minutes for my coffee. All right, chat. We got the last 2 games coming up. Put my coffee away.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Timing. All right, Chad, who's bringing it home? We have 2 games left. I mean, if the Falcons play like they did at the end of that game, they're probably going to win the next 2. That was so perfect. Literally textbook. Tim, he's our man. Hey, Tyler.
Where is your
if he
favorite
can't
place to
spectate,
drop
nobody
on
can.
Rebirth Island?
Wait, can you ban Ninja?
I
Never
gotta
thought
go
I'd ask
prison.
that. Let's get him
Prison's
out.
just like the center. It's like the highest elevated point. Sure. You can go anywhere you want after. Only problem I have, every time I land there, I don't know what it is. There's like no money there when I try to get like buy a gun off the buy station.
Sure.
Besides that, I love the action. I love just getting involved right away. I'm going prison.
Are you
Okay, now
cooked?
here's the second part too to that.
Okay.
Are we going fat side, small side, showers, kitchen?
Tyler, are you in the pool right now, bro?
I'm usually landing.
Come over, you won't?
You can absolutely point here.
I am
After
usually
this.
landing on
go
top
s-
of one of these right
go to the
here.
beach, dude.
And
Yo,
just go
Jules,
on
thank you,
road.
dude.
Usually, I'm playing solo quads and I'm just dead right away. And then I land
tape.
somewhere else or just land in the bottom. So if I had to pick a safe spot, I like right in here on the bottom.
Yeah. The
That's
shower.
like
See,
the
that
showers
door on the side.
Yep. That's safe. That's usually pretty safe. There's like chests and stuff down there. That's a little bit more of a calm drop.
That makes me feel good because that is my drop spot.
Yeah.
So
Come on, we're a duo, man.
Let's
we're a duo.
go. Next duos, maybe
Yeah,
we'll
we're
have
running
duos
it up.
next
Yeah.
year.
Well, folks, welcome back. We're in the end game. 2 more maps to go. Shift. The Falcons just capped off a nice 21-kill victory for I think a total of 42 points overall. That 2x multiplier. Where did Amit climb to? Where did some of our other teams climb to? Where was Guild?
Yeah.
Still a lot of big question marks, but the Falcons likely have retaken the top spot. It's going to be very, very close. Quick look at the leaderboard. Ooh, not as close as I thought. Fnatic did fall very early. The crowd goes wild as they see Falcons on top, 185.
Yeah, Falcons keep playing that way,
place
bro.
finish,
They're
but
gonna
11 kills. So again, they kind of mitigate the damage done right there and at least some affiliation towards what the Falcons are putting together. But I will tell you, there's a meatball out in the arena, and it's a spice from the Falcons. Looking super solid. I mean, again, their ability to put together points is unrivaled to this release stage at the moment. But Some teams cooking with a little bit more heat all of a sudden. Amit, Guild getting themselves in the picture. 2 more drops to see if they can keep it up.
Here we go. The crowd's getting excited because we're in the end game. Match number 7. Only 2 maps to go to crown your champion. The very first champion of the Esports World Cup. Here with Warzone, and well, back to Guild we go as they win this gunfight yet again. I feel like they're trying to send a message to Eisend, and unfortunately it's not being received.
But that one, clean as all get out. So now you can essentially sit here and say, let's let them respawn back in and see if we can farm them a little bit. Madi also, seen from the top side, he will drop. Navi, other part of the map, over towards Control Center. They continue to battle over the top of usually what is a mid. So now we've got a couple of these squads who need points starting to actually win out in their preferred zones.
Yeah, history continues to repeat itself, map after map. Nobody changing up strategies, at least not the maps we can see. You've got Omit and Navi continuing to fight each other. You've got Rodrigo, you've got Guild fighting each other, and the same team's mostly winning. Omit coming out on top on this one, at least for a moment here. They had a pretty solid last map. They did just barely
So Tyler, what are you trying to tell me,
which
bro?
is heartbreaking if you're an Omit fan. They did have around 14, 15 eliminations. So looking stronger, they got to make a move now, though. They cannot hang out here in this fight for too long. This is the quagmire we talked about.
Correct, but both teams don't want to give this up. Amit off their respawn, able to put themselves in a fighting condition, but there again, the mortar strike being called in. It forces everyone onto the interior. Limax trying to chase down what could be one of the final kills, but again, it's just not as clean as what we saw from yesterday from Navi. They're not able to find the kills to get Amit completely to bounce out of Control Center. As we head over towards Syndicate, this is the other side of the map towards Chem. They've done well to find most of new icons who are stuck now at Harbor.
Yeah, Syndicate's really got a bit quiet for me, at least.
Yeah,
I mean, we've been waiting on Dongi to kind of wake up, and you heard it in the interview. He actually talked about it. People are changing up the strategies, and apparently it's coming back to bite them. Believe does get taken out by Vitality. Would love to see them step up in the end game to try to make a late game push up this leaderboard. Folks, reminder, tons of money on the line. It's $1 million, and it's all delineated through all of these teams. So every position you climb means more cash to your name, as all of a sudden, Omit is wiped. Navi, wake up. You've taken out a team. It's time to make a move now.
Problem is Falcons is right here. So Navi is just not going to get a chance to sit there and take a breath. Falcons, who are clean, uncontested on strongholds as they often are now saying, let's get involved. We got our loadouts. Let's see if we can bully out some teams. And not only are they going to find Navi, they may have an idea that Destroy's team is nearby.
Yeah, Zix here as well. Yeah, that's that #1 team right around the corner. They're red. And this is really smart from the Falcons because they know that spot's been contested the whole time. They hear the signal flares that are the bullets flying in the air, so they're going to keep cooking. But speaking of cooking, Prison. It's on fire right now. Look how many teams are at Prison. Some on top, some below, some people floating. But right now, Fnatic in trouble. Breaking cameras, breaking ankles, working together as a team.
Look at how good he is at staying alive,
AB Wiz is here. You've got Guild still in pieces. Eisend has been able to farm up a little bit more. So everyone still fighting over towards the yard. Skullface down.
Oh my God.
King AJ!
He just got cooked, bro. Wow.
Oh my goodness, it looked like Skullface had him dead to rights, but King AJ with a little turn and burn.
We gotta go to Guild. They're on 11? Shit, we haven't even started closing this first circle. Are you kidding me? We're just now about to get to second, and they're on 11 kills, double digits from Prison. Guild is taking over Prison right now, opening up the bottom of this leaderboard and wiping them all out.
Pushed off Eisend again. I mean, they're just legitimately dominating over the top of Prison. And it does feel like they don't want to deal with the minutia of let's have some loot, let's let them have some loot, then let's battle. It's no, let's just beat them with pistols. And so far, that has worked out for their last consecutive drop. So now on the reset, SGP Syndicate have to find a spot to land. Guild not going to be able to see too much. They do see a lot of loadout drops right towards the backside of Prison. So expect them to kind of keep their eye on that.
Yeah, and it also means you can see why. Look at that. Prodigy down below with Believe, Maddie, Skullface still there. All these teams trying to regain. You put Fnatic on your back foot. That's exactly what Falcons wants. Yeah. This is ideal. They might be just saying, hey, Guild, you keep doing your thing. We're going to clean up the other side, and they're going to hang out here in Stronghold for a moment, get their loadout, and then move on their merry way and clean up a couple more players.
And keep an eye on Zix, though. They might be feeling a little froggy here. They're dropping in right to the front side of Stronghold, and they may be forced to have to take a fight. But onto the other side of the map. Again, there's going to be a lot of contact over towards this backside of Prison. AB Wiz is on the regain, so don't expect him to be looking for a fight anytime soon. Falcons do get the alert that, yep, Zixt is nearby. Hisoka able to deal with Hamoud, and then Shifty with the smoke will make sure that Biffle can get back into the action.
It's just a perfect team fight. You're never going to beat the Falcons in a true 3v3, and let alone a 2v3 where it's in their favor. They send 2 out usually and win those, so when you're down in numbers against Falcons, good luck, my friends. But again, yeah, you're right. We saw AB Wiz run out of prison. It was because of Guild. Guild got back into the bottom of showers and pushed everybody back out. Guild is on fire right now, looking for more, as it looks like finally Maddie able to drop one of the Guild members off screen, as again, the Falcons playing around with this Zig squad, trying to eliminate them and then move up into the court.
Yeah, this fight here is a little bit inconsequential. They're going to sit here and have this battle for a while. The ones that we really need to keep our eye on are what's happening topside at prison once again. AB Wiz has gotten themselves into fighting form. You've got SGP, Syndicate, and Guild that are in the area, but Syndicate are on the bounce back. Guild, not as much. A couple of staggers, but they have full weapons for the last 2 members, but they're still standing strong.
Yeah, and we actually see a couple of Vitality trying to make a move into prison as they're trying to regain. AJ does take Water Tower after a regain, and well, PAs galore. Nobody's going to wipe him off. So several teams off screen, not able to make a move onto prison. And again, Wars says, hey, we got bottom prison. Why not top as well? Yep. Almond with an angle here. Watch out for the snipes. It does not matter. Wars great tracking and the cleanup and no bullets fired. It does not look like Fnatic can get anything going this map entirely because of this Guild team.
Yeah, the Guild strategy hasn't necessarily been radically changed, but they are getting more aggressive early and saying, we'll take our battles from the moment we hit the ground. And with them winning them, they can hold on to that bottom side prison way better than they had previously. Over towards Na'Vi, the game has been for them reset, regain, reset, regain. Can we find a spot to land? And now they may have a small window here. Destroy has largely been dropping over towards the docks, but Na'Vi could potentially fight this with a couple of members from Vitality also staggeredly trying to work their way in through dock.
Quick nod to that leaderboard, by the way. Guild is still in 4th, but they jumped all the way up to 94.5 points, so about a 50-point spread as Na'Vi tries to jump about 50 points is what they need. And unfortunately, Destroy's team playing perfectly together to find 2 and leave Limax trying to regain.
Yeah, this pretty much throws Na'Vi out of the conversation for top 5 in my mind. They just have not been able to get any ground to work with. Nothing towards control, nothing towards headquarters, and nothing towards the docks. Really unfortunate scenes after what was a very strong group stage for them. On the regain over towards Falcons, though, trying to find some ground with the Heretics members. Again, this was a battle that happened early on in towards this initial drop, and it looks like for Hisoka, they have an idea that someone else is here, but we'll take a look as we look at the rest of the map.
Goes.
A lot of open space through headquarters at the moment as team number 2 in Fnatic have used that as their staging ground to try to get aggressive.
Yeah, look at this map view. The only people even in the zone are what? Fnatic, Guild, barely, and a couple people lurking on the outskirts, and then that Zix team who actually hit a redeploy drone, swung all the way over, flying in because they saw a wide open living quarters station. The problem with this Zix squad is that if the Falcons come out of this alive, that's where they're going next. So here we go, still back to the Falcons, want to make sure they win this. It is a full team of 3 versus 3, and well, it's looking like Heretics can't get anything going as expected.
Yeah, Heretics are still trying to float in. That's the big thing. So it's one of those situations that as much as there was a member there to contest them, the rest of the Heretics were hoping there was more ground for them to get loot. Not the case, so they have to reset. Back towards Guild. They continue to find stray members of Team Izund, but keep an eye on number 5 in green on your minimap. That's AB Wiz & Co. Fully healthy, hearing all these shots. They've turned their attention over towards prison. They may try to third-party this.
Yeah, I think it's a great shout. I think they need to. They're charging in through the bottom right now. Watch out. They're about to come busting through the doors. But King AJ is ready, checking all the corners, and actually going to play a little bit of a high ground position here. Goes back up to the mid-range, finds an angle. I think they know that some of these teams are going to try to push to them, especially with the zone pull right now.
How many teams are in prison?
To try to regain on the outskirts. That's that yellow 7 we've been seeing all day. And then back to the Falcons we go, as guess what? They're moving up not towards living quarters this time, but back to control, where they've farmed teams in the past. The question is, will Na'Vi put up a fight this time around? It's not looking like it, as Fnatic back to Almond again in a tower. They are in trouble. They are on their back foot.
Yeah, the members for Guild continue to just win out the bottom spots over towards prison. But again, AB Wiz's team has now fully rotated with all 3 members. They've been able to catch vision, but there's also Team Izund in the way. So with only a couple more moments here before we start to lose respawn, Guild need to take a breath. You cannot force this gunfight. King AJ is going to get some control here over towards headquarters. That's where the rest of Guild are going to land and try to get themselves back to fighting form as we see the battle between Izund and AB Wiz Wiz play out in the kill feed, and it was clean for team number 7 in yellow.
It took a while for AB Wiz to get there, and unfortunately that delay means see you later. You are out of here. Circle closing, the siren sounding. It sounds like Resurgence is about to close, my friends, which means it's about to get real mixy as Biffle continues to find kills in the kill feed. Not as fast of a start as we've seen in the past. There's a little bit of a slow play here because of this Heretics team just being a thorn in their side.
Yeah,
it's not a
Fnatic's
problem. It
positioning
just means
is
they're not going to drop maybe 30 kills like Fnatic did earlier. Quick look at the map. Saw the circle. You still have 6 team on the edge and a ton of squads having to rotate through Prison and Factory where Twisted Minds might start getting mixy. Team 3, look at them, orange, light orange over there fighting Team 14. That's a big fight.
God, yeah, it's going to be really important one for Twisted Minds because Icons are on a bit of a burner, but Guild, like we mentioned, over here at headquarters, this is where they had to reset towards, and it has not gone particularly well for them. War's down, likely about to be out. AJ as well, also dealt with right as soon as the respawns closed. So now you're just looking at Vision to try to hold on a little while longer to see what he could do, maybe find himself a buy later into this map.
Yeah, he's got to get some resources. Guild's on a barn burner. They're on 16 right now, but only 1 alive. Back to the Falcons. We're in a fight yet again, and we're fighting Zix. Zix will not relent. Crims finds an angle, but again, Biffle always has the trades. Nice play from Ahsoka and Biffle. They have every angle to secure at least one of elimination and take a 2v2. Now they're going to readdress this fight from a different angle and hold on and stay patient. Again, they cannot fall right here if they want to protect their lead.
The other thing about this is there's a couple of squads nearby that could try to third party. I'm looking at new Icons, number 14 and number 6 in Vitality. They have not been in a lot of action lately, so the assumption would be that they could absolutely fight in where they currently stand utility-wise. But largely speaking, everyone is fine right now. Everyone's been able to get back into the map, but you've got a huge collection of players right here outside of headquarters, which is, again, where Guild were trying to land on, but it's now being heavily contested by teams like SGP, Izun, and as well Fnatic, who are also on 14 kills.
They're all just snaking on the stairs, bro.
Through the edge of the zone. Where are the players?
Oh my God, that zone pull's insane.
Somebody's going to get a jump scare here shortly. All going to move together. They are having a little bit of a slow game. Not a lot of people rotated through them. They've just been waiting. They're making a wide wrap through the outside. Look how many teams are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, all on the outside of the zone and all having to move all the way around. Everybody's going to skate this south side of the zone and creep up. Guess to who? The Falcons, all the way on the stronghold side.
And this is a convoy of 3 different squads trying to make their way from house to house. I mean, this is apartment shopping at its finest right now between these 3 squads.
This is insane.
But the problem
this rotation's
is Twisted Minds, who are behind this whole play, are also being looked at from above. But now the circle going to force action all the way across the board. Plates are in, smokes are out. Twisted Minds trying to find the follow-up on where Team Zix is.
Yeah, this is what Dancer likes to call the death ball. Run all 3 together and just run through everybody in your way, especially when you have player advantage. Fnatic don't have player advantage, but they're going to push the equation anyways. They drop 1. We see Zix fall. We saw Heretics fall. Several teams fall.
Doesn't know he's right behind him.
Resurgence. Teams are going to get cut down quickly on the rotation. Everyone hiding in tents. These tents only provide visual cover. You can wallbang all of them, and Vision knows it. Has been hanging out here for the last like 3-4 minutes, and by himself finally finds a weapon. Somehow still alive. Fnatic is out of here. 9th place. They get no multiplier. Nothing to write home about. They're going to fall, and so does Destroy.
Falcons once again on the high ground. Not as comfortable as we'd seen them previously, but still well within the bounds of being able to look down towards these tents, no worries. Obviously, number 11, that's going to be Vision, down and out. Heretics making a long wrap around the back. We're able to find him. Oh, pardon me, that's Navi. It's part of my French there, so to speak. As now there's an opportunity for the rest of the squads to possibly work their way in, but again, that high ground position from Falcons currently possibly the power spot.
Twisted Minds in a really good position here to win it all. They only have 6 eliminations. Very uncharacteristic of them because usually teams have been rotating to them and they're just farming. This time around, no one came their way. They only have 6 kills to boot, and they're in 6 right now with 6 teams on the board. Multipliers aren't going to help you at all, gentlemen. You got to wipe all of these teams if you want a sizable jump up this leaderboard. But right now, you're playing spoiler to the Falcons. You cannot let them get a 2x multiplier. It's about to be out of reach for a couple teams. If they do, we only have 1 more map after this, and Twisted Minds are being patient because they got 2 teams above them, and finally Ixion falls.
Yeah, any stray kill is a good kill right now for the side of Twisted Minds, but this does look like it's going to be a matchup between Twisted Mind and Falcons. This could be eventually who we see our championship determined between. Circle's going to put them right in the middle of the street. Here we go.
They're in right there.
In the middle. No more zones to work with. It's all going to close wide out into the open. No cover, no boons. Use your PDSs, gas mask, resources are going to come in clutch here. Who shoots first? It looks like Knights get a free kill. That means top 3. That means nothing for your multipliers. It's all about top 2. Twisted Minds and Falcons are on the same side. Knight knows it. Biffle knows it. They're all fighting each other. Knight trying to chase down Ahsoka. Ahsoka in a tear up above. Does get cut down. Knight cuts him down. Out of here. Falcons fall. Twisted Minds have the game in their hands, but the question is, Team 14,
New
are
Icons.
they going to be able to pull this out? New Icons out of nowhere. It is entirely on the back of C-Smith, deep into the gas.
They have 15 kills, Goj. Secretly, very quietly, New Icons are putting together a burner couple of maps. It just comes down to, can they actually find the kills to collect? Not going to happen. They're going to die out.
Z-Smith's not going to give this kill away. That's 2 points to the side of New Icons. Just going to try to heal and survive as long as he can. A New Icons victory here, that's a 30-point game with a 2x multiplier, unless something crazy happens. There's the kill coming through. Drake gets it. New Icons on top. You hear crowd cheering. The New Icons needed that, and they needed it bad. They might just jump up from about 8th place to about 4th, where Guild is at. That's a $40,000 spread going into the last game.
And they are putting together a couple of burners. I mean, they started the day really poorly. Back-to-back 11th places with just 3 total kills. But then a 12-kill finish in
Jules,
9th.
thank you, bro.
Followed
Tyler,
then
Ali,
with a 5th
Keith,
place,
thank you for the
a
recurring
7th
members.
place,
All right, we got
a
one more
3rd
game,
place,
chat. We got to
and
see what
now
the leaderboard
a
says,
win.
though.
So they are trending in the right direction, and they may not be in terms of fighting for a top 3 spot, but wow, the money boost is going to be very comfortable.
Yeah, you saw the reactions from the players. I believe their hashtag on Twitter, by the way, Vamos Icon.
Extra, thank you, brother,
Go
for the new
shout
member,
them out.
man.
They're playing fantastic. Came in at about 11th through groups, and slowly but surely increasing upon that breaking seed, as it were, at least for now. Still one more map to go, and frankly, I think everybody else is cheering that Twisted Minds didn't win, right?
Yeah.
You heard the crowd go crazy for him. Definitely not a local team, and it was because Twisted Minds with a 2x multiplier, even with only about 10 kills, jump up the leaderboard and catch up to the Falcons.
Yeah, it's going to lead for what will likely be a battle between our top 3 squads for the championship. I don't think there's going to be anyone who's going to look at it and say, this is going to be crazy, chat. We're going to have a photo finish, mark my words.
Definitely going to be the case. Top 3 teams starting to pull away, and there's a couple there for 4th. Desk, take it away. We got to hear your thoughts on this one.
Wow, my thoughts. Where do I even start? First off, New Icons taking that win puts them up now into top 4 conversation. Potentially, they might be a little bit lower, but that is incredible given the fact that they've been silently coming up the leaderboards. A 30-plus point game. That is incredible from their perspective.
Avery,
but
thank you for
also
15
some
months
other
as well,
teams
man.
taking some massive hits. Fnatic, 2 games
It's
in a
gonna
row,
be Fnatic,
not performing
Twisted
well.
Minds,
What does
or
that
Falcon.
mean? Well, they were
One
in
of those 3 are gonna win
contention,
this,
and
I
at one
think.
point, even in first place over that of Team Falcons, and now one more game remains, and they might potentially not be able to overtake Falcons. A scary prospect to say the least, and I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go. I mean, Dream, how
you know what that
incredible
means,
would
bro,
it be for
right?
New Icons, though, to come out of
Sounds
nowhere
like you need a cocktail.
and then take over first place?
I don't know about first place. maybe you never know. But jumping from 8th to 4th, that's an extra 40K in their pocket. Just depending too, they need to keep up that slaying power. But for Fnatic, right, troublesome for them because of Guild, you guys. Guild really stepped it up that last game. King AJ slaying out of his mind. But the player that I want to point out was Wars. I don't know if you guys saw that, but the disengagement, Allman sniping in that tower right there when he tried to push, waited for Skullface, back down. You love to see that from Guild. So that 3rd, 4th place spot really in contention right now.
Not to mention, these are 2 teams coming out of our groups from that group of death. Now, New Icons, we counted them out, and for them to make a play like this, literally out of nowhere.
It's insane. It's incredible to say the least. I like that point. First place may be out of reach, but come on, $40,000 more because of that performance potentially. That's not life-changing, but at least incredible, all right? It pay off my car payment, which is what I'm looking to do, hopefully very soon anyways. So somebody help me out. But no, incredible stuff. Let's talk about, though, Twisted Minds and the potential that they have in this moment, right? They go in, they get 2nd place. Talk to me about Twisted Minds and where they could be by the end of Game 8.
I mean, it's still not enough, I think, for Twisted Minds. They just barely miss out on that 2x multiplier. They died to New Icons in that moment, and they were kind of setting themselves there for a really good end game, but Falcons played spoiler to it. They were both residing in the same building, coexisting for a moment. They had to make the rotation, and I think Falcons just caught them at the wrong time, and New Icons, they really, really punished that. That is a difference for Twisted Minds having a shot at that first place and still trailing by like 30, 40 points.
Yeah, if anything, it was New Icons that played spoiler there towards the end, right? Because the fact of the matter is it was Falcons that ended up going down.
All right,
in
chat, who do you think's bringing it
It's a
home?
huge stop
Grand
coming through from
Finals.
Twisted Minds, and it does keep them in the conversation at
If
least.
I
We
had
saw
to
a
pick
50-point
one
game, I
right
think it was
now,
from Falcons the other
I
day.
want to see
I'm
the
not sure
leaderboard
what the gap
first. Hang
looks
on,
like
actually.
right
I want
now.
to see the updated
It
leaderboard.
is within the realm of possibility, probability
stretching.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, but the thing is, it's one good game,
Flip,
right?
Muffin,
you get to play, right? The thing
thank you
is,
guys.
anything can happen at this
Shaking.
point, but a lot needs to
Appreciate
happen
the new one
in
as
order
well,
for
man.
certain teams to
You
take
guys
over
are all
first
on
place,
Falcons
and that
with
means
Biffle?
early drops
Yeah.
from some of the most dominant teams.
I mean,
who
they're
have
playing
made it
kinda lights out
consistently
right
to
now.
Top 3 or even
If
top 5 going in. When we
Aiden's
talk
team
about
won
top
that,
slayers
Twisted
too, right?
Mind,
Because
I could
we
see
also
them
have the
maybe pulling it
conversation
upset.
about MVP
Honestly,
for the top
Fnatic
team out there,
was playing so
$50,000
good
to be earned.
up till
Who's in
halftime.
contention?
They were
Yeah,
playing
well, we were
so
talking
good.
about like teams
Like,
playing
2 in a
differently,
row?
spreading out for those power positions, and we were looking at Fnatic, right? Noobs at the start of drop 5, I believe Noobs and Biffle were at the top of the leaderboard, and even under that, it was Shifty, right? Shifty was at 31, but with that map 5 win, you got to wonder, okay, that just boosted them severely. But with those Slayers, you guys, and those teams just fighting for those positions, it's just really making it difficult for those
we gotta
lower
see the
half
leaderboard.
of the teams to even catch up.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, not even just that, right? The last 2 maps, you know, you talk about Noobs being on top before the last 2 maps. After 2 maps of placing, what was it, 10th and 9th respectively, that has to hurt their chances of getting that 50 grand.
Maybe so.
Yeah, and they even had a chance in that last game to almost wipe the Falcons. You have to think about how narrow these margins are, and if Fnatic actually were able to take down the Falcons, it could be a totally different story, but they're not able to do so. 2 very punishing losses
Lee.
from
Go
Fnatic,
Cowboys,
and it opens
bro,
the gates, not for Twisted Minds, but for
Hopefully,
Falcons to take
hopefully we
flight.
have a good year this year.
This is the thing. Falcons at this point, they should be in first place. Not guaranteed. I don't know until we see the standings. But now we start talking about Falcons and what they've been doing right. They have been challenging the likes of Fnatic, Twisted Minds, because they knew we have to shut them down because they were just getting a little bit too ahead of them, right? When it came to the standings. The question is, though, do you
After the
risk it
watch
all
party,
if you're
yeah,
Fnatic or Twisted Minds going into the final game? Do you challenge the big dogs of the Falcons to try and shut them down
it's
early?
the final,
Is it
though.
worth
Like,
the risk?
I'm
Yeah,
going to
see,
stream
and
the
I don't think so either,
trophy
because that's
part
kind
as
of
well.
the debate we were having a little bit. Like, if you are
And
one of
then,
those
yeah,
top teams, do you give out your positions, play overly aggressive? No, you can just play for placement. You don't need to go out of sorts, go to crazy. But if you know Twisted Minds,
haven't
they're
showed the
always together,
leaderboard
they're
yet,
still
chat,
landing
no.
factory together and playing for late
Beach
game.
day
We
after the
always see
watch
them there.
party.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to jump
Tyler's-
right on top of that one.
Tyler's probably going to say one of 3 things. Ready? Beach, golf, or to watch the games because he's hungry now.
Not get it,
Probably.
and that takes you completely out of the conversation for this last map. You go into this last game thinking what you're doing has put you in this conversation of top 3. Keep doing what's working. Make it into the
All right,
placement.
here's the leaderboard.
and try to
Oh
get
my
more.
gosh, it's a
Team
4-point game.
Falcons at 203.9,
Okay,
Fnatic
Twisted.
at 196.2. We take a pause there. Think about how historic that is.
Oh,
Team
boy.
Falcons during the group play, just yesterday, right, second day of group play, they had won 5 out of
Wow.
their 8 games. They had a 101-point lead. They made the promise, and they delivered on it. But when it comes to the finals, Fnatic could very well dethrone the top dogs, the home team of Team
It's going to
Falcons,
depend
and
on.
they only need one game to
I
do
think
it.
it's
In fact, they
Fnatic
only
or
have
Falcon.
one game
If
to do
Aiden's
it. Twisted
team,
Minds, Guild
I wanna see
Esports,
him
though,
win. I don't
they're
think
a
they
little
can,
bit
though.
further down. I don't know if Twisted Minds can make it. I don't know if Guild either, but there's still a lot of money in those gaps.
Yeah, absolutely there is. I mean, it is absolutely wild to me that there is still only 4-point difference between Fnatic and Falcons. After Fnatic having 2 generally not great games, 10th and 9th is a wild position, still to
crazy,
only be
Whips.
4 points behind. I mean, how many kills did they get in those games
Dude,
to still only be 4 points behind? That is insane.
That's insane. My heart is pounding at this point because I didn't realize it would be so close going into it.
That's a
$200,000
$50,000 difference, too.
Second,
Wow.
$150,000. That's a $50,000 difference.
Whoa!
Going from
Am I
Fnatic
from the
up to
future?
where Team Falcons is currently at. Not to mention a $50,000 MVP. We're talking almost close to $100,000. Of course, 3rd and 4th, there's a little bit of a difference there. But not only do you have the money, right, to be the first ever World Cup Warzone champion, you only get one chance to do that. There could only be one first. And well, at this point, it looks like it's either going to be Fnatic
We got
or it's going to be
120.
Team Falcons.
We got 120 coming in from Whips Hawk to a Tim. Oh my gosh. Where's the real Tim? Seasonal Tim doesn't stream on the weekends. Well, we're doing a hashtag ad, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm here, all right? And it's $1 million Warzone tournament. Forgive me, all right? I wanted to be here. Also, you fighting, when are you going to do Elden Ring DLC? It'd be like winning Fall Guys. It's like Lupo 200. Nice. For 1, thank you for the top no-no. Whips Hawk to a Tim, whoever that is. For 2. If that took Lupo 200 tries, I can never beat it. Lupo's way better than me and
Let's
smarter
talk
than me.
about it.
So
Solo play,
thank you for your 120.
like Seymour said, they weren't
Top
even in
dono of the day,
conversation.
guys.
They
Let's
were
get a W.
performing poorly.
W, man.
Skullface, I believe, was dead last, if I'm not mistaken, when it came to the solos. But then they come into group play. They look strong on day 1. Day 2, they look even stronger. They make top 14. They make it here. But also, let's not forget, this is a team that didn't even make it into global finals yet. Still has to go through LCQ, yet they're looking to take the championship here today.
Yeah, playing on land, playing in familiar territory, and we kind of made a joke about it. We're like, yo, Noobs has really, like, stepped it up. I don't know if he heard about that MVP, extra 50K slaying power just increased from them. But, you know, these guys are capable. We know that Ben and Eddie, they've been together since forever, early to Verdansk days. They have the chemistry, but with Skullface,
I may global. I may check it out.
Right? They were
Extra
having,
Fine Season 1.
like communication IGL issues.
The update looked really good. I was watching Jed's video on it.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, the thing I love about this, and I think this is absolutely an effect of that boot camp, they have a game plan. It's the same game plan they've executed every single game without fail. That has not changed the entire tournament. It is go to prison. And the only reason they failed in that endeavor a few times has been that massive problem that is Guild. That is also, to be fair, I've got to give credit Eisen as well. That are also there causing issues, but it has mostly been Guild. Let's be fair about it. I mean, and that seems to be the stumbling block for me, and I think that's what we should be looking for here as we go into the final game of the Esports World Cup. Whether or not they can execute that game plan, take control of prison, and brace themselves for that inevitable storm that is Falcons.
I love that you bring that up because it comes back to the conversation we were having. Is like, what do you change your playstyle? Do you not change your playstyle? With Fnatic, it's obvious. You take down Guild, you have a chance to take down Falcons. It's your Achilles heels right now.
No, really quickly, I just wanted to point out, too, you know which team that was on the back foot that has been doing really good is Abwiz, right? They have fallen severely behind, but that's because no one's contesting them. They're having to push into prison, which at one point we did see them top prison roof, but it's very difficult for some of these teams that aren't even moving.
This is such a monumental moment. The final game of the day, a chance to make history, a chance to earn life-changing money. Not only, again, to be the first ever Warzone World Cup champion, the first to earn the club points for your club championship trophy. And let's not forget the clubs. What do they have on the line? $20 million, right? Total prize pool, $7 million for first place. This, whoever wins, is laying down the first brick for their club, for that club
for 34 months,
trophy run. Literally a historic moment. Now, the question is, which teams are looking to take that moment? Which players are looking to go big? Which players will crumble under the pressure?
Final match,
which players will turn into diamonds and take that pressure? Hey, at the end of the day, it's up to them to decide, right? The players will make history themselves. We've gone through all the theoreticals. We've talked about all the specific moments that could happen, but now it's up to the players to decide, because when we come back onto this stage, we will know who our champion is. We will crown the winners of the Esports World Cup Warzone Call of Duty, and that is a historic moment. Now the question is, who wants to take it, and who do you think will take it? Casters, I'm ready to get it started. Let's head into our 8th and final game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it comes down to this. One final game separates us and our teams from $1 million prize pool and our beautiful trophy here at the Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone stage. But, Barney, who's even in the lead?
Well, Milosh, we currently have Team Falcons in the lead, and hot on their tail are Fnatic by just 7 points, sitting in 3rd place. We have Twisted Minds, so it is all to play for. So, I guess the only thing left to say is this is it. Don't get scared now. It's time for your final map of the Call of Duty Warzone tournament at the Esports World Cup. Make some noise! And over to our casters.
Just one more map to go. If that was the in-game starting last map, this is truly the final moment for every team to make a move. There's still a lot of money to be played for, and frankly, Shift, I think we have 2 different races running. We have the race for first, and then we have the race for fourth.
Thank you for 23 months, man.
Is so crazy because I don't think I've ever been on a broadcast before where I'm like, wow, they finished 4th. The money that's being split is incredible.
I washed
and with
my
a couple
hands,
of big
chat.
moves
Leave me
from
alone,
teams
dude.
like New Icons, a team that, frankly, we didn't expect to make any waves whatsoever when we were first putting together the whole narrative around
Here we go.
tournament.
This is
But
it.
let's be honest.
Ladies
all
and
the
gentlemen,
eyes are going to
final
be on our
game.
top 3 squads. Every kill is going to matter. Every placement point is going to matter. It's going to be hot.
Here we go.
Know. I think
7-point
Fnatic
spread.
may
You heard it
upset,
from
bro.
Barney. And where's 3rd place? They're kind of on an island. 163 points. That is 33 points behind second. Could they make a move? Absolutely. What needs to happen is this. We need some of our top teams to fall for
the final
any
drop,
small
ladies
win.
and gentlemen, $1 million tournament
for somebody to drop down on to make it into the building of opportunity. It is going to be very, very tight.
Here's the thing. Falcons on a bit of a hot streak off of their win from a couple of games ago. Top 3 finish with good kills. Fnatic, lots of kills, but they're not getting themselves into positions late circle. They're falling in 10th and 9th in their last 2, and then Twisted Minds, a second place finish. They've been known to put together hot wins before. Can they do it when it matters most?
The problem with Twisted Minds is nobody's rotating to it. It's the same thing with AB Wiz. It just happens that the Twisted Mind squad is finally finding some eliminations late game. They need the kills. I expect
Justin,
Twisted Minds to leave Factory very early this time around. They need 33 points to catch up to Fnatic. The closest team to them, Guild, down by 60.
Hey, you should have said what's up, Dylan.
Nothing
I
else they
appreciate
need
you,
to
bro.
do besides slay out this entire lobby.
Here we go!
Ladies and gentlemen, the final
match
of Warzone is here.
$1 million on the line.
It's going to be loud. You can already hear it. I don't need to ask for it. Here we go.
I don't know. I kind of
Team
like
traveling,
Fnatic,
same
bro.
spots,
I don't know.
different spots. It
Falcons is
doesn't
playing
matter.
out of
It's
their
all about the
mind,
kills.
though.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, we can throw all the numbers we want in the world, but who gives a toot? Let's just get into the action, see who shoots better, flat out. As Amit is going to already, once again, kind of bother into Na'Vi. The same story we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, this fight will go back and forth. I can only expect they both get some eliminations. Maybe Omit can find some flow here and play for fourth. We want to check in on this storyline because we need to see who gets it. But at the end of the day, Guild has to make the most historic run of all time, down 60 on third, all right? So this is really a protecting of fourth right now. The biggest map of the day biggest map of the tournament, 60 points. That was by Fnatic. Watch out for these teams. It does look like Omit went for the gold
60
and unfortunately
FOV?
fall
Is that
down
a
to the
spectator
bronze
bug?
or maybe further. They're going to be way down the leaderboard, first team out.
Yeah, just to kind of tally where our top 3 are right now. Like you mentioned, Twisted Minds are at Factory. No one challenged them. Fnatic, backside of Headquarters Prison. No one challenged them. And of course, where did Falcons drop? Over towards Stronghold. No one challenged them. So there's going to be a moment of pause here in terms of how do we determine our champion. Both of those sets of teams looking pretty comfortable off their drops.
Fnatic may be the first of those trios to find some early engagements. Guess who it is? It's Zix. They continue to find themselves in precarious situations, sometimes come out on top. This time, not as successful as usual. Looks like Guild's finding a couple eliminations on the team we expect them to find. And yep, I expected Aizen to go big here, try to go for gold, and unfortunately 2 teams fighting you means you are out of here as well as New Icon.
Yeah,
Wow,
Fnatic
3 teams are already gone?
Heard all of the action right below them, and they're trying to get involved super early to see if they can third party, but they missed their window. Zix's squad is already out and put them enough separation, or so I would have thought for them to get out of there, but they got a knock onto 1 into Noobs, and that was enough for the whole team to come back. Skullface able to at least trade out 1, so Fnatic going to be able to stabilize, but look at the Falcons. They're trying to hunt them down early.
Falcons coming in. This is further reach than usual for their first push. They want to take out Fnatic, and they're doing so. Find 2 with all 3 alive.
They took out Almond in the tower because they knew he sits there.
Piffle does not care.
Falcons are going to win, bro.
2v4s, I don't care. Multiple teams, I'm going for kills. It's fine. We've got plenty of bodies way all the way around this kind of stronghold area for Hisoka.
That's actually huge.
By himself to just get your teammates right back. A lot of action. As we take a breath, Shifty is going to hang out here and make sure his teammates get back.
It's an aggressive move from Falcons, but you're 100% right. They're trying to take Fnatic out of the picture. Same story, though, for Twisted Minds, who rotated up quickly through Factory, and they are finding quite a good number of kills early. They're already on 4. Sizik's team, who loves to try to get back in the middle of the circle, is going to have a hard time. They are the ones that are looking like the loot to farm right now. They're between all of our major squads at the moment. So, again, everyone's collecting in towards Headquarters. This is going to get hot.
Yeah, the quick notes here omit Icons, Aizen all out of the picture, which means Guild's path to fourth is, well, frankly, wide open. They're just going to play spoiler for somebody else. They might play spoiler to some of our top teams. They want to win. They have the ego. They want that. They want to make sure that nothing else
they
can
got a
happen.
knock on Biffle right there. Skull did. That was crazy.
Biffle, maybe a touch aggressive here. Gets cut down yet again, and now Shifty is on the run, and Noobs knows it. He wants this kill, but somebody's shooting him in the back.
That's Twisted Minds who's right behind him. So again, our top 3 squads are looking to battle each other without the drama of the final circle. Like you mentioned, this is no cause for concern for Falcons.
Wow. Literally the top 3 teams are all fighting each other. And now Shifty's fighting Aiden. You got Falcons, Twisted Mind, and Fnatic all in gunfights with each other. That's actually insane.
everything on the line, nothing to lose. They just
Once
want
again,
kills,
production
so
value,
well
top tier. Look at that
This is the
underneath
first
me, bro.
rotation we've
Loadout
ever
dropping
seen
in that
from
whole
this team
thing.
out of factory in the
Insane,
first
bro.
circle. They got their loadout and they sprinted towards the action. They want as many kills as possible, and they're willing to throw their lives away for it.
And the other part of the conversation is Guild on number 11, team number 11, pardon me. They're up on a number of kills, already on 8. They've cleared out all of prison, but if they want to get into the top 3, they need to rotate down and join this party. We need to see our top 4 squads starting to battle it out if there's going to be any major moves at the top.
It's Team Zix fully eliminated. That's 4 teams out early. This is what we expected, which means there's less points on the board, by the way. 4 teams dead.
This is Fnatic
way
against
less players on the map going into the latter half of this circle. We got second circle halfway through. We assumed it would be highly aggressive. We assumed it would be high risk, high reward, and now we're finally seeing it with only 10 squads left.
Twisted Minds down to a single player at the moment. That pinch between both Fnatic and Falcons had not gone well for them. So they tried to get involved, try to take down one of those major squads, or at least shrug them off their positions. That doesn't work. So Twisted Minds are going to reset towards living quarters as Falcons will get a tally on where Abwiz is, which is right between both sets of the party.
Perfect team fight.
They're trying to wipe
on
him.
Stronghold means he has all the information, can get some first bloods, help out Shifty and Biffle. This is a free kill, a free wrap. They want to clear out Stronghold. Look who's coming though. Team 2, that's Fnatic.
Yep.
They want to play spoiler. They can third party. They think this fight might last longer than it does. Now Oki does get both of his teammates back. They're able to float back in. You can see Skullface and Noobs think better of it and back up.
This is brilliant macro play from Fnatic. They know they have to keep Twisted Minds at bay, but more importantly, you try to get Falcons into a position to where even if they do win, maybe they don't get the kills they need to beat us. Maybe we can out-multiplier them. So they're keeping them at
Is
arm's
Noobs
reach.
playing
now
like
it's down to Noobs.
60
Rotating
FPS
in, they've got
motion
Aiden
blur
right
on? Am I
below,
seeing
and they
this
can
right?
drop one in the water. They
In a
know
$1 million
this Twisted Minds
tournament,
team is
dude?
weak.
This is a 2v3 on the side of Twisted Minds having the advantage. Twisted Minds, they stay together. They deathball. They push teams. It's actually one
That might be a
player
spectator
hanging
thing,
out
because
way
Aiden
up
looks
at the
like
top
he is
of
too. I
HQ.
doubt he would
Something
be.
we saw Tenix doing from Omit all day yesterday. Noobs and Skullface playing the aggressors. It's Almond way up there, and they're trying to get an angle on this, but the comms from Almond are likely, you guys don't have the advantage. You've got to back up.
Yeah,
because
absolutely the case,
Skullface-
and there's no saving you at this
It's
point
whoever
either.
spectating
We also
has
don't know
those
where
settings.
Falcons are. We haven't
Because
seen them in a while,
Skullface
so you
also
don't
just had
wanna
it
get
on that
too
camera.
aggressive. Hisoka still sniping deep, though. Falcons are not a major threat towards either of those two squads, but they are a threat to AB Wiz as Ship able to find the kill and maybe a chance for more as there's still a couple of players nearby.
Unfortunately, if you're a fan of Vitality, they are out as well, down to the final 9 squads, and we haven't even closed the second circle. High risk, high reward. Got to play for it. A lot of money on the line at every stage of this competition. 5th, 6th, 7th, all the way down. Tons of cash. We want as many points as possible. We're swinging for the fences.
Keep an eye, if we can, to number 3 in Twisted Minds. They have given up on the rotation playing between Fnatic and Falcons, but they're rotating into SGP Syndicate and number 11 in Guild. This could get really, really mixy for them. It's another tough battle with 2 full squads in front of them.
Yeah, especially with that Guild squad in trouble by Donkey. I believe that's Syndicate, like you called out. So you've got Guild, you've got Syndicate, and you've got that Twisted Mind squad all over there on the far right-hand side of the map, which is going to be that eastern
They're going to
side.
send the boat? Oh my
north side
God,
of
they're
prison.
crazy
And
right now.
finding some more eliminations. This is called hunt down your opponents who are trying to restabilize. Noobs looking for some freebies. Navi going to give them a little bit of trouble, but not a lot.
I mean, when the map is this open with so little teams, expect Fnatic to continue to do this. Falcons are so far out of the picture that now all of a sudden Fnatic kind of have this little bit of a power surge to where they know they can third party some of the weaker squads that are over towards ships and docks. So now all of a sudden Fnatic putting themselves a couple of good kills together. It's just down to making sure we don't play too risky because your solo anchor is way out in Narnia at the moment.
This is the top 3 teams hunting the map for kills. They fought each other for a bit, and now they're sweeping the edge because you're right. Way less kills to go around, which means every single point is massive, as it looks like the Falcons are making a late-game surge straight up the middle with everybody up to HQ. They want this high ground position. They want it now, as on our screen, Fnatic falling to AB Wiz. They lose 2. Now Almond all by himself. He is the last alive for his team, and he is not on high ground.
And he was the last player left as the anchor, which Falcons were trying to hunt. So moment of panic right there from the side of Fnatic. They do get towards the buy station. They can reset. In the picture is Heretics, though. There's still a 3-man squad over towards Control Center as AB Wiz and Co. start to stabilize and win out this battle versus Na'Vi. But the Falcons are here. They're looking to contest. They know they've got Fnatic nearby. They want to finish them.
that AB Wiz squad could make a play for fourth here if Guild can't get a move on. They do have a sizable amount of elimination.
They died.
Everybody's slaying.
Falcons just wiped them.
Down at the hands of Shifty.
Dude, Falcons are going to win, bro.
Fnatic is out of the picture.
That's
the
it.
only team that can touch the Falcons is Twisted Minds, but they need an absolute banger.
That's gotta be it.
Shift.
Falcons
They need one
win,
of the
I think,
biggest
bro.
games today.
Wow.
40 plus and counting.
Dude,
as the
they got a
Falcons
little
stay
too
alive. The crowd
aggro.
goes wild because
Fnatic
they
got
know
a
what
little
this
too
means.
aggro.
If they can secure the kills, they can secure the win. No one can touch
still
the Falcons.
can.
And on top of that, if you really want to play the macro, Saudi Arabia is going nuts.
Twisted Minds,
to finish here.
if
There's
they can
still a
wipe
chance where even if
Falcons
Twisted
right
Minds
here,
can't
this
quite catch
orange
up to the
versus blue,
Falcons,
if they can wipe
may be
Falcons
able to
right here, they have a
surpass
chance.
Fnatic, so it would be a 1-2 Saudi
sorry,
orange
not orange,
finish.
it's like
How
more of a
incredible that would be to start off
yellow-ish.
everything at EWC.
The Fnatic team took a risk.
Yeah, they did.
Spread out. They sent 2 out. They actually pulled what is the Falcons cannon strategy. It's kind of the Rebirth strategy.
Yeah.
It hasn't been paying off for anybody, and apparently it doesn't pay off in the final map either. They had to go for gold, and unfortunately, they will likely fall silver or bronze, but still a lot of math to be done and Shifty in a bit of trouble. This team is now got a tournament to lose at their hands.
Yeah,
they just need a
the only way Falcons lose is if
just to
they
reestablish what
misplay
you mentioned,
something.
it's kind of an island where the top 3
They
are
should just
very
stack and
safe.
just chill.
Guild is still alive. They're currently in 4th, and they've put together a good map, but they would have to put together an incredible map with a win if they were to want to touch where Twisted Minds were, which, again, they're also keeping that gap pretty tight with the ability for them to pick up 8 kills, at least at this point. So, again, it's just down to what does Twisted Minds put together? Can they eliminate this Falcons team and give themselves a chance to possibly surpass Fnatic?
A lot of money exchanging hands. Resurgence closed, and we're moving into the next zone. Guild need a big one, holding off the advances of AB Wiz and other teams nearby. The Fnatic's an opportunity, and they lost it. An opportunity to take gold, and they just barely missed. And now they are just biding their time, waiting to see what this team right here, this team that could take second, this team that theoretically could take first, but they need a monster map. And they don't have a lot of kills to boot, not as much as they would like.
Yeah.
8 kills total right now, and this is the problem. There's only a total of 21 other people on the map.
They would essentially have to wipe Falcons right now if they wanted to have a chance.
that's what I thought too.
At possibly surpassing them, and they would have to still rip apart pretty much the rest of the lobby. So it is starting to feel pretty darn confident for Falcons. Not a guarantee yet, but with Fnatic out of the picture, there is an opportunity for maybe some action to possibly still happen around the center of this top 3.
Yeah, this zone pull is an extremely favorable pull for both Guild and Falcons. Yet again, being gifted this circle means everybody else has to come to them. Heretics are going to make a late game push over there to HQ on the other side. Twisted Minds don't know what to do with themselves.
Yeah.
They look a bit lost. They look a bit frenetic. I don't know what they're trying to do right now. They need to get a move on again. They're so safe that they just need to fly at teams right now. They're not at risk of giving up their position unless Guild drop like a 70, and well, Syndicate's coming out of nowhere, finally waking up in 9th place going into this, wiping everybody on the map. Twisted Minds finally answering back as the only team that wasn't struck by that PA.
Yeah, that was legitimately just Intex saying, we'll see what happens, but that was fishing with dynamite right there. Takes down a number of members, but none of the kills were confirmed. Everyone gets back up, so hot action right inside the central building and headquarters, but doesn't turn into too much, but you can see Twisted Minds fully healthy, looking to make their move.
An absolute cluster here at HQ. This is where we ended all. The Falcons have taken the roost. They've taken Fnatic's position, and we will end there to add insult to injury. But Aiden will not stop. Aiden will not fall. Knight with the backup gets the trade and keeps Aiden alive. A huge play by Twisted Minds to stay in this game. There was a moment there they might have fallen and given away the win, but there is
Falcons
still a chance for Twisted Minds.
There's
Falcons
no
are
way.
making the macro play for the tournament right now. They do not want to drop. They know that if they just put themselves into a top 3, top 5 position, they likely win the $1 million lion's share. So it's just about playing safe from here on out for the Falcons.
8 kills for the Falcons, looking for the multiplier. Slowly but surely waiting for the teams to come to them. You're right, it's a macro play. There's no reason to push the equation. There's no reason to give your life away. You've got to make sure that you secure this win. Slow play, and unfortunately on the other side, Z-Smith can't get the better of Guild. Guild making a huge surge. It's not going to be enough to really move them up the leaderboard too dramatically, but they could thwart Twisted Minds from making a play for second.
Yeah,
Fnatic would love that.
Aiden's in a lot of trouble right now. He doesn't have any ground to work with, doesn't have a tremendous amount of cash, so he's just got to try to play his life out, and, well, he will put himself in an opportunity to kind of re-kit up just a touch, but again, now the focus is all about what the Falcons could do. PDS going to get placed. Hisoka just still trying to watch from above as the rest of the group gets together. As number 12 is up in the mix. Terra gets down and dusted. Final 6 teams.
Aiden's gonna late buy.
all over the place, just trying to stay alive. Everybody wants the multi. Aiden able to buy back his teammates. Twisted Mind still in this. They do have 13, but the Falcons have 11. By the way, Fnatic fallen with 10, which means the Falcons, their only competition right now is Twisted Mind.
Falcons
they have dramatically taken down Fnatic.
Wow,
there is
that
no
play
one
was
that
so
can touch
good.
them, and they are playing the macro.
Soka's
PDS is on buy station.
late
This is how
game
they
plays
started
have been
this
insane
event, and
this
this is how
entire
they're gonna
tournament.
end it. Twisted Mind falls. The Falcons, last team alive in the top 3. The Falcons going to take it all in style. Let's see what they're able to do.
Yeah,
Hisoka
right.
by himself.
Hisoka.
How about a couple C4s, AB Wiz? How about a gun to the face, AB Wiz? Can't quite fall, but unfortunately, Hisoka with 3 is going to make a play.
Is he
Back to the
buying
buy
again?
station we go. Has enough cash if he can find a PDS, which he does have. Can get a buyback
way.
here. Could still make a play to win it all. There are 2 players remaining. It is Oki versus Hisoka.
And Hisoka may just see this one live out in the gas. There's the rest of the team. It's
dude,
going to be down to
that
just
is
one.
insane.
AB Wiz is down to Oki.
Soka's
All 3
clutches
Falcons
in zone
flying
this
in for the final
entire
moment.
tournament
The final moment
has been
all
insane.
together like we
Absolutely
started.
insane.
Shifty,
Dude,
Biffle, Hisoka, they
hands
win the
up to
final
him.
map.
Hands
they win
up to the
whole
Falcons,
tournament.
man.
There is
Soka,
no debate.
listen.
There is no dissension.
Obviously,
the Falcons
Shifty,
are now
D,
the greatest
insane,
Warzone trio
but
the
Soka's
world has
like
ever
anchor
seen.
plays in the zone, man. I've never seen anything like that.
Esports World Cup
Unbelievable.
champions.
Throughout that entire tournament, man.
$200,000 to their
Hats
name.
off to him. Hats off. Unbelievable, bro.
The celebration from the crowd. The Falcons.
Those plays
How
were
appropriate.
unbelievable.
I mean, and I'll tell you, the Falcon supporters came out in flocks. Could we use that word? Is that appropriate? Because, wow, look at the concentration. Knowing that
Unbelievable,
this
man.
Falcons team was set up for today to do what they were bred to do. Come through and dominate. 5 wins in their last
the plays
group
he was
matches,
making in the
4 in a
zone
row.
were crazy,
They
bro.
bested, you would think, in a lot of ways here today, even if the average placements may not say so. How about clutching up when it matters most, knowing that Fnatic are on their heels, knowing that Twisted Minds are looking to get involved, and
What a
Hisoka
storyline
will
too,
give
right?
you everything you need to know. A
Home
simple
team
silence
crowd.
of all of that action.
That was a
Best team in
clutch. That was
Warzone,
so
no
clutch,
question.
man.
Home field advantage, maybe. At the end of the day, you just got to perform on land. And Shifty, you could probably read his words. He said choke, and I think, frankly, maybe. But Fnatic made a great run. Got to tip our hat to him. We'll see how the leaderboard shakes out, but there's just no question in my mind that this Falcons trio is the best Warzone trio of all time.
And, you know, the thing about it is not just are we going to be able to walk away with the confidence that this Falcons team is the best, but there's going to be a lot of conversations following after this event to what about Latin America? What about teams like Na'Vi from Australia? All of them made really good moves here to make it to finals and then do well. But Falcons, of course, the #1 team in the world.
We're going to head over to the STC Arena for a quick interview with our Falcons.
Ladies and gentlemen, the points have been tallied, and the results are in. Give it up for your Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone champions, Team Falcons!
Home team? Come on now. Come on now.
Gentlemen, Team Falcons, come over here, come over here, come on. Bring your key with you. Hand your key to the key
That was
master.
crazy,
He
man.
will
That
remove
ending was
the
crazy.
inner portion of the key and give it back to you.
And now with the key
This is
given
so
clean,
sick, dude.
Come on up to the trophy and place your key in its spot.
Come over here, boys.
That is
Come
so
over here.
fire.
Come over here.
Okay. For the final time, cement your names into the Esports World Cup history books and lift your trophy as Call of Duty Warzone champions. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Team Falcons!
Dude, they popped off, man. I mean, obviously, coming into today, they were super favored, but there was a minute there where someone else could have won, but they clutched up in the end, man. Look at us. huh? Esports, $60 million prize pool. Esports World Cups, you know? This is sick, man. Look at the production level. Who would have thought gaming turns into this, man? Back in the 90s when I was playing a Super Nintendo. And now here you are with, you know, $1 million prize pools, 60 mil total across the board. It's pretty crazy, bro. Like, Falcons were back against the wall, and then they clutched up in the end, man. That was sick.
Gentlemen, come over here. Come and stand with us. Come on, come and stand between me and Milos. Congratulations. Biffle, I'm going to come to you first, buddy. Try to put into words how you're feeling right now.
I can't. To be honest, I can't put into words. Having a crowd like this is amazing. I love all of you guys. Thank you guys for supporting us. Oh my God. I don't even know what else to say.
All right. We got to say this. I mean, we've been talking a lot throughout the tournament, obviously with all the wins, but you get to select 3 teams.
I wonder what teams he's going to take.
Keys to get crushed
Probably
and
Fnatic.
added to your trophy. Have you made your selection yet, Zoka?
I know one guaranteed. It's Fnatic, choke artist.
Oh, it's Fnatic going in the trophy, baby!
Shifty, finally, you know, you guys are here. You've got the center stage. You've won the Esports World Cup. What an incredible performance. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans, to family who have supported you throughout this entire journey?
You guys are everything. Literally, we feel the fucking crowd every kill. You guys kept us in it. After they had a banger game, it was you guys that kept us composed, and we did this shit for you guys.
Now, I would like to ask you guys to come on up to our camera and sign it for us. I got a little pen for you.
Gonna sign this camera here.
Come on in. All yours. Come on up.
Sign the lens.
Sign it up. All yours.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have our first Esports World Cup champions. One more time, make some noise for Team Falcons!
That was a crazy one, man.
And with that, we're gonna hand it back over to the studio to round out today's broadcast. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, they get the job done. I said it right, transitioning from Game 7 to Game 8. Once we came back on this stage, we would know who our champions were, and it is, in fact, Falcons, a historic event. I mean, come on, the best team in Warzone history, without question. They are incredible. They have made history over and over and over again. When will they stop? Honestly, it's up to them to decide. Seymour, Falcons, they're on top.
I mean, I sat with Shifty after a really poor performance back in the solos. I was like, what's going on with the team? How you guys feeling? Is the pressure on? He said, I only have one thing that I want to do. I won for myself. I want to win for the org, win for the community, and win for the crowd of fans that are cheering for me. And he did exactly that today.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys have ever wondered what it feels like to be living in history, it is being made right now. This is the Warzone dynasty. This is the Falcons dynasty. We are living in it. This is absolutely the best Warzone team of all time.
You know, when it came on to me, I was just going to do a little Hisoka signature after that day number 2.
Where's the crowd?
How did you guys count them out? Well, that man right there, Shifty,
Yes.
I have to give him his flowers too, because even as you'd mentioned, switching up strategies, even today, I had noticed at one point there was 2 snipers on the map, both Shifty and Hisoka, and then Shifty, it seemed like after that break, just completely went off with the eliminations.
He did. No, first off, look at this crowd. Look at this scene right behind us. This crowd going nuts. The Falcons, the home team. It was absolutely deafening, even from over here. You can tell how much it means for Saudi Arabia, for the Falcons to represent them, for the Falcons to take the victory, and for those 3 there picking up the flag, showing off the Falcons. Hisoka going big, going proud, signing the camera. Such a historic moment for all 3 of these guys. And You know what Shifty at one point told me, just like he told you, Seymour, on the bus, right? Like, look, we're doing this for a team. We're doing it for Falcons. We're doing it for history. Shifty, after the Global Finals, told me, he said, look, I just want one more good win, and then I'm good. I can retire. I know he doesn't want to retire now because he's still on top, but he's got more to do.
That's good.
Speaking of which, who is our Sony Tournament MVP? Let's take a look at it. $50,000 to earn. There can only be one. Who is it? And it's Shifty from Team Falcons.
$50,000 extra dollars. That is a big chunk of change to walk away from, on top of being a champion, our first ever EWC MVP.
For them, man. They popped off,
is
bro.
in front of
They
the
deserve
crowd,
that.
chanting his name and loving it.
Insane stuff. You know, it's a team that came in with so much pressure, right? So much pressure on their shoulders. A lot of questions. Would they be able to handle that pressure? Infinity. They absolutely did.
Absolutely they did. And to be fair, you and I, we had questions. I know not all of us predicted Falcons here in the desk. Someone did. We won't talk about it. But yeah, absolutely. They answered every single question anybody could possibly ask. Falcons, are they the best Warzone team? Yeah, they are.
Without question, Dream. They are the best. Here's our overall
Fnatic almost did that.
Obviously, Falcons up at the top, but it wasn't easy.
They played it a little too hard, like a little
think about Fnatic,
too
though, how
aggro.
close
They almost
came,
pulled that
but there are
off.
so many teams that needed to catch up, that needed to play spoil alert, and I'm looking at Team Atlas.
Not for nothing. Someone said they think Soka should have won MVP. Like, I understand that Biffle and Shifty, obviously, they're little demons, right? They're going to get a ton of elims.
They did in Fnatic.
But, like, Soka's plays to keep them in the game a lot of the times. I mean, there were at least 2 to 3 times I can think of where Soka's making a gas play to, you know, get another placement point or something like that. Obviously, he's not going to get as many kills as those two, but, dude, his plays were clutch, man.
Them at the end.
And I'm a little bit kind of disappointed.
But I'm pretty sure it's most kills
how
gets
far Team
MVP.
Zizix fell on the leaderboard. They had such a good running yesterday after a poor performance in day number 1. I thought they would step up today as, you know, kind of representing the Falcons, kind of not representing the Falcons with the hometown crowd buff. I'm a little heartbroken to see them that far down.
But think about it. Who were they challenging? They were challenging the winners of this tournament. They were challenging the Falcons. They showed great heart. They showed they were not backing down. They weren't stepping away.
If you think it's good.
They wanted to take the top dogs out, and they gave it their best effort. And let's not forget, they nearly did so map over, you know, plenty of maps over. You got to give them credit. And I think more importantly, all 14 teams who made it to the finals today, there were 7 teams who were not here.
Yeah, and you know what? You had mentioned Team Zizix, of course, and then New Icons and Ezund, right? Challenging a lot of these top teams, which we did not expect. A lot of those teams from the C group to make it. Obviously, Cloud9, GG, like teams that we didn't expect to make it here. But for those teams that were unexpected, rather, like they played amazing today. And I got to give a shout out to New Icons. Challenging Biffle?
That is
insane.
Dude, you know, at the end of the day, you got to take the bull by the horns, and a lot of teams tried it, but it's like, again, over and over, the narrative is who can beat Falcons? Will the Falcons crumble under the pressure? Will the Falcons lose? And time again, they just always come through, and they just support themselves.
Narwhal, thank you for 21 months, brother.
That they are the best out there. The thing about the Falcons, Infinity, that to me is special is like a lot of teams are confident. A lot of teams have egos, and you have to have an ego to be a top-level competitor. But they consistently back up their trash talk. They're one of the few teams in esports to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if they were a top trumps card, I think it'd be 10.
Biffle had a fever going into today too, so he's not 100%.
I think you've got that.
That's like,
right?
so that was Biffle's like Jordan flu game.
But they don't need to be. Their team play is insane. I think I want to give a particular shout out.
I'm pretty sure Destroy also, like I said, I read somewhere he had to go to the hospital or something.
That is turning these Falcons into Phoenixes. He is bringing these guys back every single time in the buy.
Destroy was in the ER first day.
Their clutch
Damn,
factor
bro.
is great. I love Falcons so much, dude.
I'm glad that you're bringing up Hisoka there, too, because in that last game, who was it that pressured Almond out of that top tower, puts Fnatic into a little bit of a chaos, forces them to not just sit still and play for that placement. Fnatic had to make some plays, and that really kind of sent them down the rabbit hole of ultimately their end.
You know what? I had to say this one thing, because you guys keep talking about Hisoka, and one of my favorite players, of course, but he is an IGL, he is an anchor. What makes him so good is he can do do it all. And you got to think World Series of Warzone being the IGL
John,
player,
thank you for
but
all the
also
Series,
the top
brother.
slayer for the team. So Shifty, Biffle, they get those kills because Hisoka res them in, what, 4 times in that final zone?
And he was brought in as the closer, which is incredible, right? For the World Series of Warzone specifically, they go to the Global Finals next, and you better believe they're looking to take that as well and submit themselves as truly that Dynasty Warzone team. They're going to reach that point, I guarantee you.
Gum, they give the 5 gifted, man.
We see them here. They're taking that walk. They're looking to place that first key in the totem, paving the way for Falcons' historic World Cup run. Don't think the Falcons are done here. The Falcons have a chance to continue to make history all throughout the Esports World Cup.
Chat, was Warzone the first? Is this the first finals in the Esports World Cup, or was there another one before this?
It's been great to be here.
Like, is this going to be the
every
first?
single one of you breaking down all the action. Seymour, give it to me, man. What is this? These
like
4
the
days,
first
I should say,
putting into
at first I
like
doubted the
big
Falcons,
pillar
but I
thing?
learned quite fast today that you
Was
just
this the first
cannot doubt
one?
the Falcons. But I think this
this was
weekend
the
has
first
just
one?
showed
Oh,
that,
that's
you know,
sick. So
Warzone is still
Warzone,
blossoming in all the
Warzone's going to
talent
be
that
the
we've seen
very
so
first
far
one
throughout
in the
EWC.
Esports
We've
World
seen
Cup
so many
pillar.
underdogs
That's actually
really rise
dope,
up from
dude.
so many different regions across
I didn't
the
know
world.
because League of Legends is this weekend too, right? It must be tomorrow.
Most importantly, excited to see how
Thank you, bro.
far the Falcons can really go. How high can they climb?
Yeah, how high can they climb? And for you, Brody, right? In esports, you've done a lot of events. I know this event, though, is going to hold a special place in your heart.
It is, and I think I've always had a special place in my heart for Warzone just as it is, right? I mean, I did a few events a few years ago, and I've been part of the scene here and there, but I think to be part of this event is in particular special because, to me, it's proving this is a very international esport, right? I mean, there's been that conversation about North America versus Europe ages ago, and North America, I think, proved that they were the #1 region.
When
but now you've
CS2?
got teams from Latin America.
They had
you've
the whole
got teams
schedule
from
during the
Asia-Pacific coming in and being
opening,
competitive. And you've got European
like
teams
opening party
also
or whatever.
at the top of their game, Guild all the way to top 4 today as well. It is
think
an
it's
international
next
esport,
week.
and I love that whenever that happens.
No, Overwatch might be
in
next
esports.
week, and
So
then
absolutely love
CS2's
Warzone,
after
and
that.
It's been awesome.
Incredible, right? And Dream, for you, you've been a part of Warzone since the very beginning. On top of that as well, like you've been a competitor, one of the first, women to go pro, right? A huge accomplishment when you talk about pre-CDL era. I know this event
Apparently, July 17th is CS2.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, obviously,
info
I've been
from
part
chat.
of the scene since 2007, but for Warzone, just
I'll-
seeing this
I'll
go
the
from
kill.
a captain's
He's
draft
hit
to
me
something
up.
super official like this, I mean, it just keeps growing.
See
but
if it's possible to do
this
CS2,
event,
and the
obviously, guys,
24th
it's
is
so
OW2.
amazing
There
working
it is.
with you all.
Yeah,
But
I
for
mean, so this is a
Falcons, too,
sponsored
of
thing
course,
we
my team
did
taking it
with
without
EWC,
him through, but
and they asked me to do the Warzone one, which obviously I was totally down with, but I know that CS2 and Overwatch are around the corner. I don't know if we're going to work with them again, but that'd be sick. I mean, hey, I'm a professional spectator, bro. This is what I do. You know what I'm saying?
The Falcons are winning, the confetti dropping, like that just hit different. You could tell how much it meant for them. For me personally, being in esports for the past 11 years, doing hundreds of shows, this show takes the cake as one of the most special that I have personally done so far.
Team, you
And
should do
walking down the
CS2. You're
boulevard,
almost pro.
seeing
I know, bro.
How much
Rainbow
effort
Six
has
is
been
the
put into it when it
31st
comes
of
to
July.
Esports here in Saudi Arabia is truly special.
That'd be a fun
You know,
one too,
you mentioned,
honestly.
Right, it's
Competitive Rainbow Six is
right?
so
And
fun
it
to
truly
watch.
is international, and esports opens up the doors for so many others out there to compete. Maybe they don't want to play traditional sports. Maybe they don't want to just game casually. Maybe they want to make a name for themselves. And esports gives that opportunity to countless others out there. I've seen so
not for
many
nothing,
lives
Rocket
be
League
made
would just be sick to
literally
watch as well.
because of esports. And I tell you what, it nearly brings a tear to my eye. I'm not going to cry because I just don't do that. But man, it really is an emotional. I have an emotional attachment to esports. I have an emotional attachment to this event already. Seeing how incredible it was, how it unfolded, and shout out to all 21 teams who made it to this point, even if they didn't make it into
Rocket
finals
League's
today,
in this
right?
too.
Even if they
Dude,
only
they
their
have
run
so
ended in group
much.
play. The
Listen,
fact that they made it.
Look up. Let me get the website right. esportsworldcup.com. Okay. Check it out. There's like 21 games across 8 weeks. It's $60 million total. It's the biggest. This is the biggest gaming event that I've ever seen, man. This is unbelievable.
Or the year after that, you're seeing so many
So
teams
be sure to
who
check 'em
were
out,
counted
man.
at the start, moving into the playoffs, even testing some of these teams off of contests and their drops. And I think that just shows that this is only the beginning of Warzone competitive as its own. It is still a benchmark for what is to come, and in the future, there might be a team to take down Falcons. There might be a team that is bigger when it comes down to being a dynasty, and it could be some of those smaller teams that we saw this weekend. It's only the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And I want to say as well, I think this does really feel like the future of not just Warzone esports, but esports on the whole, right? I mean, esports, I think Warzone has lacked the organizations joining in, right? That kind of fan base that you've got behind them. There's a perfect marriage in a way between Team Falcons and the Falcons squad itself that is in the process of building that dynasty. To have a crowd like that behind you, mixed in with that internationality aspect of it, right? You've got, again, Saudi Arabia, all the fans behind Falcons. It's insane. I just love it so much.
I love it too. Incredible stuff. There it is, the keys, right? The first key earned when it comes to the Esports World Cup. Locked down by the Falcons. Hisoka with it in his hands, looking to place it on the totem, paving the way for the Falcons' historic World Cup run. It starts here. How far can they go? We've got 7 weeks to see what their journey is going to unfold like.
Is this it, Wiz? All right, we're good. All right, man. That was so cool, man. Hey, big thank you once again to Esports World Cup for sponsoring this, for putting this entire thing on, right? The 8 weeks, $60 million. Like I said, check out their website, esportsworldcup.com. Obviously, we just watched Warzone. You got League of Legends tomorrow. There's an MW3 one. You got CS2. You got Overwatch 2, Apex Legends, Fortnite, Rainbow Six, tons more. Big thank you for them for sponsoring this, man. This was a ton of fun. I know I'm not normally here on a Saturday, but I had a blast watching that, and I'm sure a lot of you did too, man. So thank you again to the Esports World Cup for sponsoring us on this, man. Appreciate y'all very much. And thanks again for putting this on, man. It's just fun to watch. Production level's insane with that, bro. It's insane. So, okay. Chat, hope you enjoyed the little Saturday banger, man. Appreciate you guys, man. I had a lot of fun watching that with you guys. Like I said, EWC, what they're doing is... It's a very cool thing, man. I mean, $60 million esports tournament. You think about what gaming was, you know, when I was a kid in the 90s and where it is now, and like how much money is involved with esports and just gaming in general. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro. It's absolutely insane. So it's cool to see just like this scale of a production be put on for gaming. I know a lot of you are asking about like CS2 or Overwatch 2, just like other games that I have like been a part of. And I mean, we did the hashtag ad with Warzone. I don't know if there's going to be more to come, but if there is, I mean, I'll let you know. So, okay. I appreciate you guys, man. Whip Talk Tua. I don't know if you're here. Thank you for the top dono again. New members, ton of new members today. Thank you guys. Recurring members. I appreciate y'all. I will see you all next week. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, on to your Sunday. And I will see you guys next week. All right. Thank you again, chat. Appreciate you, man. I'll see y'all soon, bro. Be safe this weekend. I'll see you. Bye.